12th man evolved from the fans in the stands to fanatics on the field. That's ESPN Daily. Follow us and listen wherever you get good podcasts.
Welcome into Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are broadcasting live out at the best stop in Katy, Texas. They brought us food yesterday, and they said they're bringing us food today, so I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm ready to get some good grub in. There was some food yesterday they said doesn't travel the best.
Okay.
So we're going to be getting some of that today. So some of the same, some different stuff. We're out here all day till 6 o'clock, us and then the Killer Bees broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy, your best stop to get ready for college football. You want to tailgate, you can get all your food here. You can get everything you need for an NFL Sunday, for a college football Saturday. If you're just going to eat at home on the tailgate, whatever it is, you know, it's a great place to come and go. I walked in and I was like, this place is very cool.
Yeah.
This is my first time. I'd never gone to one in Louisiana before, so this is my first time out here. Very cool setup. They have the dining area, and you got the area where you can just shop as well and get all your, you know, boudin, whatever you want to get, is all available out here at the best stop in Katy. Obviously today. Well, we have to talk about the Houston Astros. Unfortunately.
We can't just eat.
No, we can't.
We got to work for our food.
Yeah. So the Astros lost 5-0 yesterday. They've lost the series to the Philadelphia Phillies. They are 1-4 since Spencer Arrighetti, who was on the mound today, said the Astros are back. So lesson learned, don't say things like that, Spencer Arrighetti. Yeah. Thank you, Austin. So they're 1-4 since they've said this. It's not a curse full on, but we saw the Mariners this year with Cal Raleigh say it's always good when the Astros lose, and that's really when the Mariners went into the tailspin. But the Astros lose yesterday. Justin Verlander was fine, I think is the way to put it. He was okay. That's what he said after the game. He was okay. Like, it wasn't his best stuff. It wasn't his worst. You know, he obviously had the one inning where he gave up most of his runs, or all of his runs, and he just wasn't – he's not fully back yet, but 40-plus-year-old Justin Verlander, it's not that much different than what I expect. Coming off an injury and still, you know, not fully there yet. You hope it gets better. You think it's going to get better. But I would just say he was fine in yesterday's game.
Yeah, it was probably a C-minus if we're putting a grade on it, where it's just below kind of what the average expectation for a, like you said, 40-year-old Justin Verlander start is. After the game, he compared it to like a spring training type situation, which don't really love that comparison. But at the end of the day, I mean, Joe, you got to score runs to win in baseball.
Yeah, you do.
Your offense has to show up, and so as you know, unimpressed as we were with Verlander, at the end of the day, it was literally got no run support.
Yeah, and that's what he's had through two starts. Like, you've got nothing from the offense. The offense has been objectively terrible recently. I mean, it's been up and down all season, but you're getting very little production from your offense. You're not getting clutch hits from your best players. You're getting a lot of empty runs from your best players. So you're just not getting a ton that you need right now from the Astros, and it begs this question, you know, with the offense that we'll get into a little bit later, is how far can they take you? We'll do that at 1 o'clock. We'll do soft boys at 12:30. But one of my questions after watching last night's game, and, you know, with Blanco and Verlander, and knowing last night you didn't have Abreu, and you didn't have Hader, and you didn't have Neris available to you, I really do wonder what the balance is for this team of deciding to stick with the six-man rotation. Because you're not having guys go deep into games. You've got a bullpen that's taxed. Your starting pitching's taxed, of course. You've got guys like Neris and Arrighetti. I mean, not Neris. Blanco and Arrighetti, and even Hunter Brown, who are going to blow past their career longs and innings pitched. So I wonder what's the best strategy for the Houston Astros the rest of the season? Is it go with the 6-man rotation like they are in right now, or because your starters are not be able to give you, length in games, is it better to go back to a 5-man rotation and move a guy like Spencer Arrighetti into the bullpen, so at least when you need it, you have someone there that can give you 2 or 3 innings and cover up the most of a game?
Yeah, it is a tough situation. Really, this is the part of the schedule where you feel it the most, playing some over 20 games in a row with no days off. So you get that's where this conundrum really you feel the most. And yeah, in a perfect world, you go 6-man with these starters. They would at least 2 or 3 of them will give you a 7-inning start when it's their time around, and you could work with that. But the fact that part of it is the Astros and the performances that they're getting, part of it's just baseball today, where you can't really pencil in a starter to just go 7 innings. That's just not realistic, and especially with some of the guys that the Astros are depending on. I mean, we said 40-year-old Justin Verlander. There's only so much length that you can get with him. Someone like Blanco or Arrighetti, there's only so much length you can reasonably expect those guys to get. Really, Fromber is the only kind of traditional lead of the rotation guy where you give him the ball on his time to start and you expect at the very least 6 innings.
Yeah, and that's where it's this delicate balance of just I don't know how you figure it out. Like I don't know how you determine what's best, because you have guys in every situation who are just taxed. And
yeah,
I guess, to be honest, I lean going back to a 5-man rotation. That I look at when you get to the playoffs and you think back to 2022 and what worked so well for the Houston Astros is that you had a shutdown bullpen. And now with Neris back, having 2 very good outings since he showed up here in Houston, he's the guy that you can rely on, I think, already in the playoffs in the 6th inning. His problems in Chicago were that he couldn't be a closer. Well, that's not what he's going to be here. So have Hector Neris be your 6th inning guy. Give you Abreu and Presley and Hader in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then in the postseason, all you really need is to have your starters go 5. If Justin Verlander goes 5 innings and it's 1-1, but he's thrown 90 pitches, like you're still set up for success. So the process of getting to the postseason still, I mean, the Mariners, they lost last night, thankfully. You're 3.5 games up in the division. But once you get to the postseason, the bullpen is what you need the most. So if there's a way to alleviate some of the stress on those arms, I think I want to lean there, because I trust still that Justin Verlander, Kikuchi, and Fromber, and then I would say Hunter Brown, of course, as well. He's a little tougher just because I didn't mention him right away because of his innings total.
Yeah.
But the 4 of those guys, I have confidence that they can get you 5 innings any given night right now, and I just want to keep the bullpen as fresh as possible.
That's an interesting way to think about it, is the kind of more long-term aspect. The only pushback I would have to that is, how long-term can you think when you're the Houston Astros and you're not running away with the division? You're still in a division race, and a division race we still feel good about them coming out on the other side of, but we knew it was going to be a tough stretch, and it has been a tough stretch so far with in these on this road trip. So I understand the thought process of the playoffs. You want to have or in the playoffs, your bullpen's going to be more important. Therefore, you want them to be more fresh. But you do need to make the playoffs. That is not something that you can just fast forward to. And so I think it makes for a balance of, you have to try to optimize and probably try to find out some middle ground. And I
think that's where we're headed. I think we're headed to a middle ground.
Yeah, and we talk so much about, like, especially early this season, the adjustment, play better.
Yes.
And you just need guys to pitch better, and that's what ultimately will make the management decisions easier, is if you're getting the kind of outings that you expect out of these guys, and you're not having to constantly MacGyver your way through a season.
Yeah, I lean like they're going to find a middle ground here, and what I would guess the middle ground is that You're going to have Spencer Arrighetti be penciled in as your sixth starter. But in the future, what you might see is where Justin Verlander can only go 4 innings or 5 innings, and your bullpen's taxed, that you're going to move everyone up a day. It'll be easier when you have off days coming up, which they don't have a lot of right now, which is part of why this is a really tough stretch for the Astros. But we saw them do that earlier this season, where you would see guys come in from the bullpen, and it would change the rotation a little bit, and then the next time around they would go back into their normal, 6-man thing that they were doing, which, I mean, it was very short time. I think it only lasted like a week or two.
Yeah, I think
before
it was
they
only
had more injuries.
like 1 or 2 starts
Yeah.
that they did, maybe 2 starts that they did like that.
Yeah, so that is probably the middle ground here, with Arrighetti or Blanco or Hunter Brown, if you were desperate and needed to, were just because like even think like going to last night, like while your offense didn't score, so you had no prayer to win the game. I mean, I think I think Jeremy Branham was he was very astute to point this out. But it was very funny that the Astros tweeted out that they tweeted out the lineup.
Yes, before the game they tweet out the lineup,
and then they tweeted out that they lost.
There's nothing in the middle in the something in the what it would be like 4 hours, because the lineup came out a little bit before 3, and the game ended probably around 7:30, or maybe 8. So yeah, they made it an entire game with 0 highlights, and that honestly is the best way to sum up what happened last night. In in a way, if there is a game that you're not going to have any of your high level or high leverage relievers available, it's a game you had no hope of winning. So you can go with Caleb Ferguson and just trot him out there.
Yeah, I mean, and now, which like also he's almost like the white flag.
Yes.
At this point, like it's like
Lefty Montero.
Caleb Ferguson comes into the game, and you're just like, okay, well, I guess we've called it a day. On this one.
I can move this either from one TV to the other, from the TV to the laptop. This one is over.
Yeah, and we are on Twitch and YouTube today. No video at the moment. We're working on getting that back up. But your comments and texts and everything like that are still welcome into the show today. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says that 3-man collision was almost really bad. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
yes.
I'm fine that they all kind of pulled up at the end.
Yeah, too bad they got a cleat.
Yeah, but ultimately, what's more important? Don't get hurt doing that. I'm okay trading this out again in a game that, because they couldn't hit, they weren't going to win, and I'm okay sacrificing health or sacrificing the out for health of those 3 guys.
Yeah, so Altuve I was a little worried about there, because it just looks like he just caught a spike, and those are weird injuries. But I mean, at this point, you never know. I mean, injury update: Kyle Tucker sprinting, but not around the bases. That's the final hurdle, is can he sprint around so
bases?
many hurdles.
There's so many hurdles.
I'm so over these hurdles.
It's like the 400 hurdles in the Olympics.
Yeah.
It's not
go
the 100.
Do they do more than that?
For hurdles?
Yeah,
I don't know if they have an 800.
Is there an 800 hurdle? Because that's what I feel like we're at the mile hurdle. We might be at a marathon hurdle at this point with Kyle Tucker.
The steeplechase where there's water on the track, too?
Yeah, I forgot about that. We didn't have that at my high school. We would like go to random meets where like they had it.
Yeah.
And I guess it was like richer schools or something like that.
Yeah, because it is more equipment.
Yeah. So all of a sudden we would see it, and we'd have people doing it for the first time, and it was always,
what the hell is this?
We were like,
why am I wet?
yeah, like, it's just a random thing. All right, Astros lose 5-0. Game at 3:05 today. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound as they try to rebound and get back in the win column after this stretch, this 1-4 stretch, since Spencer Arrighetti said that the Astros are back. So, not great.
No, don't do that.
When we get back, at least the Mariners lost. And just how important is today's win, plus the latest on Kyle Tucker, a little bit of down with Dana Brown as well. It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Best Stop. Austin, I have no Wi-Fi, so we're going to go to break, and I'll do my live read next segment. Gallant George with Joe and Sean filling in for Paul today out here at the best stop in Katy. I think we just realized that Sean and I are both terrible people. They just brought us a bunch of really good food, and we just started taking a bite of it with our headphones on.
Directly into the mic.
So like Austin, who's back at the studio, could just hear us like crunching on some crackling as we were getting going. So I think we might be terrible people.
A full ASMR experience that he did not ask for.
Yeah, so that just happened. But we are out here at the best stop in Katy. The Killer Bees will be here after us till 6. Come on out. Great spot to get all your food and everything for a college football Saturday, NFL Sunday, tailgating, whatever you want. It's awesome. It's really cool here. They have the dining area as well. It's just a full shopping area as well to get all your seasonings or whatever kind of food you want to get to make it home. So very cool spot. Come on out. Come hang out. Get some lunch with us, and we'll be here until 6 o'clock. At least the Mariners lost last night.
Yeah, we got that going for us.
That's the positive.
Other than the food, the only thing I think we have going for us is that the Mariners did find a way to lose last night, thanks in large part to former Astro legend, I dare say,
yes.
Jose Siri.
Yeah, Jose Siri coming through in the clutch last night for the Astros. Once an Astro, always an Astro. Yes. Also, Yandy Diaz. I'm going to put him in the should have been an Astro category. So
former rumored Astro.
Yeah, former rumored Astro, Yandy Diaz, also with a home run in last night's game to help the Tampa Bay Rays beat the Seattle Mariners. So 3.5 game lead. A couple texts here from the 832. I still don't view the bullpen or starters being taxed. You can win games. You can't win games scoring 0 runs. The offense is too good to not produce. Okay, I don't think they're taxed totally and just yet. Blanco, I'm going to say yes. I think he's taxed.
I think it's a case-by-case basis, and the thing is you're having to depend on all these guys. It's Blanco, it's Abreu, it's these guys that are taxed, but it adds up.
Junior Bronco asked on our Twitch and YouTube, because we have an advertisement up there since we're not on video, where's the listener party? The listener party is at the ESPN studios. So you can come on out. You go to the ESPN975.com, go to the promotions tab. If you want a guaranteed ticket, because that's the only way to guarantee that you'll get one this year, you can get one online. ESPN975.com under the promotions tab is where you get them right now. I mean, when I say tax, Sean, I just think what you had from Blanco and Arrighetti, where it was very consistent at times, you're going to see that dwindle a little bit. Yeah. You're seeing that a little bit with Taylor Scott, who is, I saw this yesterday, he's pitched the most innings with the lowest ERA of anyone in baseball. So, there's a threshold that they're looking at. Taylor Scott's been incredible, but he's started to become a little more inconsistent. And I just think these guys are a little bit tired. It's not that Blanco has fallen off a cliff. I don't think we're anywhere near that. You're just not consistently seeing the really good outings from him. I think it's because he's a little bit tired. Some of the pitches are not as effective as they always are. So I think that's what I mean by tax. I don't think that these guys are, what Hunter Brown was last year. Where Hunter Brown, it really fell off a cliff. We're not there yet with any of
JP
these
France
guys.
too.
Yes. The 3-man collision looked like that Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other. Yes. It did.
I saw a funny one where someone photoshopped Velma from Scooby-Doo looking for her glasses on all fours, and that is very much the pose that I think that Myers and Altuve were both in. That was a very good meme. So it wasn't an enjoyable game, but at least we got a little bit of amusement out of it after, obviously, we found out they were all okay.
Yeah. Also from the 832, the moment JB let 4 runs, I turned off the TV and just enjoyed the beautiful weather yesterday. I mean, it's going to rain every day for the next week, so good call.
Yes. And I would have done the same thing if I, it's one of the shortcomings of this job is sometimes you have to watch a boring baseball game.
Yes. It is part of it. It just gets the smaller TV or the phone.
It got the laptop.
I went phone.
Night, yeah.
I went phone. I put my son to bed.
I had a little bit more respect. I put it on the 14-inch.
Well, it was one of those things where, when I put my son to bed, I start watching the game on my phone as he's falling asleep, so I can just continue watching it. And it's just after he fell asleep, I didn't go back. I went to Game of Thrones.
It never made the jump back.
Yeah. Got it. I went straight into the Game of Thrones rewatch.
Okay, where are we at?
The Battle of the Bastards.
Good. That's a good one.
Just happened. So we are in a good.
We're in a good spot.
Ramsey just got eaten by dogs.
Yeah.
Sam Rico, our social media director, is here looking at the food. Go for it.
Didn't say hi to us.
Free
just
for all.
For
the camera's not working. So you just put a piece into an awkward phone, looking like an awkward person. We're getting rational text messages today.
No. Who are these people?
I just want to, because the Twitch, I want to make sure the Twitchers know this is not me.
Okay.
This is not Joe George. I do not endorse this message.
This is not endorsed.
This is not an endorsement. This is
Okay.
just, I'm just reading this.
Yes.
So maybe from the 979, should have gotten rid of Bregman when we could have. Because, he ain't going to produce nothing but salsa and a bald head. Come on, man.
That's funny.
It
I
is
don't
funny.
agree, but that's funny.
Make sure you put bad salsa.
Hey,
no offense,
okay,
Breggy, but
okay.
it's not great. It's not great.
You're right.
okay.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I was trying to be nice. You're right.
It's
not,
like,
it's not good salsa. We
what's
shouldn't have
the-
traded
what's,
him.
What's the
but
comp?
It's not
what's
good
the comp
salsa.
for Alex Bregman's salsa right now? I'm gonna say it's like it's like Spencer Arrighetti salsa. Like sometimes, like if you're really feeling salsa, like it'll hit, but also like on a normal basis, like you're probably not so sure.
Yeah, it's not McCormick salsa. It's a step above.
Alex Bregman was one of the best players in baseball before he got hurt with gremlins.
He was
in his
pretty good
elbow.
after he got hurt too with Gremlins.
Yeah, he's
but
been pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't a great night for him.
How important is today's win? I'm gonna go like scale of like 1 to 10.
1 to 10. I don't want to put it like it can't be a 10. I'm not sure if it can be a 9, but it's up there. It's probably an 8. I'd put it at an 8. It's very important, and not to harp on it, but it's something that you could kind of see in the moment this weekend when they dropped those 2 very winnable games against the Baltimore Orioles. This is where you feel it the most.
Yeah, see that it brings back to Monday when we talked about this.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the conversations we had. It was like we were okay with the split,
But they had to not do this.
yes, yeah, there was a but after. Like
Yeah.
anything that comes after but usually means you're not telling the truth. If like I don't mean to offend you, but like you're gonna be about to be offensive. But that's what it was that it's the 2-2 split was fine with the Orioles if you didn't do this. Now I do view that series differently. Like the being okay with the split is gone now because you should have swept the Orioles and it was fine in the moment. But now that you're just not playing good baseball against this team, you're struggling. I'm gonna go 6 for how important today's game is.
Really?
The Kansas City Royals are already up 2-0 on the Cleveland Guardians. They will, if they win today, they will move into first place in the AL Central at 76 and 58. You then have a 4-game series with them here in Houston. If you're gonna make a run at a bye in the playoffs, this is now your opportunity because Kansas City is just dominating the Cleveland Guardians right now and moved into first place or a tie for first place. Taking advantage of the Royals as the Guardians are collapsing would be a huge momentum changer for this season and hope of what you could accomplish in the regular season. So that's why I'm still going to say like a 6 for today's game. It's not the end of the world if you don't win. It would be really nice if you did and not get swept going into the series. But you can position yourself into saying we can make serious ground up in a 4-game series versus the Royals, where now they're hot right now. I mean, they've won 7 of their last 10, but
yeah, I think that's a key point is how well the Royals are playing. B, I think we're viewing this similarly, but we're putting emphasis on different parts of this stretch. I'm saying this game is very important because you had the Royals coming up next. You're saying this isn't as important because they can kind of make it up in the Royals.
A little bit.
I'm saying you need to make your money right now. You need to. I mean, again. Like the Orioles series.
What are we doing tonight to make our money? We going on black? Red? Because we're heading to Louisiana right after this.
Yeah.
We're eating best stop food.
Yes.
Boudin, egg rolls, crackling for 2 days straight. And then we're heading to Louisiana to go to Lake Charles, to La Berge, do our show there the next 2 days.
Yes.
So we're going to be eating quality food.
Yes, it's going to be a tough one. We might have to buy clothes while we're at Lake Charles because we might not be the same size at the end of the trip as we are right now.
Last week I was all excited. I was down to 205, lowest I've been since I got married. I was like, we're moving in the right direction. These 4 days, setback.
Backslide?
It's going to be a backslide. I'm not one of those people. I don't want to offend anyone listening. And maybe we have some friends. We might have Paul.
Wait.
This might offend Paul.
Wait, you said I don't want to offend anyone, but...
Yes, I'm going to offend people.
Okay.
I think you're a weirdo if you go to the gym while you're on vacation or at a hotel. Like, there's rarely anyone ever in there. But like, I don't want, like, I'm not going to be going to La Berge and then like hanging out
And working out.
and working out.
I will say I don't even know if they have a gym.
They do.
Okay, they do. I was not aware of that. So that tells you where I fall on this divide. I do think there's some times where you do need just to hit the either elliptical or hit the treadmill just to it's more mental than it is physical, just to feel a little bit better about yourself if it's especially a tough trip, maybe a bachelor party trip where you wake up, that Saturday or Sunday and you're like, all right, let me get some good credit in.
Yeah. Now
this,
see that
this
now,
morning.
if you're smart, if you go on a bachelor party and and you're a little worried about that, if you're a golfer, you just walk. You just, instead of carting it, you walk the golf course. And you enjoy your golf, and you just, you walk the 18 holes, and that's your exercise. Because it's exercise without really feeling like it's exercise, because you're golfing.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a cheat code.
It is a cheat code for sure. It depends on the weather. I will say that. There's so depending on how you're planning this bachelor party, where the walking on the golf course might be harder than running in the air-conditioned gym, but I understand that. It is very hard for me to continue this conversation while this food is here.
Yep.
I have an egg roll in front of me that's talking to me,
and
I don't want to eat it on air, but I do want to eat it.
All right, we're about to hit it right now.
Okay.
It's time to eat. We'll be back in
I
a
am
couple
putting
minutes.
down my headphones just so the listeners know I will be eating an egg roll for the next couple minutes.
All right, Soft Boys is next. Who is being soft in the world of sports in the world? I'm going to make sure without Paul being here today, we get a U.S. government soft boy in while we can. Little political reference, but not super political. Well, maybe. I guess it depends on your view of assassinations, but not recent ones. We'll put it that way. I think I just killed Sean. All right, before we go to break, I want to talk to you guys about what's coming up here in Houston. The Red Bull Show Run is open. It's free for the general public, all ages, no ticket required. You can learn more at www.redbull.com/showrun. Houston admission is free. You can come on down to Discovery Green on September 7th, courtesy of Red Bull. Red Bull is bringing the sport of F1 racing to Houston on September 7th. Red Bull Show in Houston is meant to be an admission-free and highly accessible event that will showcase the sport of Formula One racing in the heart of downtown Houston. Come see the cars, some come see the drivers, and let me tell you some cool stuff going on while you're there. It's not confirmed yet, so I'm going to hope this doesn't bite me in the butt. But next Thursday on John and Lance, Paul Wall will be on the show because he is going to be at the Red Bull Show Run, doing some stuff there, getting you ready for the event with the DJs and everything. So Paul Wall will be there. You should be there as well. Check it out at Discovery Green on September 7th, the Red Bull Show Run. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the best stop. And Katie, coming out, get some lunch while you're out here. The Killer Bees will be with us, or be here after us from 3 to 6. It's time for Soft Boys. Will Levis. Is he soft? Think he's soft, Sean?
I think this is one where we need a verdict. I think we as a show can come to a conclusion on this. I heard this. It was a recent appearance on
Bussin' with the Boys?
Bussin' with the Boys with Will Levis, and he talked about a phone call he got during the draft that was not from the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, okay.
Like waiting on maybe a phone call. I think at pick 29, get a phone call from somebody. It was a prank call from somebody.
You got a prank call?
Yeah.
Was it somebody you knew?
Random number.
Oh my god!
I still have the number saved. I'll find them someday. No, they just like
Did you sat there?
nickered and like hung up. Yeah.
They laughed.
Yeah.
Like,
And I
this
literally
room.
got off the phone. I said, "Let's go."
So Will Levis got a prank call at 29. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, at the end of the first round, obviously we remember Will Levis, for another former rumored Houston athlete, but this time
That was really just Jeremy Brand I'm pushing.
well, at the top of the draft, and obviously slid into the second round or into the early second round, and yes, late in the first, he got a call. And it was someone who just snickered on the other side of the line.
And he said he kept the number, and he's going to, track him down.
Yes.
I mean, first of all, that's not that hard to do.
Yes.
Like, there are people who get really offended by text messages, and they search them.
Yes.
Can confirm. No comments past that. I'm going to say, because he hasn't acted on this yet, I'm going to call him a soft boy.
Yeah.
I think if you can't just, save the number. Like, what are you, just, staring at it?
Yeah. It's like if in one of those revenge action, if like in The Equalizer or in John Wick, he was just like, I know it was the Russian mob that killed my dog, and I'm waiting for my moment to strike. It's like, dude, you're an NFL quarterback. You have the resources to look for this guy to do something. I think he's just talk. I think it's a little soft of him to hop on a podcast. And I know how maybe hypocritical it is for me to be on a radio show talking tough, but him on a podcast talking tough, I don't like it when he doesn't follow through.
Yeah, I think you got to follow through on your actions. Be it, you have these weird Mayo cologne commercials coming out.
Hey. Hellman's, I don't know if it's Hellman's, but spend some of that Hellman's money and track this guy down.
All right, what else? Who else is soft? Dabble Sweeney mentioned this yesterday, not taking calls during his weekly radio show.
Yeah.
Soft.
During the coaches
soft, just take them.
The Clemson coaches show last year, I would say maybe got the most notoriety it's ever gotten when a caller, I believe Tyler from Spartanburg, I think was his name. I forgot what town South Carolina was. Called in and questioned Dabo Swinney's coaching abilities and his philosophies. And Dabo went on a 5-minute long rant, clapping back against some guy named Tyler who called into a show. And now the next year of his coach show, no more call-ins. Soft.
You know what's fun? Yeah, you know who's not soft? Ed Orgeron.
Yeah.
He did
a coach's show after he got fired.
I ran it that night at 790.
God.
We were running LSU games and stuff at the time, and I was assuming it was canceled or it was going to be some assistant coach forced into doing it.
The interim or something. Yeah.
And no, it was because it was after the season. I don't think they played in a bowl game.
They did play. I heard. No, I don't think they played in a bowl game that year.
And he did his coach's show, and it was like a tear fest. It was like
goodbye, coach.
Because they didn't do phone calls. They had a microphone stand, and he would walk up to the walk-ons or whatever it was, and they would ask questions, and people were crying because he got fired, and so was he. But I was like, this guy, not a soft boy.
No, he stood there and faced the music. Coach O. I mean, not surprising. Coach O built different.
Yeah. Soft boys, the U.S. government.
Oh.
Or at least a former U.S. Secretary of the State, because RFK Jr. says that they blocked the release of the JFK assassination files. And I just want to read them.
Just show me the files?
Show me the files.
Show me the files.
Just show them to me. So I'm going to say that whoever this U.S. Secretary of State is, you're a soft boy. Or girl. I can see, we may not know.
Thank you for being very inclusive with whoever this former U.S. Secretary of State is.
Speaking of soft girls, Caitlin Clark.
Oh no,
she's a soft girl.
Okay.
Self-admitted.
This is a hot button issue, but okay.
Self-admitted soft girl.
What's a more hot button issue? You calling Caitlin Clark a soft girl or the JFK assassination?
Probably Caitlin Clark.
Present day Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but in my defense, I'm not calling her a soft girl.
Okay.
She said she's really soft.
Oh.
She said she looked really soft because she sprained her ankle.
Okay.
And this is the photo, Sean. I'm showing it to you now. If it loads, it's coming. It's coming. Here we go. Look at this face. She is on the ground, rather
pretty animated.
Pretty animated, in a lot of pain.
And how long is she? How long is she out?
She's not.
That's tough.
But after the game, she said she saw the replay and she said, "And I look really soft." So you know what? If you're gonna be soft, at least admit it.
Yes. Yeah. Hand up.
Hand up. I look soft.
Not a proud moment.
I just rolled my ankle. I'm totally fine.
Yes, you can't. That's the situation. If she had to leave the game, or if now we're talking about out for 3 to 6 weeks, not soft.
Yes.
If you finish the game, no questions. You're not in a walking boot after the game. It's a little soft, so I like the accountability there. Very rarely on Soft Boys do we get accountability.
Yes, yeah. And we don't get self-nominated people very often.
No,
it's just not
almost
something
never. I think
that might be a first. Like I know Paul and I have only been doing the show together since February, but I know since February at least there's been no self-nominations for a Soft Boy.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like we need to start going back to the rundowns and maybe doing a Soft Boy of the year.
Okay.
Maybe like a little bracket.
Yeah. Now
times slow in December.
Yeah, now's probably the time to get it in, just to do all the work on the front end, and make a best of list right now. Before, so we don't have to do it. We
don't have to go back that far.
Yeah,
we only have to go 6 months back, not 12 months back.
Yeah.
And then Danny Cannell, soft boy of forever.
Yeah.
In college football. He went on.
One of the Hall of Famers.
This tweet has 1.2 million views.
Love it.
He tweeted, "I wanted to hear more details before really having a strong opinion on what Michigan did, but it's clear. They clearly cheated. They have been blatantly lying about the extent of it. They deserve harsh punishment. The entire Harbaugh era at Michigan is tainted."
This is soft.
Dude, beat Georgia Tech first.
You
know what I'm going to be doing next Monday?
What are you going to be doing next
I'm
Monday?
going to be cheering for Bill O'Brien. I think I hate Florida State.
And the Boston College, yeah.
I think I hate Florida State fans. Maybe it's just Cannell. But
Cannell's, as far as face of the fan base goes, Cannell's pretty down there when it comes to the Knowles.
Well, yeah, because Deion's not, because Deion didn't graduate from there.
Yes, and he's, I think, disavowed as of late. I don't know if they've reconciled, but I think there was talk that he disavowed the Florida State program.
Yeah, because he wanted the job before he ever coached a game before. Which he'll probably get that job eventually.
If he wants to. Yeah.
If he wants to. I don't know if he's going to want that job. There might be better jobs for him. Honestly, even if Colorado, I don't believe in Colorado. And we're going to talk about some college football next, but I don't really believe in Colorado this year. It's not totally Deion's fault. I think it's still a little bit of the past of Colorado, of what he had to walk into, and the lack of talent. But I think he'll get a much better job than this, and it might be a way better job than Florida State, who hates their conference. And that's part of it too. I hate that they're trying to. All they do is complain about their conference. Then you should have not signed your contract.
Yeah, the contract they signed is ridiculous looking. The ACC signed a 13-year contract, locking them into making very little money, the lowest out of all the power conferences. So that's why Florida State's suing to try to get out of it. And it's definitely not a good look when you're suing to get out of your conference, and in week 1, or before week 1, in week 0, you lose your first conference game to Georgia Tech, and you're getting pushed around at the line of scrimmage again by a bunch of future engineers at Georgia Tech.
All right, when we get back, we'll get into what's going on in college football. We're starting to see some interesting takes as people start to predict their 12-team playoff. It's not an easy thing to do, but we've seen one that has 8 SEC teams as a national championship contender or a playoff contender. So we'll start sprinkling in some college football. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean and Joe here with you today while Paul is on vacation. Come on out to the best stop in Katy. Get some food while you're out here. Get some lunch. We just had some of the smoked boudin a little bit. You had one of the boudin balls, Sean.
Yeah.
We had the egg rolls. Not enough egg rolls. I think we're going to have to ask more egg rolls. They're
One,
so good.
I think there's one for each of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It could have been a whole plate of egg rolls, and I would have been happy.
Yeah,
Just to be honest.
we could have done that. So yeah, I mean, all this stuff is great. I think the smoked boudin, I think that's my favorite. I think that's my favorite out of the Cajun charcuterie board that we got in front of us.
Yeah, I'm probably going to do – I want to try the pepper jack balls during the next break. That sounds like right. I love pepper jack cheese.
Yeah.
It's right up my alley. I think that's my favorite cheese.
Favorite cheese, pepper jack. That's a good one. That's a good one. It's up there. It's probably in my Mount Rushmore +1, but it's not.
I don't do it on burgers though.
No, it is. It's a tough one.
Like a chicken sandwich maybe.
Yeah, chicken sandwich. I'll throw it on a turkey sandwich every once in a while.
Yeah, I like it on deli meat.
Yeah.
More like a deli sandwich, more than just like a burger or anything like that.
Yeah.
All right, so college football's here. Finally, full weekend of college football. A lot of good matchups this weekend. It's not the best week one, but there's some good ones. Obviously, I think Notre Dame. I mean, College Game Day is going to be there. So Notre Dame A&M's the headliner.
Yeah, you're not being a homer by saying that that's the best game of this weekend.
Yeah, I did realize that yesterday. I was like, oh, yeah, their game day's there. I'm like, I might have to leave extra early to get there just because I don't really know how chaotic it's going to be. I've never been to College Station.
It depends where they're set up. It depends on where game day is set up as far as how it'll impact you getting into the stadium.
Yes. I wonder, do you consider Texas A&M like a real threat this year? We'll start here. Because The Athletic put out a survey or an article, but they put their into tiers
they have
contenders.
Yeah, they have this series that they're doing about the playoff where they're going conference by conference, and they have a projection system. It's pretty much just any kind of power rating system where they put teams into different clumps of national championship contender and playoff contender, bowl game, probably not going to make a bowl game. And I noticed for the SEC one that they have half the conference as playoff threat. Now that doesn't mean all of them are going to make the playoff because that would be impossible.
Yeah.
But I thought it really goes to show where you're at, not only in the conference, but also with this 12-team playoff.
Yeah, the 12-team playoff is going to be fascinating to see. Like, we're going to do it more later on, just like how it changes your perspective of college football.
Yeah.
But I still wonder, if you have a conference that's this deep in the SEC and the Big Ten, how they would view – my biggest question is, how do you view a 3-loss Texas A&M Aggies team that has good wins over a 1-loss Big 12 team or ACC team that doesn't have a good resume?
Yeah, or that lost their conference championship game. Like they had one loss, lost against whoever in the conference championship, and now you're having to compare them against a team that was, I don't know, fourth in the SEC.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm most curious about. I will say this. If the mock drafts are correct,
Okay.
and Connor Wegman.
You're back on the mock draft narcotic?
Yep. I know. Just think back to the one. And Connor Wigman is a legit NFL prospect. And Mike Elko is a good coach. The recruits are still there. A&M should be a real threat this year. I mean, if he really is that dude at quarterback, and you have all the talent with the Aggies, I wouldn't be shocked if they make the college football playoffs this year. It really would not surprise me. I mean, maybe it's like the pessimistic Notre Dame fan in me, but like part of me is like, am I leaving at halftime?
You're not leaving at halftime.
Because they're losing by 40?
They're not going to lose by 40 at halftime. That's ridiculous.
What's the earliest you ever left a game?
Earliest I've ever left a game, probably in the fourth.
Earliest I ever left a game was halftime.
Really?
I drove to Dallas with Mike Pearson, who used to be the APD of the National Radio Network when I was at GAO from 2015 to 2018. Okay. He's a USC fan. We drove up to Dallas to see Alabama play USC. This is the Sam Darnold game in which the USC players were crawling out like dogs out of the tunnel, and they got smoked by Bama, and we left at halftime. Maybe it was into the third quarter, but like it was such a bad game where Mike was like, he does not want to be there for this. And I was like, okay, I have no affiliation to this. I just want to go to Jerry World.
Yeah. Also, I lied. I might have left a baseball game in like the 6th.
Well, that's different. Yeah. Baseball's boring. I still love it, but so they have Georgia, Alabama, Texas. In this athletic article is their national title contenders. I totally agree with that, but I'm going to add Ole Miss into this list for almost the same reason as Texas A&M. Like, if you believe in Jackson Dart, and he is this NFL draft prospect that people are saying he's supposed to be, then they should be significantly better than this next year. They should be a college football playoff team, and maybe they're the 11th seed, but now with 12 teams in, I'm going to guess, Sean, and say the SEC gets 4 of the 12.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable guess.
I'd put it about 4 too as an expectation. The thing with all these quarterbacks is this year there is no Caleb Williams coming back. There is no Drake May coming back, where there's a guy who already you feel pretty good about. He's going to be a top 5 pick in the draft. It's a whole bunch of guys that are either coming back, like didn't go into the draft and are coming back, or are first-time starters or rising juniors that every fan base is thinking, okay, what if this guy takes a step up? We could really be doing something here, because I mean, just going down the list, just in the SEC of the quarterbacks of these teams, Carson Beck is seems like he's the surest bet of all these guys,
yes.
And I'm not sure how sure of a bet he is.
No.
Or how, at least top end, he's not a difference maker the way that, again, Caleb was last year for USC. You have Jalen Milroe, who got benched last year at some point. You have Quinn Ewers, who was eligible to leave for the draft last year and came back, which speaks to what scouts and NFL people thought of Quinn Ewers.
When 6 quarterbacks went in the first round.
And 6 quarterbacks win the first round. You have Jackson Dart, who, like you mentioned, I'm sure Ole Miss fans think he's going to take a step up. You have Brady Cook from Missouri. He's like fine. He's like a fine quarterback. You have Garrett Nussmeier, who's a first-time starter at LSU, obviously filling in for Jaden Daniels, who just won a Heisman. You have Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee.
That's how you say it.
The trick is to power through. And he looked good in the bowl game. He was obviously a highly touted recruit. So I think Tennessee fans are thinking, hey, if he really pops.
I mean, if Josh Heupel is the coach that you think he's going to be. Yeah, the SEC
Jackson Arnold for Oklahoma is another highly touted quarterback that is going to have his first time starting. So there's so many guys, and I didn't even mention Wegman at A&M. So there's so many quarterbacks, and you feel like one of these guys is going to pop.
And whoever pops is probably the number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
Yes. And the hard part is, who's going to pop?
Yeah, because there's so many of them.
I mean, I went through 7 guys in the SEC.
Yeah, you look at if you look at like what people people are thinking early on about next year's draft class, all those quarterbacks are mentioned by different people, and then you have Shedeur Sanders. There's a couple others who you never know, because like there's going to be some version of Jaden Daniels, or maybe even a Bo Nix. I don't know if Gabriel at Oregon now, if he's like just the next Bo Nix. I doubt it, but like has this incredible year and puts himself into a conversation. The whole Bo Nix thing like still throws me off, because all I still think about is his Auburn days. Yeah, and now he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Do you think 4 from the SEC? Would you say 4 from the Big Ten as well, or do you think it's a little bit less? Well, I guess let's start in reverse. So you have the one, not the Power 5 team that's going to be the 12 seed.
So so you just had the 5 conference winners.
Yes.
So now you're
anyone else from the ACC besides the winner, you think? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to go no, but maybe when we circle back, we might be able to add one.
Do you think you'll see one? I think you'll see one more from either the Big 12 or the ACC.
Yeah, those 2 conferences will get 1 at large.
So that's 6.
There'll be 3 total from those. Yeah, so
there's 6 teams left. So, I mean,
3 at large each is for the Big Ten and SEC puts you at 4 for both of them. So I think that's what we're looking at. I think we're looking at 4 from the Big Ten, 4 from the SEC, 1 more at large from either the Big 12 or the ACC, and then at large is the rest of the way down. And I think what we're going to learn with the 12-team playoff and with how big these conferences are, What's going to matter is who you draw interconference schedule a lot. That's where a lot of the Ole Miss hype is coming from, because you look at their schedule. They avoid a lot of tough spots in that Ole Miss schedule. So there is a little bit imbalance with the way these schedules are lined up in these huge conferences where you can't play everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I can't wait for this college football season. I think it's going to be – I don't love the realignment and the way it all shook out. And I love that Texas and Oklahoma are in the SEC. I think that's really cool. It's never going to be normal to me that Rutgers is going to have to play like UCLA. In conference play.
Yeah, honestly, it's harder for me to think of Rutgers and Maryland as Big Ten schools as it is for me to think of like Oregon and Washington as Big Ten schools. I don't know what math I'm doing there, but it's hard. I'm still getting over the first round of realignment from the last decade.
I'll tell you, like one of my takes that I will stand by is that when they do this again, we're going to see teams get kicked out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stand by that one. That when they expand again, or they become a super league, that Rutgers, Maryland, Vanderbilt, Northwestern, maybe Illinois, like some of these schools to merge with the ACC and the Big 12 are going to get kicked out of their conferences because they don't bring in enough revenue in terms of ticket sales, no matter how good they are. Like they just don't bring enough to a conference besides academics, which don't matter anymore.
Yeah. Hey, if you're one of those schools, start investing in basketball. Maybe the Big 12 will scoop you up.
Fact. That's a big time fact.
Yeah, just start messing with the basketball.
All right, is the Astros lineup, assuming Kyle Tucker's back?
Big assumption.
And we'll say not how good. How good is it? How far can it take you? Can it take you to the World Series? Can it take you to the ALCS? If you're a super Debbie Downer, can it get you to the playoffs? How far can the Astros lineup take you? That's next here on Gallant George, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Come on out, get some lunch. while you're here, we've got the Cajun charcuterie board in front of us. Tons of great stuff to go. What's your favorite so far, Sean? You got a favorite?
It's probably the smoked boudin's good. I just had a boudin ball. That was very good. The crackling's awesome. I mean, really, you can't go wrong here. It's just more about basically what the last thing I had is probably my favorite.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. That's what I've realized with Cajun food.
Can't go wrong.
Pretty much all good. I was just telling Dimitri, I was like, we just need to make sure we're here for crawfish season.
Yeah, that's
favorite
going to be
time of the year.
huge.
I
That'll
love
be
crawfish
huge.
season. That's the one that my wife and I spend so much money on crawfish.
Really?
Spend too much money on it. Like, it is one of those things where, because we turn it into, we don't want Joseph there when we go get crawfish because, well, I don't have to, I can't touch them, basically.
Yeah, the spice.
Yeah, so, I can't, cut up his food or, accidentally, grab, a French fry.
Yeah.
Because he did that once. Wasn't a big fan of the spice.
Was it? No.
No, 3-year-old spicy crawfish.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to love it.
Probably
Just,
wait until he's 5 for that. Yeah.
Yeah, to really start indoctrinating him.
Yeah.
All right, the Astros lineup right now is struggling. They are not producing in a big way. This is not something that's new. It was a struggle at the beginning of the season when they were playing their worst baseball. Even when they were at their best, they were not a 2019 or 2021, version of this lineup. It's been an up and down year. You've missed a lot of clutch at bats. You've lost a lot of one-run games this year. You've lost the extra inning games. You're just not coming through in the clutch a lot this season. And that starts at the top from Altuve all the way down to, the bottom of the order with guys like Chas McCormick, who's been I think, I don't know how much Paul's joking about the WRC plus thing. I also don't really get it.
Okay.
All I know is that Chas McCormick's last year was 152, and this year it's 58.
That's bad. That's very bad.
Because I know that it's a very good stat. It's a third of what it was.
Yes.
That's very bad.
And 100 is the average for an MLB player this year.
Yeah.
So he went from being 150 where 100's average to being 50 where 100 is still average. So yeah, that's a huge fall off, and that's really part of the problem with missing so much time or missing Kyle Tucker for so much time is that you need these guys that can't. There's a reason Chas McCormick isn't Kyle Tucker. It's because he can't do the Kyle Tucker things. Now, last year he was able to have stretches, and he was. I think now we can look back and say used very effectively by one Dusty Baker and to be put in positions to succeed. But at the same time, you can only do that for so long before the clock strikes midnight and you kind of turn back into who you are.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no other way to put it. The Dusty Baker was right about Chas.
Yes.
Dusty Baker was right, and I think everyone, I wasn't, I think, one of the more aggressive people in this market in terms of criticizing Dusty Baker last year, but for what I was annoyed with Chas McCormick, it's one of those moments where that's why I'm not in baseball, and that's why people like him are. I was wrong. I want to see Chas more, and hopefully this year is an extreme example of the struggles of Chas McCormick and that there's more of a middle ground to be had. But there are people that are hoping he gets DFA'd.
Yeah.
When they make the Jason Hayward sign official, which is not right now. Dana Brown, on his weekly radio interview today, said that he couldn't talk about Jason Hayward because he's a free agent. Yesterday, the reports is that they were nearing the deal. They were waiting for a physical to be completed. So I guess there is a chance that some physical stops this from happening. But there are people that think Chas should be sent down to AAA. And Dusty was right about him. So, but weirdly, Sean, sorry. Hey, you know what?
That's the first time this week.
It's Wednesday.
It's the first time this week.
I'm shocked it took that long.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I called my son my cat's name the other day. My parents.
That's a bad one.
My parents have done that to me, though. They've called me by the dog's name.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, why?
No, I only got every other male family member or member of my family growing up. I would always get either my uncle's name or my brother's name or something. I never got a pet name. I never got confused with a dog or a cat. I can say that and stand on that with pride.
That's good. That's good for you.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened to me. Maybe it's my parents' fault.
Not everyone's that lucky.
Yeah, maybe it's my parents' fault. Judge them.
I don't want to say whose fault it is.
Judge the Georges. Especially because my son has the same name as me. That's why it's worse. I got his
Yes,
one. That's
yes.
way worse.
Everyone's named Joe.
But let's assume Kyle Tucker is not MVP Kyle Tucker, but he's good.
All-star Kyle Tucker.
He's all-star Kyle Tucker. Not right away, but by the time the playoffs get here, how good is this lineup? How far can, if your pitching is not at its A game, can this lineup carry the Astros?
I think Kyle Tucker single-handedly takes this from. I'm going to put it at it is a spot-on average lineup without Kyle Tucker in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have 4 good hitters, good to really good hitters at the top of the lineup without Tuve, Bregman, Jordan, and I'm ready to put Yiner in that good hitter category. He's good. Everyone else is bad. Everyone else, you're hoping for a hot streak or a great night from Shea Whitcomb or Dubon to come in with a hit and runners in scoring position situation or a Caratini game. You're hoping on guys that can't do it every night. And the biggest value that you're getting in when you're swapping out either Dubon or even Myers or a McCormick, and you're putting in Kyle Tucker in his spot, is that you're adding another all-star guy who you expect to be able to do it every night. And that's what really separates these average MLB offenses into good MLB offenses. So I think Kyle Tucker makes them a good MLB offense. Now, what does that mean for them in the playoffs, and how much does that get them? Well, we saw last year
He was pretty terrible.
Kyle Tucker's bad in the playoffs. Now, I don't know if that's a lights too bright for Kyle Tucker, can't handle the big moment, or is that just a
Slump at the wrong time.
Yeah, slump at the wrong time. So I think you certainly feel better. I think the expectation with Kyle, if you just say right now, Kyle Tucker is going to be in the lineup for the Astros, producing at a average Kyle Tucker level, and that they'll have the starting pitching at what you expect from the starting pitching. I think they can still win an ALDS series and make another ALCS under those circumstances.
I think they can go farther than that still. Like,
You think
I still
you
think
think this is a World Series team that you can expect them to be a World Series team?
Maybe it's just the names. I look at the lineup, and I just say this team still. I have too much faith that they have the ability to turn it on.
Yeah.
And to, get hot at the right moment. I mean, when you have
Historically, you are right.
Yeah, I mean,
in the last 7 years, you've been right.
because people when you talk about the playoffs this year, like if just as an example, like the Baltimore Orioles, you love their young talent. Like you have to. If you're Major League Baseball, you're terrified that the Astros are slowing down and the Orioles are picking back up when you have this lineup of Gunnar Henderson and Jackson Holliday and Adley Rutschman, but they're not there yet. They haven't done it. The Yankees do not frighten me outside of 2 guys.
Yeah.
It is a 2-man lineup in which Aaron Judge struggles against the Houston Astros at times, not always. You have Juan Soto, that's great, but they're not a great team. The Kansas City Royals have never done it before. They're not a super deep offense. You have some superstar talents. But when you look at the Astros, and it's still, when healthy, it's Kyle Tucker, it's Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Yainer Diaz, 1 through 5. In the bottom of the 9th inning or in the bottom of the 8th inning, when that team is healthy, it is the best 1 through 5 in baseball, and it's probably not close when they're healthy. And that's why I still have enough of a belief that this team, if they make the playoffs, which I think they will, can go on a major run. But you need Kyle Tucker to not suck in the playoffs.
Yes, you need that. And I think it is definitely they can do it. I'm not ready to say that it's likely that they do it. I think
fair.
that's the difference. You can expect them to go so far, and they can achieve higher than that. I just don't know if it's fair to put the expectation on that. And some of that has nothing to do with the lineup. Some of that's just with the starting pitching that you're going to be having to depend on in a playoff series where we've been spoiled in years past with the abundance of very top-level starting pitching that they've had in past years where they make the World Series. Where this one, I'm not quite ready to do that with 40-year-old Justin Verlander, with Framber Valdez, with Hunter Brown, first time you're really depending on him in a postseason environment, and Yusei Kikuchi, who before he got traded to the Astros had a 5 ERA.
Yeah.
I'm just not ready to put that much faith in those guys. It's less about the lineup; it's more about those guys.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I mean, this season, this is baseball where anything can happen, as we've discussed.
Whoa. Sometimes in baseball, anything can happen. Or
Sometimes, whatever I
forgot
said.
it was.
I forgot too.
Yeah.
We need to start writing these things down.
we do.
Joeisms. Sometimes in baseball, anything can happen. But really, I mean, nothing would shock me at this point with the Astros. It would not shock me if they unravel and miss the playoffs. It would not shock me if they win the World Series. Like this team is just so hot and so cold, and there's still so much talent on it, but there's still so many holes at the same time that it really feels like the margin is so wide for what could be for the Astros this year.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the most, I don't know, volatile or the most, I guess it's the Astros team where there's the most options on the table for what could be the outcome of this season. Because in years past, by now, we're not talking about a division race. We might not even be talking about a number 1, number 2 seed race with the Houston Astros in late August, in the late 2010s. We weren't doing that, but this year is different. The last couple of years, honestly, it's been different, and I think that with the guys that they're depending on now, this is kind of the next generation of the Astros dynasty run, where this isn't the 2017 team. This isn't the 2019 team anymore. This is other than the top 4 guys in your, or really the top 3 guys in your lineup, this is a very different team than even the 2019 team.
Yeah, it's totally different. I guess top 4. No, was Tucker there in 2019?
He was there, but he wasn't a
That's right, yeah.
featured piece.
That's right. It's changed so much. It's interesting even you're starting to see some stuff about off-season conversations about who the Astros could be targeting and the future of this team.
I saw Chandler.
He said Santander.
Yeah, yeah. It was like Santander went homered against them. He's a target because he's a free agent this offseason. And I had a little bit of the, oh my God, are the Astros going to do the Doc Rivers? This guy was good against me one time, so let me sign him move, because that never really works out. But
no.
that was a very interesting piece talking about the offseason. Obviously, we're not there yet. We still have some ways to go before that. Like I said, really anything is still on the table for this team before we start talking about what they're doing in the winter.
Just a shout out here to the Best Stop for having us out today. We're out here till 6 o'clock. The food's incredible. Coming out for lunch to tell the text line that they're incorrect. From the 713, it says.
Oh, okay.
I see the Killer Bees was right. Joe George. Could be Paul George. He meant Joe George. You always have food delivered to your show, nobody else. No. Everyone else gets cold leftovers.
Oof.
Well, you know what? Texter, thanks for telling me the Killer Bees have been complaining, because now that's going to be a fact. We're going to implement a new rule.
Whoa, 2 or earlier for all food delivery.
Nope, 11:30.
I was trying to
Let's make sure if there's cold leftovers, they're real cold.
They're not even prepping yet, or when it's already cold. I like that.
All right,
I like that.
When we get back, the Athletic ranks the Texans 8th in the NFL in best skill position players. Is that a fair spot? That's next here on Gallant George, broadcasting live from the Best Stop on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes here with you until 3 o'clock. From 3 to 6, the Killer Bees will be out here to complain about me in some way, shape, or form. At least one member of them, if not two. Not Brian McDonald.
Maybe 3.
No.
I'm not letting Brian off the hook. I'm just, I don't know. Hey, you don't know. To quote John Granado, we don't know what Brian has in store. He might
also-
complain about me now.
Not a soft boy today. I need to pull up the exact wording of these tweets to make sure that I don't, share too little
Or
too
too
much,
yeah.
or incorrect information.
We value accuracy here at Gallant George, especially when Paul's out. We value accuracy when it comes to our coworkers and their health status.
Yeah. Shout out to Lance Zerline.
Lance Zerline.
He had an ablation. I think it's how you say it.
Sure.
Yesterday, which is a heart thing.
Ablation?
Ablation.
Yeah. I don't know.
But he was back at work today.
Opposite of soft boy. Maybe we should, in soft boys, we should have one hard boy. And I think Lance was a hard boy today. I think he was the hardest of all the boys.
Oh man.
Nothing on that.
No. I think I got.
No other hard
nothing
boy
on that.
nominations.
No.
Okay.
All right. So the Athletic put out their top 10 rankings for position groups. So they did everything: your top 3 wide receivers, your tight end, your running back, and your fullback. Which I don't even know.
Did they put British Brooks?
Or I guess maybe they put a little bit different for each one.
Oh yeah, it just kind
So,
of depended
so
on.
they're just your top 5 guys. So your top 10. Let's see. Number 1 is the
Niners.
Niners, which is not surprising. You've got Debo, you've got Ayuk, you've got Christian McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, who had some big moments last year, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk makes their list. So there's a little fullback love there.
There we go.
Followed by the Philadelphia Eagles at number 2, and you scroll and you scroll and you scroll, and you get to the Houston Texans, where the Athletic says they have the 8th best skill position group in the NFL. So the teams directly in front of them are the Bears and the Seahawks. Those are the 2 teams in front of them. Now this includes what this list is for the Texans is Diggs, Tank, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon. This is not a quarterback conversation. This is just the skill players. They have them at number 8. How do you feel about that?
It feels low. It feels a little bit on the low side. Like you said, they're looking directly up at the Chicago Bears, and
They're in front of. They should be in front of the Chicago Bears.
I was gonna say, you look at their wide receiver group. It's Collins, Diggs, Dell versus Odunze, or rookie, DJ Moore, who I like, he's good, Keenan Allen.
Who we like, but he's hurt all the time.
Yeah, I'm not, if we're comparing just Keenan Allen to the top 3 on the Texans, I'm not sure if he's second, or he's not second. He's probably not third.
He's probably 4th.
Yeah, he's probably 4th on the Texans guys. And then you got Cole Kmet versus Dalton Schultz, which
That's kind of a wash.
yeah,
I feel like
that's a wash
Yeah.
to me. And DeAndre Swift versus Mixon.
I'll take Mixon.
Yeah, that's another one where it's close.
Yeah.
You could talk me into either side, but for the most part, it's a wash. So I don't really understand why they're below the Bears. The Vikings were another one that kind of caught my eye because
The Vikings, I think, is crazy.
It's Justin Jefferson, awesome, best guy on the list probably. Then you got Jordan Addison, who I like, second-year receiver. But then it really falls off a cliff with Brandon Powell, who has an asterisk by his name. T.J. Hawkinson, who I believe
He's on the
IR, right? Yeah. I wasn't sure if he was on PUP or IR.
He's on the 4-week IR.
And then you got Aaron Jones. Aaron
got
Jones
cut.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron Jones got cut?
No, by Green Bay.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant by the Vikings. And Aaron Jones versus Joe Mixon. That's another one where I slight lean to Jones.
Yeah, I lean towards Aaron Jones. I was surprised the Packers moved on from him, but they got Josh Jacobs,
Yeah,
I get it.
It's a lot of moving parts to get a little
Yeah.
bit better at the running back position, but that's the.
What about
probably
the Seahawks?
Vikings are the one I'm most upset about.
Yeah, I think the Vikings is the most wrongly placed because
Yeah.
they should be behind both Seattle, Chicago, and
Yeah.
Houston. I know Justin Jefferson's that high.
Who's 9? They might be.
But, like-
they might be below. The Bengals are 9. They might be below the Bengals.
Yeah, so the Bengals is tough because of who their 3rd wide receiver is. Zach Moss is listed there as starting running back, which I
Yeah.
don't even know if he will be. It could be the kid from Illinois that they drafted last year,
Brown.
Chase Brown, who I like a lot. And I expect him to be the main running back at some point in Cincinnati this year.
Yeah.
So Minnesota should be farther back. What about Houston versus Seattle? DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, JSN, Noah Fant, Kenneth Walker. I like Kenneth Walker more than Mixon.
Yes. Fant versus all these tight ends, unless it's at the very top of the list.
I think Schultz is definitely in front of Fant.
I think I can't get too upset about it. I agree with you. This is another one like some of the running
Fant
backs
feels
where
like Kyle Pitts hype. Like we've been talking about Noah Fant in fantasy football for years. He gets cut, he gets picked up.
Yeah.
Everyone wants a piece of Noah Fant.
Everyone's had Noah Fant on their fantasy team,
and he sucks.
Yeah.
He's just not, and he's supposed to be good. But I mean, he was a major trade piece in the Russell Wilson deal, and he just hasn't done anything since he got to Seattle. Really, DK Metcalf is really the only guy who you can make a real argument is definitively better than any of the Texans wide receivers. And I'd be willing to make that argument. I think I'd put him in front of Nico and Diggs at this point. I'm a big DK Metcalf guy. So I think maybe he's not as consistent, but I like DK a lot.
I think it's close. It depends. Yeah, I wish either Collins had one more year like he had last year under his belt to make it to really make the case for Collins. But it's a little bit, he was, 1 year. We don't know where to put him. And then Diggs, it's another, he had a weird year last year. So, yeah, DK being the best out of the Texans group it isn't crazy. I also don't think it's that far. It's not like a Jefferson or Chase distance between these guys.
Yeah, I mean, so I would put the Texans at fifth, the fifth best position skill group in the NFL. The Rams are better. The Dolphins are better. The Dolphins are top-heavy, but they're better.
Yeah, and the Dolphins, they didn't even throw in Achane on there.
Yeah, I would put him instead of one of the wide receivers.
Yeah, instead of Odell
list.
Beckham.
And then when they wrote this, I think he was not on the IR.
I think even then putting Odell Beckham on this list is crazy.
People still hype him up like he is this incredible football player. He's just not.
No.
The Eagles, very fair.
Yeah.
Their depth isn't there, but they're elite, obviously, this year, and so are the 49ers.
They also have Paris Campbell instead of Dotson as their
receiver. So this was before the trade.
Yeah.
And just when you have Saquon Barkley, it just puts you in a different category.
Yeah, those two receivers.
Dallas Goedert's great.
Yeah. Those two receivers, Goddard and Barkley, that's honestly probably not Niners, but they're pretty close to Niners.
Yes. What's your thoughts on Saquon Barkley in fantasy football this year? On a side note, are you done with? I don't know if you're done drafting yet.
No, I have one more this weekend.
Yeah, I do too. I won on Monday on Labor Day. Dude, I think I'm an anti-Barkley guy.
It's tough. Yeah, it's also because I'm very much either you're picking a guy with a top 5 pick at running back, or you're waiting for a third round guy. Where I like going more boomer, but I mean we talked about Achane earlier with the Dolphins. That's more of the type that I'm looking for. Where Barkley, I'm not sure what the plan on the goal line is.
That's why, to me, that's the problem with Barkley, as like why he's not a first-round running back in fantasy football this year, is because I just don't. The tush push is so effective.
Yeah.
But it also jeopardizes Jalen Hurts every time they do it.
Also, they're losing Kelsey as part of that combination with the tush push. So there's just so much unknown there where it might be a situation where they're no longer doing the tush push with Jalen Hurts, or they're doing it less often, and so Barkley is going to get more of that goal line work than you maybe would expect, or he could be getting less because they're still doing the tush push, and he's now getting vultured by his quarterback. So it is a tough spot. It's more of a situation of just where the board is at that point in the draft. I prefer kind of the wide receivers in that range to running back, so I'm kind of avoiding the position as a whole there.
Yeah.
It's less about Barkley himself, although there are question marks.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with them. Like, it's why the Eagles are one of the more interesting teams in the NFL this year. Like, you think about the Sirianni stuff that has come out.
Yeah.
And where now they're changing the offense. They bring in Saquon Barkley. It is just they lost Kelsey. I think it was brought. You brought that up, but like they still should have a great.
They should still have one of the best lines in the league.
And Kelsey can come back whenever they want him to, basically.
Can he?
I would assume so.
Well, isn't he busy podcasting?
And doing Monday Night Football?
Yeah, he can't. The man signed a contract.
Yeah,
he can't. He better learn how to multitask and better learn how to use Zoom, buddy. Yeah, I think I think with all the retired guys, I think you do give them about a year to come back. Same thing with Aaron Donald. Talk about you had a throwaway kind of line last week, or not last week, last show, talking about how much you love the Rams, even though they lost Donald.
He can come back whenever.
If we're still talking about J.J. Watt coming back for the Texans, I think Donald can roll out of bed and play for the Rams this year if he really wants to.
Dude, we'll
I
be
just
doing
don't know
that
if he wants to.
We'll be doing the Aaron Donald conversation for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
He's young.
Yeah, he left at the.
We're in year
still
2 of
top his
J.J.
game.
Watt.
Yeah, and J.J. Watt we saw a diminished version of himself as an NFL player. We never saw that with Aaron Donald.
All right, before we get to our NFL countdown in the next segment, a couple quick Astros updates here from Chandler Rome. Joe Espada was just speaking with the media before today's game. Jason Hayward is taking his physical today with the Astros. So both Jason Hayward and Ryan Presley are possibilities to be activated tomorrow here in Houston as they get ready to take on the Kansas City Royals. Hunter Brown, Fromber, Yusei Kikuchi, and Ronald Blanco will be the 4 starters in that series. So you can't ask for much more when they take on the Orioles, trying to salvage one game in this series today, coming up at 3:05. It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Gallant George broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy right now, because crushing some Boudin balls. Let's go for number 2 right now.
Yeah, really what the listeners need to know, since I don't think we're on stream. The video's not on
the video's
stream.
not on it.
really,
Honestly, it's better because I'm stuffing my face.
all we're doing is eating with a show in the middle of
Yes.
the breaks of eating.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I guess we have to talk,
Yes.
but like maybe we add some time to these breaks so I can eat more.
Yeah, Austin, get to work on that.
All right, what's going on in the NFL? The Pittsburgh Steelers have officially announced that Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback for them this year, so that just leaves the New England Patriots as the only team without a starting quarterback officially.
Yes. The Russ Wilson starting with the Steelers. It's interesting, I guess. I think we touched on this earlier this week, where to me it says a little bit more about Justin Fields not being able to take the competition by the horns with Russ missing most of the training camp, and we kind of know what Wilson is at this point in his career. So it was a real good opportunity for Fields to be a Week 1 starter again, but couldn't make that happen. I assume that both these guys are going to play some point this year because I don't have that high of hopes for Wilson. I think at some point in the season they're going to want a refresh, add a little bit of juice to their offense, and at the very least, Fields can run. So they're probably going to still be bad, but bad in a different way.
Also, we forgot 8 days left until the season starts.
8 days left.
Yeah, Troy Aikman, Steve Young,
Yes.
David Carr,
Matt
Matt
Schaub.
Schaub, elite quarterbacks.
Yeah. Lamar,
Archie Manning.
Matt Hasselbeck, and we get into the Mariota zone pretty
Daniel
fast.
Jones.
We get into the Mariota zone very fast.
You know how many Bears
Sam Bradford.
See how many Bears quarterbacks I can name? Rex Grossman, Kyle Orton, Cade McCown.
Oh my God, this is a terrible number.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that were number
Jason
8.
Campbell was a Bears quarterback, right?
Yeah, he was.
There's a spot there in the
So was Cordell
2000s.
Stewart.
There's a spot there in the 2000s where I feel like every journeyman quarterback had a couple starts with the Bears.
I think they all either came through Chicago or through Houston, because you've got like Delhomme, Matt
Delhomme.
Leinart, like all these like random one-offs, and then you have obviously Fitzpatrick and T.J. Yates and all these guys.
Forgot Mike Glennon.
Oh, yep.
I had to scroll up farther to get to Matt Glennon.
So number 8's for the Texans. Yeah, Matt Schaub, David Carr.
Kubiak, back
John
when he
Mechie.
played, didn't play for the Texans, but he wore number 8.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Did he play?
Yeah.
Is he a good baller? Was he a baller?
He played at my high school, the high school I went to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 30 years before I went there.
So I'm guessing his kids didn't go there, right? Like they didn't stay in the area?
but at least he wasn't our age.
Yeah.
Or the kids weren't our age. Clint and
Yeah.
I forgot the other Kubiak brothers.
Clint's got to be my age.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit older.
Yeah. He's not that much older than you, Sean. Come on. I mean, I'm trying to make it sound like I'm Paul here right now, just like disrespecting my age. I got no grays.
No, you do not have any gray hairs.
Like 1 or 2 random ones, but
Yeah, it's a little tough with the light, too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they're really
true.
highlighting them.
We didn't include this one in Soft Boys, but I thought it was very funny. You also nominated every reporter that was forced by agents to include how
yeah.
much interest players getting cut have,
Yes.
including Gable Stevenson, who's been now cut by the WWE
Yes.
and an NFL
who's
team.
never actually been an NFL player, but
Yeah.
Gable Stevenson somehow is expected
Olympic
to,
gold medalist, if you don't know who he is.
Yes, to at least land on a practice squad with the Bills who cut him or somewhere else. Just going through, let's see, Ian Rappaport says Kadarius Toney's going to has a market elsewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Brett Rippon, Tom Paracello's carrying his water. Tom Paracello is also carrying the water of Bailey Zappi. Mike Garofolo with Louis Sean. You got Jeremy Fowler with Terrence Marshall, who said he had the former second-round pick, had a great camp, but he got cut by the worst team in the league, the Carolina Panthers, who need all the receivers they can get. Garofolo also carrying the water for Greg Stroman.
Who?
Marcus Stroman's brother. I don't know if that's true. And yes, Gable Stevenson also getting a ton of interest, just not by the team that watched him play for a month.
Yeah. The one move I thought was a little interesting today, actually, was Samaje Perine, who I still have like a little bit of hope for.
Yeah.
Has been signed by the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that's an interesting depth move for them. Because Pacheco is fun to watch, but like that's they had to go back to the Jerick McKinnon a couple times.
I think if Perine can be better McKinnon, they're in a good spot. I do think we're guilty of this, though. Just not just me, not just you. I think NFL fans as a whole, of whenever the Chiefs sign anybody who's a running back or a receiver, you think, oh, get this guy with Mahomes. Like, this
Yeah.
guy's going to cook. And we've kind of seen, I mean, I just mentioned Kadarius Toney got cut. They've cut McCole Hardman, and then he went to the Jets, got cut from there, and then went back to the Chiefs. Juju Smith-Schuster just got signed by the Chiefs again. So
I don't know if it's
we keep eating
Photoshop.
the cheese with this.
I don't know if it's Photoshop, but there's this photo going around of Juju meeting with the media, and you could see the Chiefs logo under his Patriots jersey. So I don't know if he knew it was happening, or it was just the workout shirt he threw on that day.
I don't know. But if you're on an NFL team, you don't wear the former NFL team workout shirt.
Yeah.
You have plenty of workout shirts.
I don't even know where to start with Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones has been super feisty lately.
Yeah.
He basically said CeeDee Lamb can say whatever he wants now that the deal is done, or we
He
got
sure
the deal
can.
done so he can say whatever he wants about me, which also is a great business model. Hey, he can trash me all he
Yeah.
wants. I don't care. I just paid him $34 million to be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL.
If you want to credit Jerry Jones for gesturing at everything that Jerry Jones does for the last 30 years, it is that he allows himself to be the lightning rod, which I can see at a certain point does take the eyes off of the player. So he is wearing some of the bad press that most ownership groups aren't comfortable wearing.
All right, what else? There's something else from Jerry Jones that you got for us,
Yes,
Sean.
he had a quote with Clarence Hill
Be
Jr.
careful reading this one, though.
I
That's
will.
Spicy.
Jerry Jones really gave a pretty good defense of his GM abilities. He said, quote, "I've done it all, so I have an inordinate amount of confidence that bleep, if anyone can figure out how to get this bleep done, I can figure out how to get it done. I've been there every which way from Sunday. I've busted my ass a bunch. And there's nobody living that's out cutting and shooting that can't give you a bunch of times they've busted their ass. So hell no, there's nobody that could bleep and come in here and do all the contracts and be GM better than I can. Plus, I'm where the buck stops. When it bleeps up, I got to cover it. And so there, you can't give anybody enough. I can't give. There's nobody that can do it."
All right, Jerry.
Jerry Jones.
Just also, win some playoff games before you start talking like this. What?
That is true, but come on. That was an old man being like, no,
Also,
I'm not giving up.
It's tough to say things like this when you're so public and we know so much. You
No one-
tried to draft Johnny Manziel.
No one can do it. He tried to draft Paxton Lynch, too.
That's
no
worse.
No one can do it. No one can do it like Jerry does it. You're sitting here from the side. Have you ever been a GM?
Yeah.
Jerry Jones has been a GM
I won my
for 30
fantasy.
years.
I've won more playoff games in fantasy football than Jerry has in real football.
Okay.
Okay. Joe George better than Jerry Jones.
Okay, congratulations.
You're welcome.
Congratulations. I don't know why I came to such a strong defense of Jerry Jones.
I don't either.
I love the quote. I love
No,
the quote.
I just appreciate Jerry Jones and how much of a content factory he is pretty consistently.
Yes.
Honestly, it's very rarely you get a GM or an owner that is that outspoken. I wish there was more of it because
Yes.
even though he is in this quote was aggressive in defending himself, I just think the sports would be more fun if there was more personality
Yes.
from the people that own the teams. And
When you talk about it and you view this as kind of a show that we're all watching, the NFL is just a giant show that everyone's watching every week. Jerry Jones is a key character in that show, and he's a character that has obviously takes up a lot of airspace, and I think it's great. And I think if he ever steps away from the public eye, or obviously it's no secret he's getting up there, and when Jerry Jones is no longer a character in the show of the NFL, we either need someone to step up, or we're going to lose a lot when Jerry Jones steps away from the spotlight.
all right, when we get back, let's check in what's going on around the AFC South. We're going to take a look back at the quarterback tiers list that we discussed yesterday. There's actually a video up on our YouTube channel and on social media. Sean and I talking about C.J. Stroud being ranked as the 8th best quarterback in the NFL by GMs, execs, and head coaches. We'll take a look at some of the not so flattering reviews of the other quarterbacks in the AFC South. That's next here on Gallant George, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Come on out, get your food ready for college football season, NFL, tailgates at home, whatever you want to do. You got the full shopping area. Come down and sit here for lunch as well. It's a very cool place. Very, very. There's very few places I would drive an hour for. I'll be honest, this might get close to it.
Yeah, from League City to here, about an hour. Only a little over 20 from the Heights for me. So it was. It's one of those where it's very long in a straight line, but it doesn't take that. Wasn't too long of a drive, and yeah,
It's always like it's just
skip
like
breakfast.
Yeah,
I skipped breakfast just because I knew what was coming.
and like it was just it was an easy drive, so that always makes like if you have like a long drive like that,
Yeah.
if it's easy,
Just I-10 the entire way.
All right, so the quarterback tiers, C.J. Stroud came in at 8th in Tier 2 for the NFL. 50 anonymous head coaches, executives, GMs. Mike Sando puts this list together every single year. And we talked about C.J. quite a bit yesterday. I saw our YouTube video up right now on ESPN 975. Sean and I talking about his ranking and where it kind of falls and if it's right. But Trevor Lawrence, let's look at the South side, the AFC South. Trevor Lawrence falls in at number 16. He dropped 7 spots. It was the biggest drop from anyone from 2023 to 2024.
Dropped an
when
entire tier.
An entire tier. I mean, Trevor Lawrence just not even having to fully look at the list. 16th best quarterback in the NFL after last year. I'm good with that.
Feels
he
right.
fumbles too much. He picks. Like, it's tough.
He feels like pretty much the epitome of what the average NFL quarterback is, where there are times where you see the talent and there are throws that he can make that are very impressive. But at the same time, like you said, the fumbling and then the decision-making with the ball sometimes leaves you wanting a little bit more. So I think him falling in the range where he's right above Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr.
Yeah, it's not a list you want to be around.
And he's right under Tua. Jordan Love, who this is another thing where we talked with DJ BNMA about this with CJ's ranking. Jordan Love, only 1 year
and really
on tape.
half a year.
Yeah,
because he was
good
pretty,
football.
Yeah.
Half a year of good football on tape. And so he clocks in at 14, Cousins 13. That's what makes Trevor Lawrence at 16. It makes sense. It feels right that he should have dropped after last year. I think he's kind of in a little bit of the spot where a lot of young quarterbacks are, where they are super hyped, especially the first-round ones coming in. And you do get a little bit of benefit of the doubt of, well, he was a number 1 pick, so we'll give him time to figure it out. I think he has now officially moved past we're giving him time to figure it out. He should have figured it out
It's
already.
time for him to start winning football games.
Yeah, so now he gets judged not just on potential, or the potential isn't baked in to what you're judging him off of. You're being judged off of what he does, and he hasn't done enough so far.
Yeah, and he also got a pass, obviously, for Urban Meyer, and that holds debacle his rookie year. I thought this quote was interesting. They said there is something that Burrow has, that Josh Allen has, that Mahomes has, that borders on cocky, that I don't feel with Herbert or Lawrence. A defensive coach said, I don't know if it's confidence or poise or command. Maybe I'm misjudging that with just humility. But I kind of agree. Like, there's a certain level of ego, cockiness, swag, whatever you want to call it, that the best quarterbacks in the NFL have, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Mahomes or, CJ has done that. I think there's a line to be crossed where you don't want to be too cocky. Mm-hmm. You just want to be, you want to exude confidence. Maybe it's just his demeanor, but I just don't get that from Trevor Lawrence at all. I don't get any, I'm the dude, give me the ball vibes from Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit of an MFer. To be one of these guys. I mean, Tom Brady, one of the biggest ones in recent history, where you need a little bit of, it's a little bit of a played out cliche, but you need a little bit of killer instinct in you, and I think that is something that Lawrence, I think the defensive coach is right, that Lawrence and Herbert are probably the 2 examples of the guys that have all the tools. It is just something, maybe it's just their personality, maybe it is poise, whatever it is, that you feel like you don't get that kind of killer streak that you have in a Burrow and Mahomes and Josh Allen, where sometimes it is making the reckless throw, but as a calculated risk that you're making to that's the only way to beat the defense, what the defense is throwing at you in that particular play.
All right, coming in at tied for 26th is Anthony Richardson and Will Levis. They are tied for 26 on this list. There are 30 quarterback rankings on here. Yes,
because they don't rank the rookies.
Yes, they don't rank the rookies. And if you hadn't been starting, which actually that's why I'm surprised Sam Darnold was even on this list because he didn't play last year.
Yeah,
it's almost like unfair to put him in on here at all.
Yeah, him and Brissett are 29 and 30.
Yeah, but Will Levis and Anthony Richardson tied at 26th on this list. Now, Will Levis is an interesting read because he started 9 games last year, and most of the quotes in here are he's made some impressive throws. He's done a couple things that we really like to see. The raw tape is nice. He hasn't played enough.
Yeah.
Versus Richardson, you see things like they call him erratic. And it's clear that some of these quotes, Shane Steichen built an offense and some really unique stuff. We saw glimpses, but Richardson kept getting hurt. I don't know what changes this year. I don't see a path for him to have a successful offense with this quarterback without putting him at continued risk for injury. So that's essentially saying, the only way for the Colts to be good is to run the ball with Anthony Richardson. And I tend to agree. I think he can have big plays down the field, but to open up those big plays, you're going to need to see Richardson run the ball. He played in 4 games last year. He completed 1 of them.
Yes.
1.
And there's some of that where I do wonder, is that just a bad luck thing? I mean, another guy who misses a lot of time, Joe Burrow, where we don't know, and Burrow has a little bit more of an extensive injury history just because he's been in the league for 5 years now, but there's a little bit of the, is the wrist injury last year, is that an injury-prone thing, or is that just, hey, things happen when you're playing in the NFL, you get nicked up here or there, where Anthony Richardson, the sample size with Richardson is so small, not just evaluating his play on the field, but also just can he stay healthy? Was it just a couple bad breaks? It was just he hit his head on the NRG turf and had to miss time.
Yeah.
There is some of that too there. But obviously, being a guy who only played 13 games in college and then playing 4 games in your rookie year in the NFL, you are kind of behind the 8 ball because there's so little tape on you, not just tape on you, but tape of you to really hang your hat on to support you.
Yeah, and it's one of those funny things that with injuries, if it keeps you out for a year, I typically don't put that in the injury-prone conversation. That, to me, feels more of the bad luck.
Yeah.
So even Anthony Richardson's injury that kept him out for the year, I'm not going to hold against him. Joe Burrow as
It was
well.
a shoulder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the little ones. It's like what Will Fuller dealt with, or Richardson the first 3 games, getting hit in the head and then having another soft tissue injury and a shoulder injury mixed in there before the big one. It's like that to me is where there's this difference between injury-prone and bad luck. At some point, I guess if you're keeping out for seasons at a time like Will Fuller, you are just injury prone.
And there's a little bit of where I push back a little bit on the coach that said, the only way to play for or to have a successful offense with this with Richardson is to put him at continued risk of injury. I think short term, yes, but again, he just played so little that I'm not actually sure what he's good at, just because he hasn't been on the field so long. So yes, obviously we all know the combine numbers. You can just look at them and say, use his athletic gifts to build an offense. But is that part of it is because he's so inexperienced that you're just leaning on that and not more of the kind of quarterbacky kind of quarterbacking, and maybe he can do that and him being dealing with the injuries that he dealt with last year, he's going to kind of be forced to be more of the traditional pocket passer, and he has to develop that part of his game.
And I don't know if this is a bad decision way to view quarterbacks in the NFL, but after what happened with Josh Allen and the way that he developed so dramatically in his career, it is hard still to look at someone like Anthony Richardson with the arm talent he has, the athletic ability, and not think that with the right coaching, he's going to figure it out. For every Josh Allen, there's a Justin Fields.
Yes.
But I still...
And I think that the Allen thing, we got to be careful with it because I think every year, probably the last 3 or maybe 3 of the last 4 years, because Pickett was only a first rounder in 22. But at all these drafts, there is one guy who kind of gets slapped with the like, oh, it worked for Josh Allen, this really toolsy physical guy.
Yes.
I mean, Drake May got hit with this past draft. Richardson in his draft got hit with it. Levis to a lesser extent kind of got hit with that too. And before that, Trey Lance was like that, where it's a guy who has these physical attributes. He looks like he can be one of these quarterbacks that get comped to Josh Allen, Cam Newton, that kind of physical presence at that position. So far, I mean, it's early for all these guys. Hasn't really worked out for anyone other than Josh Allen, where you take a guy who hasn't been able to be a efficient passer and make him an efficient passer. I mean, even Will Levis, who all the quotes are about how boom or bust he is and some of the throws he can make, he's not a very efficient down in, down out quarterback right now at this time. He really wasn't that in college. Some of that was injuries that he dealt with, or that his team dealt with while he was at Kentucky. But he hasn't really shown to be that efficient, move the sticks kind of quarterback. He is a deep ball to DeAndre Hopkins, and let's see if he catches it.
All right, when we get back, we'll get back into the Astros. We're going to power rank our confidence of the Astros rotation, the bullpen, 1 through 5, 6 through 9 in the bench. What are you the least confident in for the rest of the season? The lineup's out. We'll get to that as well. Yordan Alvarez batting second today as they moved around a lineup around just a little bit with Yainer Diaz getting a rest day. We'll get into all that next here on Gallant George, broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Text line asks, or says, I bleep and love boudin balls. Are they any good, Joe? Yes. They're very, very good.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. Very tasty.
They didn't ask me, but yes, I can back up Joe's. They are very, very good.
It's always kind of awkward when the texters only address one of us.
I get it, because, I'm filling in.
I know, but
more used to just asking you.
Normally they just ask Paul.
Oh, yeah?
It's the Gallant Show with Joe and Sean. Like they pretend I'm not here. But then again, maybe we are confusing people based off the text earlier when someone called me Paul George. Like maybe they think we're one person with two voices.
I know. I didn't think about how confusing that could be. I didn't put those pieces together.
Weren't you the one that said why don't we just call it the Paul George show?
Maybe I did.
As a joke.
Maybe I did say that. Maybe I did. And then it's such a great idea, I forgot it.
All right, so some Astros notes for today. Joe Espada says that that Jason Hayward is taking his physical today. It's possible that both Ryan Presley and Jason Hayward will be activated tomorrow. There are reports out there that Chas McCormick is the player being sent down to AAA. This is one of those butt moments.
Oh.
No offense, but it's
no.
not from like a really credible reporter. It is someone with a lot of followers, so I'm not totally sure what to make of the report that Chas is the one being sent down, but it's out there.
I think it's safe to say it is a rumor until maybe this is a little Big J bias, but isn't until a McTaggart or Rome or Kawahara, until one of these guys say it. I'm going to throw it in rumor category. It may be a guy who has connections that is floating this rumor, but I'm not quite ready to say it's McCormick yet.
Yes, not quite yet. And then the Astros lineup today for their game that's coming up here at 3:05 with Spencer Arrighetti on the mound is Altuve will lead off. Jordan Alvarez will bat second as the DH, followed by Alex Bregman at third. So Gremlin's not an issue.
Yeah.
Pena, Caratini, Gamble, Myers, DeZenzo, Dupont is your lineup today. So Yainer Diaz getting a day off. So Joe Espada really going to upset some Astros fans and media types with sitting once again your best players in critical series. So we've now seen Jordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve, Yainer Diaz. At the same time, like they do need days off.
Yeah, this is a stretch with games they're playing every day. I do understand that. This is a very critical part of the season. Maybe this is the part where they have to play all the days in a row, and then once they start getting to those Los Angeles Angels, Oakland A's series, that's when you can mix in the rest days. But I think, especially it being a day game, I'm not super upset that you're sitting one of these guys.
No. Also, at some point, just like the rest of the team just needs to do their job.
Yeah.
Win some baseball games. Get some runs in. Get some run support. And they scored 2 runs in the last 2 days. Lost 3-2 and 5-0. Get a win, and you can rest guys when you secure the AL West. You don't have to go for a bye. Like I don't care if they have the bye in the first round. At this point, I've resigned to the idea that as of now, you'd be playing the Cleveland Guardians, I believe it is, in the playoffs. Now that the Royals are the 1 seed. No, it's the Minnesota Twins. So right now, Carlos Correa and the Twins would be coming to Houston.
Rematch of last year's ALDS?
Yeah, for a 3-game series. If the season ended today, that's what it would be. But going to the playoffs, the rest of the season, let's do some power rankings here.
Okay. Love some power rankings radio.
So you have the rotation.
Yes.
The bullpen.
We do.
The 1 through 5 in the lineup.
Love that. I like that.
Yeah, we're going to split it up a little bit. And then 6 through 9 and the bench.
Nice.
So you get a couple more players there, a lot less talent. What are you most confident in? What's number 1 on your list?
And this is the 1 through 5, assuming Tucker's
with
Tucker back, healthy,
yeah,
reasonable production.
Yes, not MVP production, just good production.
I think it's tough because for a large part of the season, this was such a big question mark, and it's where they've had the most injuries this season. But I think it's the rotation. I think the rotation number 1 right now with how they've been pitching since all these different stats have a different date attached to them because they're so cherry picked. But
they're like positively moving the goalpost.
Yes, it is like let's just cut off that part where someone gave up 9 runs in the first inning, and since then they've had the best ERA in baseball, and that's the case with the Astros. Is that since most of these are in July, so I'll just say since July they've had the best starter ERA in baseball, and at a certain point you just have to start believing that. And I think especially once we get in, and we talked about this a little bit in the first couple segments, once it gets to the nut crunching time in the postseason, or when they do have to move back to a 5-man rotation, that
you can
it's
complain later.
Be,
you'll get food, don't worry.
Arrigetti's no longer going to be in that rotation, and the 1 through 5. Then I feel really good about.
The Astros team ERA in August. This one's easier because it's at least
August. There we go.
2.78. Number one in baseball.
Number one in baseball.
The Rays,
by
number
a good
two.
amount.
Yeah, 3.16 ERA for the Rays is number 2. I mean, gosh, some of these teams are just. Can you imagine the White Sox? They have almost a 6 ERA in August.
That's not good.
I'm with you. I think I put the Astros number 1. The rotation.
Starters, yeah.
Starter number 1 of like what I'm most confident in right now, even as Kyle Tucker returns.
Yeah.
Just because. Kikuchi has been so impressive since he joined it. Hunter Brown, I'm all in on. Justin Verlander, we'll get there. Fromber has a below 1.5 ERA. Over the last month, he's been incredible. Really since June 18th when everything started to turn around for the Astros. So I put the rotation number 1. I'm going to follow that up with the 1 through 5 in the lineup, like when Kyle Tucker's back. Like it's still so good. It's so good. And it's hard not to put them first just because of the talent that's there. And part of it's like the recognition of Kyle Tucker versus like a Kikuchi. It's like you take those guys, but the pitching's been so good this season after that really disastrous start that first month and a half. So I would go. I believe in the rotation the most, then the 1 through 5 of the lineup, followed very closely by the bullpen, and then the 6 through 9 and the bench is just a disaster.
yeah. That I started with the bottom of the lineup and the bench. That's last. That is just I have zero confidence in that, and I think I am right in line with you. I really wish we could have disagreed somewhere on this. Maybe I should have lied and moved something around. But I think part of the reasons that assuming a healthy Tucker, and if you're going to pencil him in for what he was doing the first 60 games of the season, or the first 60 that he played this season. He had a 979 OPS. Like, you're dropping in one of the best players in baseball. He had 19 home runs in 60 games when he was healthy this season. So I think there's a chance that Kyle Tucker, since he's been out so long, has kind of become underrated with how good he was to start the season. And if you're getting that if he rejoins this lineup, I think you or at least I trust that, and you agree with me that you trust that a little bit more than this bullpen, who is very good, but at the same time you get to having to depend on Taylor Scott, Ryan Presley when he comes back, and Hector Neris, who got cut 2 weeks ago. You have to depend on them pretty fast after after Hader and Abreu.
I mean, he's sprinting though, so that's good.
He is close to sprinting around the base.
It's weird. I thought we got sprinting yesterday.
No. He's running, right?
I thought they said he was sprinting yesterday. I think Joe Espada did.
Let me double check that, because I do remember remember sprinting. There was a story about sprinting.
But then in typical Astros fashion.
Oh, he has. Okay, Joe Espada says from yesterday, just so we have it chronologically right. Joe Espada says Kyle Tucker has been sprinting in the outfield and could be close to running the bases, which is the final hurdle before rehab assignments. What was the report today?
Dana Brown says he's pretty much sprinting.
Pretty much sprinting.
So.
But not around the bases.
And his leg is not in shape. Or his legs. The first time I read it, I thought it said legs. So I was like, oh, he's just like working out one at a time. It's like.
His legs aren't in shape?
I mean, he's not.
They're fat?
They're not in shape.
He has cankles now?
But he said Dana Brown said once he gets his legs in shape, it's go time. Okay. And Dana Brown also said, I'm still optimistic of him coming back in the first 10 days of September.
I remember when optimistic that was before September. Now we're at first 10
Sean,
days.
I still remember when it was optimistic. It was 2 days.
Okay, yes. I'm willing to. I'm willing to move on for that because it's been so long and the wounds have healed there. But this timeline.
It's funny, like the how they're moving it back just like a little bit now.
It was the first week of September.
Because it was the first week of September, and
then
now it's
10
the
days.
first 10 days of September. So maybe I'm gonna be optimistic here.
Before the 15th is when
is that he will return to the Sugarland Space Cowboys lineup the first week of September, and by September 10th he will be back in the Astros lineup. That's how I'm gonna try to be optimistic about this Dana Brown quote, since Dana Brown is optimistic as well.
When he comes back, we should accumulate all the Dana Brown, all the Kyle Tucker updates we've gotten from Dana Brown, just as an in memoriam of the storyline that's taken up most of the Astros season.
Also, Dana Brown said that where'd my Twitter account go? He is cutting through cones and things like that. He's pretty much back.
He's not pretty much back.
He's not pretty much back.
We're still talking about 10 days from now.
Yeah,
we hope
that's
he's
not-
back.
Yeah, that's like 13 days from now, potentially. Like this is, I know they're trying, but I just the optimism. I guess I give him credit for being optimistic.
I don't give him credit for that because they have to be optimistic.
No, because you've heard Dana Brown, like his tone change when talking about the guys. I guess it's because they're out for the season.
Yes,
you
that's
could
why.
you could hear it in their voice, like the dejection when talking about Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia. But so maybe within the next 10 days, Kyle
Maybe.
Tucker will be
We're
back.
optimistic in the next 10 days. Ignore the fact that we're optimistic that was going to be the first week of September. Ignore the fact that we were optimistic that was going to be by the end of August. Ignore the fact that we're optimistic that it would be by the end of July. Before that, it was going to be a couple days. Ignore all that.
As long as he's back for the playoffs. At this point, like make the playoffs, get back for the playoffs.
Use September as a rehab assignment just on the MLB roster.
Yeah. Instead of he doesn't need. Once again, I'll double down. He does not need to go to Sugarland. There's no reason for Kyle Tucker to be in Sugarland. He is better than Chas McCormick. He should just stay up there. Now, it is totally fine to do your rehab assignment while you play the Los Angeles Angels. They are a minor league baseball team.
Yes.
All right, when we get back, a deep steel blue pill for you, and Hard Knocks is over. We'll get to that next year. Live from the best stop in Katy on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so Hard Knocks is finally over.
No, there's one more episode.
Oh, is there one more episode?
There's got to be one more episode for final cuts. Come on.
I just assumed it was over since they don't show the cuts anymore. It's just so weird that like the cut day now, since it's all in one day. Like Adam Schefter keeps tweeting Hard Knocks spoiler.
Yeah.
When you knew watching the show last night, half the guys that they were showing got cut. Actually, I think all of them got cut except for the guy that tore his ACL.
Yeah, he just got IR'd.
Yeah, that sucks. I thought this was the best episode by far.
My note on this was, wait, Hard Knocks was actually kind of good? ?
Yeah. It's funny that I noticed this yesterday because after all the they can't swear thing came out last week.
Out of respect for the McCaskies.
Because of the old episodes are still on there, it's still listed as TVMA, even though it's G this season.
Yeah, it is pretty G actually. I was ready to give it a PG 13, but I don't even think it's PG 13.
Yeah, I think it's G.
Yeah, it's pretty G.
I mean, except for the bad singing. Like the bad.
Yeah,
singing.
honestly, the running back.
This one was fun.
I forgot the running back who
Yeah.
was featured in today. The med school running back that was featured in this week's episode. But when I heard the song choice, I was like, "Wow, they're gonna do a lot. They're gonna have to do a lot of editing on this song that he chose for karaoke to live by the no swearing rule." And
Yeah.
I guess they did a good job. But yeah, I thought it was a good episode. I think highlighting this guy was a good choice, and he's an interesting guy. The relationship between him and the running back coach was pretty interesting. I could have done.
I didn't know they had a female running back coach.
Yeah,
That was cool. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. But I will say the episode did get off to a rough start when we were talking about Caleb Williams learning how to spike and watching the film on
The Vikings, I think it was.
I forgot if it was the Vikings or the Raiders spiking the ball and
Yeah, it was the
Vikings,
Vikings, yeah.
taking a thank you from the peanut gallery, taking a step back and getting a grounding call because that guy took like 4 steps
Yeah,
back
that was
and
cute, yeah.
spiked it. And then they went from that straight into the backup quarterbacks doing different celebrations on the sideline.
Then to
and
them going to the Sears Tower.
and with the Ferris Bueller day off music, that part I could have lived without.
Yeah, you could tell they were stretching.
That's when I started my notes with lowest points because I thought it was going to be a
yeah.
pretty bad episode when that's what they started.
Because my guess is they filmed like the Sears Tower stuff like before training camp even really started.
Yeah.
And it's just like, hey, in case we need this at some point. I will say my wife and I did that the last time we went back to Chicago. Mm-hmm. It is terrifying.
Really,
Because I don't like heights, and it's.
you're up there.
I don't know if the Hard Knocks did it justice, but I mean, you just walk out on the glass bridge and there's just concrete below you. Like it's pretty terrifying actually.
I don't think I did that the one time I've been to Chicago. I don't know if I went all the way up there. That is something. But yeah, I could have lived without seeing Tyson Bagent and Austin
What do you think about his
Reed.
dad?
I loved it. That was in my
love
notes.
his dad.
Under decent parts was Tyson Bagent's dad. I loved getting the highlight of that. Him being mic'd up during the games. I was gonna say in general I don't like it when they mic up the family members during the games because it's the Eberflus daughters being like, "Wow, that's a great hit. Wow, these guys have a lot of energy." It's pretty boring stuff. But if it's a former arm wrestling champion, or I guess current arm wrestling champion,
A world champion, I think, yeah.
he said he was the best. This might have been the last week's episode. That he's the best arm wrestler of all time with his left hand, and top 5 all time with his right hand.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could be the Otani of arm wrestling.
He's like he's a character. Like
Yeah.
he's definitely the star of Hard Knocks, I would say.
Yeah, I like
this
that
point.
part. Staying in the backup quarterback lane. I liked Austin Reed when they won their last preseason game,
Cut.
saying that they talk about.
Dude,
they
that
talk
was funny.
They talk about the 07 Patriots. They talk about the 85 Bears. They're going to talk about the 2024 preseason Bears.
Like I appreciate just like the humility of like, hey man, like we're just out here having a good time. Like I'm not gonna make the team, so
Yeah.
like let's just get a quote for the season.
Yes.
Out there.
That's a good one. That's a good way to end up on Hard Knocks.
All right, let's get back into let's go back to actually real quick, one more question.
Okay.
Are you gonna watch next year? Because
Next
Twitch
year's
is
Hard
having
Knocks?
this conversation. Like, does anyone really watch it? I will say I don't know if it's the fact that like people in Chicago are like weirdly bragging like the Bears beat Hard Knocks because it's boring, I guess.
Wow.
They didn't show anything
That's depressing.
anyone cares about. But I was kind of done with it.
I'd rather be an interesting Hard Knocks season. Like if it's my team's on Hard Knocks, I'd rather it be interesting.
Yeah, like I don't really know if I'm gonna. I guess we'll see what the team is next year.
Yeah.
I'll definitely watch the off-season Hard Knocks again.
If they do it again, because that might have been too interesting that they don't
Yeah.
do it again. But I think there's two things. A, what team they choose. Two, how desperate we are for content next August.
Yeah, hopefully the Astros are.
I think we're talking a big game about how we're not going to watch it, but I think we might need another segment or two out of it next year.
All right, let's get into the. Let's go do a little deep steel blue pill here.
Let's do it.
I know. Texas
Swarm!
This is so weird with my wife here just walking in now. Austin, a little delayed. I don't know if there's a delay, but I heard your swarm after our swarm. So, like, I know we're not in studio, but
Yeah, I was
we're
really
going to work on it.
I was really hoping we would do it with a more full house, but yeah, I was really hoping to scare some of the people here at the best stop.
Especially, like, as long as they're, like, mid-bite, that would have been tough. You just never know what's going to happen.
Does anyone here know the Heimlich? Yes. I'm
all
glad
right.
we avoided that.
So, the Athletic, Ted DeWin, who I didn't really know much about until recently. I started just reading his stuff on the Athletic. He pumps out a ton of content. He did an article. It was 10 things he learned this preseason. And some of these are pretty traditional, takes. Malik Neighbors looks like he'll make an instant impact for the Giants. Calls for Spencer Rattler will be loud from Saints fans, which, like...
What a top two takeaways.
Yeah.
Both kind of depressing because it's like Malik Neighbors will be awesome. I'm just not sure who'll throw him the ball or who can throw him the ball.
Yeah.
And then now we're talking about Derek Carr and the quarterback situation for the Saints.
Too bad the Saints and the Bears don't play this year, so we can't get Caleb Williams or Spencer Rattler. But coming up number 8 on this list, because apparently you can learn so much from this preseason.
Yes.
He says Texans will be Super Bowl contenders. And his biggest argument in this piece is not C.J. Stroud. It's not the wide receiver room. He focuses in on the most on the defense. That even though while they played bad offenses, that because of what they added, because of their coach, because of their scheme, that the Texans defense is a major reason why they are Super Bowl contenders this year. Thoughts?
I don't know if it'll be. I see where he's coming from. I don't know if it'll be the best unit for the Texans. I still think the offense is going to be better than the defense, but I can see how the defense and the way it should improve, the way we think it can improve, that could be what propels them into the higher level, especially with the acquisitions that they line up all the acquisitions that they made on defense. And really what we got out of training camp, the reports we got, especially early on in training camp, how they're kind of kicking the offense's butt. So I do think there is a little bit to this. I do expect the defense to be improved. Super Bowl contenders is a lot.
Yeah, I'm not there yet with the Texans this year. I need to see. Yeah, I think back to the quarterback tier thing we went through yesterday, and the coach who was mostly just critical of C.J. Stroud and the fact that he just didn't do well against Baltimore.
Yeah, the playoff game. Yeah.
The playoff game. Well, in the regular season game, but that was week 1.
Yeah.
But 10 wins, winning the division, winning a first-round playoff game, all of that, I think, are fair expectations for this team this year. But past that, honestly, until they beat Baltimore or Buffalo or Kansas City or Cincinnati in a playoff game, I don't want to have those expectations on this team, because maybe if they have another dominant first-round playoff performance, that like the following year, like I'm all in on that. But I'm not there to where I expect the Houston Texans to be a Super Bowl team this year or have those expectations.
I agree with you, and I think what you touched on is really the reason is that, yes, winning a playoff game is impressive, especially the manner that they did it last year, but who'd they beat? They beat a Joe Flacco-led – try not to spill stuff on my computer, Joe. A Joe Flacco-led Cleveland Browns team, and – if you are going to be a Super Bowl contender, especially in the AFC, you are going to have to beat the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, the Bengals. That is ultimately the measuring stick that you need to hold yourself to. And until they can do that, at a consistent level, until you do it in the playoffs. That win against the Bengals last year, that wasn't enough. Really to kind of sway us into thinking that they are a legit playoff contender, and I think that's where they can make that step is by knocking off one of these teams that we expect to be in the upper echelon of the AFC.
Yeah, and that week 15 through 17 will tell a lot of the story of the Houston Texans as well, because even though it's not the playoffs, if you win 2 out of 3 between Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore within 11 days.
Yeah.
If you win 2 out of 3 in that, my expectations going to the playoffs will change dramatically.
Yes.
If you beat Baltimore on Christmas and you beat you beat Miami, and you play a good game versus Kansas City, expectations will jump dramatically no matter what happens in the season, because you will beat likely 3 very good football teams this year in that stretch.
Yeah, and that's kind of a different situation that we're talking about, where they can earn some goodwill against the upper echelon before they make the playoffs, where then you hope that they win the division, maybe they get another, I don't know if it'll be the Browns again, but another team of that kind of tier, or maybe it's the Dolphins or Jets or one of these other teams that we expect to be more in the wild card chase than the division chase, and they can start a run that way as opposed to having to either come up through the wild card or to have a first round matchup against one of these awesome teams that we expect in the AFC next year.
It's funny. I don't know why I never thought of it this way, but it's very realistic that between week 15, 16, and 17, what you just have is the winner of the AFC East, the West, the North, and the South, all in that stretch. You might play the 3 division winners.
Miami,
Kansas City,
Baltimore, and the Texans would be the South. Yeah. Who they play? Do they play? Oh, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And Jacksonville. So probably the 2 teams that are expected to be 3rd and 4th in some order.
Yeah, the schedule. The more I think about it, there's chunks of it where I think are harder than I gave them credit to before. So, for example, I think the Jets game, I'm starting to buy into the idea of the Jets a little bit more and more as the season gets closer. I'm going to see Aaron Rodgers stay healthy, but I'm starting to buy in. I know at some point, I'm guessing we'll do some version of a Super Bowl prediction. I have a lot of Detroit thoughts as we start to get ready to go to Le Berge.
I like hearing that. I have a lot of Detroit thoughts.
Yeah, I was just like, who I want to.
You just watched 8 Mile or something?
Great movie.
I just have a lot of thoughts on Detroit.
Movie. I think every time I see that movie, I forget that now Captain America, Anthony Mackie,
he's in that movie,
is Clarence.
Yeah.
He's Clarence. He's the guy getting clowned at the end of the movie.
He's the bad guy in that movie.
Yeah. And now it's like I can't get out of my head every time I see him. I'm like, that's Captain America just getting punked.
He went
on stage.
He went to a private school. I don't know what to say. But yeah, there you bring up a good point where there are stretches to this this Texans season. I mean, there's really 2-3 game stretches that you're going to probably play. I'll say at least 5 playoff teams where you play at New York against the Jets, you host Detroit, and then you host Dallas in, I guess it's 4 weeks. No, that's three straight weeks. And then you have your bye, and coming off your bye, it's Miami, KC, and Baltimore. Really, those 2-3 game stretches, that's probably the difference. How you do in that stretch is probably the difference between winning the division and being a wild card team or missing the playoffs.
Texans should go 5-1.
against those 6 teams?
No, 5-1 in the first 6 games.
Oh, okay. Yeah, their schedule is where.
Yeah, I'm gonna say expectations would be the Texans beat Indianapolis, Chicago, Minnesota, Jacksonville, and New England, and maybe lose to Buffalo. But start the season 5-1, 4-2 at worst. You don't want to be 500. Honestly, if you're 500 in that first 6-game stretch, you're going to be in like real missed playoff danger.
Yeah.
Because of how hard your schedule gets.
Yeah.
You need to take an early run at your schedule to have success. All right, let's get back into some college football. What's going on? What's the vibe around the 12-team college football playoff? Is it making, because I've heard arguments from both sides, is it making you more excited or less excited just for the regular season overall? We'll get into that next year. It's Gallant George live from the Best Stop on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Best Stop. The Killer Bees will be here from 3 to 6 as well. Come on out, get some lunch or grab some food for later. Also, there's the whole store area, so you can get everything you need for tailgating, for college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. Just, have some friends over, get some good eats in while you're here. So come out to the Best Stop in Katy. They've been giving us some great food today. So we did a pretty good job, Sean, on the charcuterie
On the Cajun charcuterie board, you think
we had some help between
we've had a little
Dimitri,
bit of help.
Todd, Anthony, we're all here, so we had a little bit of help here as well. So it wasn't just us.
No, but we made a good dent.
I do feel like we made a very good dent. All right, so college football this season with the 12-team playoff, I've heard a lot of the arguments I'm sure you've had that this is going to hurt the regular season, that it's going to take away value from the regular season because now you could be a 3-loss football team and still make the playoffs. And I think a lot of people did like the idea of once you lose, your seasons are over. I'll be honest, I always kind of hated that. I just thought because I would have rather seen good matchups, in Oregon, Michigan when they weren't in the same conference.
Try to come up with a non-conference game that isn't a
Texas, Michigan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they should do that. They should do that. That'd be great if somehow they could agree to that.
So, if this was the old format and when UT and Michigan play week 2 and if Michigan pulls off the upset, the UT season's just over, I didn't like that. So that's part of the reason why I like the expanded playoffs is that you can have better games in theory, whether it's in conference or out of conference.
I was going to say some of this goes hand in hand with realignment where you're getting so many better of these games in conference play where you are going to have a stretch where, Texas this year plays Oklahoma and Georgia in back-to-back weeks and their SEC schedule. That's after playing Michigan in week 2, and then they have a trip to College Station the last week of the season. So before this year, A, that schedule would be impossible. B, you would look at that schedule and be like, oh, my God, they're not going to make the playoff. No way they're going 11-1 with that schedule where now, because there's so many more spots available, you can there's still hope for Texas, even if they lose week 2, that they can still make. Really, you can lose all your non-conference games. Win your conference, you get a bye.
I like the idea of. So I think there's gonna be more elimination games because before it was everything.
Because there's more teams that can get a spot. Therefore, there will be more teams that have elimination games late into conference play.
Because you're gonna have, you might have Arizona versus TCU. On November 23rd is when they play. And if both those teams are 2-loss teams, the loser of that game is out of the Big 12 championship game. And then they are effectively eliminated from the college football playoff.
Or a situation in the SEC where you'll have 2 teams that are basically fighting for one at-large bid, where they're going to have to play each other, and the team that loses probably loses the at-large bid to the team they lost to.
So that's why I like it more. I think this is going to be better for the sport. I think it's going to take some getting used to.
Yes.
I hope, I know that they quickly talked about moving into a 16-team playoff. I would like to see a little bit of the 12-team playoff and see how it goes first. But
I don't think there's any harm in seeing let's see how one of these things goes in real life before we start changing the system again. And I think there is a trade-off where yes, you don't get that, oh my God, the season's over with one upset loss, where one team gets upset and they can storm the field and say, ha, we just ended your season. At the same time, Florida State can still make the playoff. Their season didn't end in Ireland in week 0.
Which I think that's what's important.
Yeah,
some of this that's important.
And so if you're a Florida fan or a Florida State fan, you can still be invested in this season. How much you want to be invested in the season, that's up to you, I guess. But you still can at least talk yourself into being invested in the season really late into the year. If you're like a Mizzou or a Ole Miss or Tennessee, some of these kind of middle of the pack, not middle of the pack, but in the kind of second tier of the SEC, now you can go 10-2, 9-3. That's the record you need to get to hopefully make the playoffs.
Yeah, I look forward to the. Do you think we're going to see them eventually pivot into a model where they try to force out of conference games, where they because of the expanded playoffs, they try to say, hey, the SEC, you're going to play a Big Ten school. You got to play somebody. They're going to kind of force in conference.
Yeah.
Cross conference play.
That's hard to say because I imagine, I mean, the SEC this year and next year are only playing 8 conference games. So you will have 4 non-conference games if you're an SEC team, where if you have more non-conference games, you can schedule a Michigan, whereas if you then are swapping out one of those non-conference games for a conference game and you're looking at your schedule, well, no, especially if you're a team that's just trying to make a bowl game, you probably schedule less adventurous than you are a team that's, going to be a perennial playoff power where the number of losses that you have is a little bit less necessary because if you're Georgia, if you're Alabama, you think, well, we can still win our conference and get in that way. Where if you're a team that, is more in the maybe on a good year they can get to 9 wins, but mostly they're in that 7, 6, 7, 8 range. Well, no, you need every non-conference win you can get because you're just trying to make a bowl.
What do you think bowl games? What happens to bowl games? Because a lot of them will be taken up by the college football playoff now.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've seen a ton of players not playing in them. I do think we'll see a model in which there is a NIL fund, or like, hey, you play in our game.
Yeah.
Winners get $10,000 each, $20,000 each.
Frosted Flakes or whoever will give you $10,000.
To play in the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
Yes, I think it'll be interesting. I think really if you could move the transfer portal, because I think that's where a lot of this comes from. Where, having the draft guys, if you're running back on a 7-5 Kentucky team, there probably is no reason for you to play in the Bahamas Bowl.
I still want to get rid of bowl games.
But really.
Yeah. I think Jeremy actually came up with this. I think we've talked about this before. I can't remember if he said it first or I did. But bowl games should be week 1. So,
yeah,
instead of
where
even though
qualify,
it's
you qualify for it based off the year before.
So even though it's not the same roster, you might not be as good, you might not be a 6-win team, but your bowl game is week 1 of the season. That way you get you get ACC versus the Big Ten. Like, you get all these different matchups that you can. I don't know what you do with the college football playoff teams.
I was going to say the playoff teams. That's the real
they're the
issue.
ones that complicate it. Or you just say, okay, you're going to play someone that was in the college football playoffs at random draw that you didn't play the year before, but make those the bowl games. Because I think the ratings would be way higher because everyone's 0-0. You're not a 6-win or even a 5-win football team getting in, but like if you start the season with a neutral site bowl game, the sponsor gets more out of it. The television gets the ratings are better. I think the fans just love it more.
The one thing for it is because these bowls really now just only exist to be put on TV, and they're being put on TV in a time where there's not a lot else to watch in December, in that Christmas to New Year's stretch where you're just getting some volume on there.
What's on right now?
Right now?
Preseason football?
Baseball? The start of the season?
No. You play you make them like week 0 games. So like you put them like during like this week. Like think about it. This week, like this whole week, there's bowl games going on when there's no preseason games. All that's happening is Major League Baseball. And this week you've got, who did UT play last year? Oh, they played the college football playoff.
Yeah, Washington.
Remember when UT would play in the Texas Bowl every single year?
Hey, they won the Texas Bowl a lot.
Yeah, Tom Herman and his little backpack.
Yeah, take that, Drew Lock. Yeah, our punter won MVP of that game.
When we get back, we'll get to garbage time, as we always do to wrap up the show. Before we do that, let's give away some tickets. It's the home opener and a new era of Houston Cougar football. Coach Willie Fritz's first game as a Cougars head coach. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, and wear red. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to that game to caller number 4 right now, 713-780-3776. It's Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean. As Sean fills in for Paul this week as he is out on vacation, we will be headed to Lake Charles, the two of us, after this, to the show from the Sportsbook at LaBerge. Lake Charles will be there Thursday and Friday. The Killer Bees will be here at the Best Stop until 6 o'clock. Coming out, get some food for dinner. Take some food home, get ready for college football Saturday. I'm so happy it's college football season. Yeah. I do love baseball, but this is my... I'll be honest, I kind of lean college football over the NFL. Maybe Caleb Williams will make me, and CJ Stroud will make me change my mind. But just that years of, like, Mitch Trubisky to Justin Fields to Davis Mills and whoever was the quarterback before him when Deshaun was hurt. It was just a lot of bad football on Sundays. So I really, got more and more into college football over the last couple of years. So I'm very excited for the start of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I've always preferred Saturdays over Sundays, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. Obviously, spinning the few days before the season starts. Honestly, actually, I think there's some Thursday games, but spinning it in Lake Charles at the Sportsbook, get some bets in before the season starts. That really could not be a better place to be this week.
Yeah, top 25 games happening tomorrow night.
Probably not
Got
any. Right?
Western Carolina versus NC State. NC State favored by 32.5. Murray State versus Mizzou.
Yeah.
Lindenwood versus
Sure.
Kansas.
Okay.
And Southern Utah versus Real Utah.
Real Utah. Yeah, but I think the Colorado game is also Thursday night.
Oh, I think you're right. They're just not ranked, so they don't matter.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Where New Hampshire versus UCF. Another one.
Oh, I mean, those are really the game. North Dakota State versus. They're only favored by 10 against North Dakota State.
Yeah, North Dakota State's good, man. North Carolina versus Minnesota is also tomorrow night. So yeah, there's a few good games tomorrow night.
I think we're gonna bet on the over 60.5. At least I am.
In the Colorado
on North
game?
Dakota State, Colorado. 60.5. That's a pretty good number. Okay. All right, let's get to garbage time. All right, basketball season's also right around the corner, and one of the questions I think we need answers
Burning
to.
questions.
We got an answer to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Bronny is not allowed to call LeBron dad on the court.
On the court.
On the court. Off the court. I think you can't be anywhere near the Los Angeles Lakers.
You can't call him dad in a professional setting.
Yeah, you can't be at practice. You can't be on the plane.
Press conference.
Press conference. And I think because Bronny really shouldn't be in the league, that they should make him run sprints every time he makes a mistake.
Okay, I like that.
Will Bronny call his dad more in a press? Let's a little gambling here.
Okay.
Will Bronny say dad more in press conferences or in the media sessions more than he hits three-pointers in the NBA this season?
Ooh,
more times
okay,
calling LeBron dad or more three-pointers made?
I'll go with dad.
I'm going to go with dad, too. It might be 2-1. What?
There's going to be a lot of garbage time in the season, but him making the three is the tough part.
I mean, he's essentially their Boban.
Yeah, or Thanasis with the Bucks, where it's, hey, the best player on our team is basically taking up 2 roster spots because we need a family member at the end of the bench.
And he's the guy that comes into the game that fans are cheering for.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's not like a sideshow gimmick like Boban. It's like Boban.
No, Boban has the extra element of being a little bit of a freak show.
Yeah, like he looks like he could have been cast in Game of Thrones as one of the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, he was cast in John Wick 3 as a giant assassin.
That's right. That's right. And last one here, I found this in the New York Post.
Okay.
Did you know?
One of my favorite websites.
That for the low price of $222,000.
Okay.
Plus $55 monthly membership fee.
That's where they get you.
A company in Berlin will
it's only getting better.
can cryogenically freeze your body or parts of it.
Or parts.
Yeah.
Do I get a reduced rate if it's only parts?
It's a brain. Well, see, okay.
I'm not
wait.
sure if the fine print is
So
in,
this
the,
says.
in the New York
So
Post.
this article says brains alone cost $83,000.
I'm assuming
So,
this is for
This
the
is where Ted
pursuit-
Williams is.
the pursuit of getting defrosted and getting to live forever.
I guess.
I'm not sure if I would trust German scientists to do pseudoscience on me. I think the past on that is pretty checkered.
When you die first, or you almost die, or you die and then they try to reanimate you like Frankenstein. I don't know.
I think you had to do it before you're dead. I think but it's getting close to the buzzer, and then you freeze yourself with the hopes that when they unfreeze you, they can fix you.
So far, the company claims that 6 people and 5 pets have gotten the big chill, and there are 650 people on the waiting list with an average age of 36.
Average age of 36. So that's completely wrong. I thought it was, again, you're close to the finish line, and you want to freeze yourself and hope
This
you're
says
farther from the finish line when you
They
wake up.
begin the cryopreservation process immediately after a patient is declared legally dead.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
That
so
does it for us.
It's post-death. Okay. got it.
Post-death. But you never know what's going to happen. Like, what if you're in a different country? Because you're screwed.
Yeah, you're going to be in Berlin.
Like, you got to make sure you're in Berlin when you croak. All right, that does it for us. Live from the Best Stop. We'll be at the Sportsbook in LaBerge Lake Charles tomorrow and on Friday. The Killer Bees will be here till 6 o'clock. Thank you to Austin back in studio. Thank you to the people out here at the Best Stop for all the great food and helping us out today. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is B-Rod behind the glass at Gow, and there's food involved, so Brian is here on-site engineering. Have already had a lot of boudin, some crackling. This is my kind of party. This is what I'm all about. We're at the best stop, Cajun Market in Katy. Get on out here. You don't even want to see us. You just want to enjoy the delicious food, and we don't blame you. But get out here to the best stop, Cajun Market, Katy. Enjoy some delicious food, some of the boudin, some of the crackling. They have some of the Cajun egg rolls. You can get some gumbo. I mean, they have a full menu, too. So even in addition to the delicious food that I partake in, it is all very, very good here at the best stop, Cajun Market. Astros played a baseball game yesterday. They're going to play a baseball game today in a couple of minutes, starting at 6:05, of course. Thoughts from yesterday? The Astros dropping back-to-back games, trying to avoid a sweep today.
Yeah, I think quite simply they got out-pitched, they got out-hit, and more times than not, when that happens, you're going to lose the ball game. I thought that they went up against a really good pitcher on top of his game. Verlander made some mistakes. Those mistakes ended up being costly. They had a couple of opportunities with runners on. I think it was it the fifth inning where they had 2 on, nobody out, couldn't do anything there. Seemed to just get a couple of singles here and there. The bats weren't producing like we've seen, and they drop another game in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I was sick with all the warning track power. It's like everybody yesterday had warning track power. You had Jake Myers flying out to the track. You had Alex Bregman flying out to the track. You had a bunch of dudes flying out to the track. And it's like, hey, dude, get in the work room, get in the weight room a little bit, get in the gym, start lifting some weights. And I'm joking, obviously, but the amount of flyouts to the warning track were incredibly frustrating because you're like, oh, Myers got himself one. Oh, Bregman's going the other way to get himself one. Nope, just warning track power, caught at the track.
Yeah, off the bat, they sounded and looked like they were absolute, lasers. Even the Dubon shot to center field with 2 on was just on a line, but hit right at the center fielder. So, yeah, it was unfortunate. They barreled up some baseballs, but they were at guys. They didn't get far enough. I really thought the Bregman ball was out when he hit it, and then Castellano got it on the warning track. So, unfortunate set of circumstances of getting against a good team, but when you face pitching like that, you're in an uphill battle, and JV let that curveball go and it kind of hung a little bit, and Castellanos was able to hammer it out of the park. That was the difference.
Yeah, we'll get into the more of the Verlander in a little while. Can Dubon wear a pitch? Like, you're not that good of a hitter. You rarely get on base. I'm getting tired of watching Dubon offensively, and what he'll do is he'll hit a home run to walk off a team, or he'll get a big hit every now and then, and it'll buy him another week. Like, home run buys him a week of unproductivity offensively. Gets a big base hit, unproductive offensively for a period of time. If you're a guy that has a sub-300 on-base percentage, you can't be jumping out of the way of breaking balls that are going to hit you, especially if you're batting ninth and you have Altuve hitting behind you. If you're going to be in that spot and you're going to have a breaking ball thrown softly at your body, you need to stay in the way of it. It's soft. I can't stand seeing it, Dubon. You're not a good – if it's Jordan, okay, get out of the way because he's going to hit a home run. He's a great offensive player. But you're not that.
No.
You're not that, Mauricio. Wear curveballs that are going to hit you.
I know exactly the at-bat you're
There was
talking about,
two.
too. Yeah, and it's like – and there was two pitches where I was just like, come on, man. I mean – You're jumping 3 feet backwards and getting out of the way. That one's not going to be – that might not even leave a mark when it hits you, and it could put your team in a really good position. Unfortunate because, like you said, he just hasn't been producing consistently. He's one of the guys that have made it so important that you got a guy like Gamble who continues to contribute, that you're going out and getting a guy like Jason Hayward because you need another guy that's capable of contributing. And that's where some of the woes lie. When you see the bottom half of that lineup, and even today when you see the bottom half of that lineup, you kind of shake your head and go, it's amazing they've done what they've done to be where they are based on just who's batting and the lineup that you face from 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it's a problem. Dubon's in the lineup again today in left field. They refuse to use Shea Whitcomb out there, which I wish that they would. Like, oh, he's not good enough to go find out. Go find out. They're making some excuses for Dubon in the Twitch. King of Twitch, that was harsh on Dubon. No, he's not a good hitter. Get on base, dude. Someone else, Virginia, Dubon's entire body still bruised from the wall. I don't care. Roger Dorn, man. What did Roger Dorn do? Whenever they needed a base runner, Roger Dorn, who was the most selfish player in Major League, what did he do? What did Roger Dorn do? If Roger Dorn can do it, Mauricio Dubon can do it.
Wasn't TK and Blummer even saying, "Ooh, that's the side that he got hit on"?
Yeah.
When he spun out, it was like, okay, yeah, but that's not a fastball coming a 90, 95 plus at your rib cage. That's a spinner that you could easily knock off your elbow or your the middle of your back of your shoulder, your tricep, and go, "Yep, that's good. I'm walking to first base."
Yeah, soft is what it is. Yes, he's still bruised and achy. I don't care. Get on base. This is a pennant race. You have 30-something games left to play. The Mariners could have pulled it to 2.5 yesterday because you lost. Where won Mauricio Dubon? So the warning track power, Dubon, that annoyed me. I guess if you're looking for a silver lining, well, I guess there's two. One, Jose Siri helped you out.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
Jose Siri helped you out late at night.
Yep.
When it looked the Rays, I thought were trying to give away that game too. Did you see how the Mariners scored their run?
I did not.
2 outs. Victor Robles is still in third. No chance to get him. The catcher throws it into left field. Mariners up 1-0. I was like, that's how they're going to win this game. Is you have an idiot catcher when he should have eaten it, throwing it into left field. But Jose Siri bailed you out. Mariners lost. Yeah.
That was hit well, and he let everybody once again know about it. But he did you a solid last night. That was great to find out that at least you didn't lose any ground with now 30 games left to play in the season. I mean, the more you can at least get pushes on nights when you lose, the better off you're going to be.
I wish my wife looked at me like Jose Siri looks at his home run balls. There's love and lust in his eye when he sees his home run dongs flying through the air wherever he's at. I wish my wife would look at me with that kind of admiration.
I mean, the way it's like he's almost got a different routine for every base he touches all the way around. He's just pimping them out. But it's amazing. I mean, he's hitting, about 2 bills, but he's got a lot of bombs.
Yeah, he's such a weird player. Like, he has incredible power, incredible speed, incredible defense, and he can't hit a lick. He'll run into a few home runs every now and then, but can't hit a lick. And then the other silver lining, if you're going to lose a baseball game without using your leverage guys. Astros didn't have to use their leverage guys, so hopefully they're available today. Hopefully they're needed today. Hopefully they're needed today in a victory for the Astros. But if you're going to lose a baseball game over 162, lose the game without using your leverage guys. That helps you the next day. So that was a little silver lining that I had too.
Yeah, look, I mean, the guys after Verlander did their job, which was fantastic, to just make sure you suck it up, do what you got to do to get to the end of the line, and then turn the page. And hopefully today, you turn the page, you get a pitching matchup that hopefully is a little bit more weighted in your favor. Arrighetti, you need to see an Arrighetti like he was last game. And then go from there, try to salvage one in the series, try to end up 500 on the road trip. Not what the last road trip was, but good enough to come home and say at least we got a split.
Dre says, I hate the way that Dubon flails that back foot when he swings and misses. I agree, man. It's a hard at bat to watch because he has very little power. Yes, he has good bat-to-ball skills. Yes, he's good at touching the baseball, but he's got no power and he never walks. And it's like, man, with your contact and you have above-average speed, mix in a walk, mix in a hit by pitch. You'd be such a better offensive player if you would get on base a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he really did barrel the baseball to center field on the one at bat, but you never had any chance that it was going out of the ballpark. But Dre's right. I mean, every time I watch him, the fact that he's dancing in the box and he's almost constantly on his front foot, that's a reason why you're not going to have a whole hell of a lot of power when swinging at a baseball, no matter how fast it's pitched at you.
Yeah. Poncho's calling me no empathy bone, no empathy Branham. I like to win. I like to win. I don't care about hurt feelings, and I don't care about hurt bodies. Go win a baseball game. That's all I care about. 713-780-ESPN. Yeah, it is painful watching him bat. 60-30, I love Whitcomb's swing. Dude has pop, and his discipline is pretty good. Can't tell me he's not better than Dubon being in the line. I think that Whitcomb's a better offensive player. The dilemma here is I think that the Astros are reluctant, and maybe reluctant's too soft of a word. Maybe they refuse to use Whitcomb in left field because they don't think he can play out in left field. Because, yes, I would rather have Whitcomb in the lineup than Dubon, too.
I would, too. Offensively alone, I don't think you're going to lose that much defensively simply because of the fact that where they've really been lacking and when they go on these little mini losing streaks, it's primarily because of the offense. The pitching has been steady, and you need the best bats in the lineup. We talked about that earlier when they were scuffling a little bit in terms of getting the best offensive lineup every single night. I think he gives you solid at-bats. I think that he's a guy that you need to find a way to find a spot in the lineup for because of the fact that he can give you quality at-bats when a lot of guys right now aren't. And we know Chaz isn't. We know Dubon isn't. We know Jake's been scuffling. So, there's plenty of opportunities where you need to be in your best offensive lineup should be a priority for Espada.
Yeah. And Jordan's going to DH a lot of time. Like you, because of where you're at offensively, it's super risky to play Jordan in left field with 30-something games left. Because if Jordan, even if it's not serious, if Jordan rolls his ankle or Jordan just not even severely pull his hammy, but just it cramps up, okay, well, he's not in the lineup for 5 days, and that's 5 of the 30 games you have left whenever you have a team right on your heels. So, I don't think that they're going to use Jordan in left field much the rest of the way.
No, but there's, to your point, there's no time to let up because you are in such a dogfight with the M's. And you think about it, I saw Todd the Show was tweeting, Yiner needs to sit multiple days off to get ready for the stretch run. This is the stretch run. These last 30 games, because it's such a close race, you can't afford to give guys multiple days off. Yiner's not in the lineup today, okay, but the fact is, with as bad as the bottom of the order is, you've got to make sure these guys are in the lineup down the stretch because every game and every at-bat matters for a team that's been hurting offensively.
Yeah, I was okay with Yiner getting the day off. Catchers, if you give him a day off today, are you going to unlock him for the rest of the way? I'm okay with the day off for Yiner. 3881, were y'all praising Dubon last year? Not like all this stuff just started. No, I've always made fun of Dubon's free-swinging nature and lack of power. I've always thought he was a bit overrated offensively. Now, there is a place for him on the team. He should be your super utility guy. If you're going to start him a good amount, those starts should be against lefties because he hits lefties way better than righties. I like his value on the team. I don't think he should be playing every day. And I think he is limited offensively, which is clear.
And I was honest even last year, too, in the fact that there were tons of at-bats where it was almost the norm that he was going to get down in the count 0-2, 1-2, but then find a way to kind of fight back into the count where, again, his swing will change and where he is in the box changes from the two-strike approach to when he's starting off an at-bat. But he was able to get results last year. He's not getting results this year.
No, he's not. Even last year he didn't hit for much power.
Right.
0979, Jason Hayward taking one of those spots. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. I am excited about Jason Hayward because I actually think he helps this team. I don't think he's a good offensive player anymore, but I do think he's an upgrade to what the Astros currently have. I think it'll be Chas McCormick that they send down, which is another positive. Go work on the swing, see if you can figure it out. So I am, and I'm more intrigued about how they deploy him and how they use him. You have two lefties, Gamble, now you're going to have Hayward. Whenever you have a righty pitching, are they both going to be in the lineup? Will one be in the lineup? Are they pinch hitters off the bench? Are they defensive guys that enter late in the game? I'm very intrigued to see how Joe Espada is going to deploy both lefties.
I think it's a reflection on both sides. It's a reflection of the fact that the Astros, that desperate times call for desperate measures. And from the flip side of it, offensively, you just have been getting absolutely nothing to where even a Jason Hayward offensively is better than what you have. And we saw a little bit of Gamble has an arm last night, as well as the fact that Jason Hayward has an arm. So defensively, you have better arms. And you have a chance to have guys that might be able to contribute more offensively than the guys you've been putting in the lineup. Gamble's been pretty solid since he's become an Astro. So if Hayward could do those kind of things, it's as crazy as it sounds, it's an upgrade over what you've been putting out there.
Yeah, I kind of want to see him use both. You have a righty who's really bad against right-handed hitters. Okay, we'll play them both in the corners if Jordan's going to be your DH.
I expect it. I totally expect it. Both those. I would put Hayward in right and Gamble in left every time there's a lefty on the mound. A righty on the mound.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on the Game 2 loss yesterday. Astros got shut out. I found it funny, the Astros admin, they posted the Astros Twitter lineup yesterday. Crickets, nothing, crickets, nothing, more nothing, crickets, final score. They had nothing between the lineup tweet and the final score tweet. It was that type of game.
It really was.
That's how bad of a game. There were zero highlights from the Astros yesterday. That admin just, basically showed up to work and didn't do anything. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy, where they have the best Cajun food you could ever want. Get out here, enjoy that. Say hello to us if you choose. Yell at us if you choose. Just ignore us if you choose. That's okay, too. Busy show. It is a Wednesday, so we got plenty to talk about. Texans making the moves down to the 53 yesterday. We'll get the aftershocks of that. CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jones. Is there still drama there? Dana Brown's moving goalpost. We got to talk about Verlander. Verlander yesterday, what did you see from the old man? And are we heading towards a world where Justin Verlander is not one of your playoff starters? 713-780-3776. The HRP listener line, Twitch. You can find us there, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Be careful if you go there, though. You might lose your home. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. Blank Man's at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. B-Rod, he doesn't work enough for us to say his Twitter handle. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you want to bet on sports, because they have all the sports, all the games, all the live action all the time. And even when there's not games going on, you can have live casino games going on because live dealers are waiting for you to play poker and blackjack and so much more. They're fantastic because they are definitely always focused and concentrate on taking care of the customer. They're doing it again as we get into football season. We know college football season is here, and we are ready for it. NFL right around the corner. And we know that that's the best time to get signed up at mybookie.ag. When you do, if you use our promo code BET975, you can cash in with extra cash. That means that when you put money in and you put money into your account, you can get extra money added from MyBookie up to $1,000, depending on what your deposit is. It's absolutely fantastic. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and, of course, more chances that you can actually win. Phenomenal. And also, you don't have to drive to Louisiana. You don't have to fly to Las Vegas. If you want casino games, live dealers are standing by. If you want to do some of that too, they are waiting for you. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975. It's like I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. But the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Need to tell Boston to add some time during the breaks. That way we can enjoy all the food they just gave us. The Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy, right off of I-10, just before you get to 99 if you're coming from Houston. I say this all the time. If I'm going I-10 East, if I'm going I-10 West, I always stop at the Best Stop. And so happy they have one now here in the greater Houston area. They just brought out some fresh boudin, smoked boudin, their crackling, their pork rinds, a boudin ball, their Cajun egg roll. So good.
That egg roll is fantastic.
I could very easily sit here for the next few hours and do nothing and eat and enjoy myself. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. All right, Justin Verlander yesterday. What did you see from Verlander? And are we entering a world where Justin Verlander might not be a playoff starter for the Astros?
Jeremy, you and I have gone back and forth and talked about this and where he is at this point in his career. And as much as I kind of wanted to fight it and say, you know what, as a pitcher that's been there, done that, and been so dominant, I was hopeful that there was a chance that with all this time off, that he could come back and that he could be obviously not what he's been in the past, but be somewhat effective and dominant enough to where you think this is a guy that still could be somewhere in the top of the rotation. And last night, I know we still have time before the playoffs. I know that he's still kind of bouncing back, but Justin Verlander is not yet a shell of himself, but he's not what he used to be. And when you get the production you've been getting out of the other 5 starters that are in your rotation, there's an easy discussion to have about the fact that Justin Verlander, as much as mentally he believes that he should be a starter on a playoff team, and he believes he should be a starter on this playoff team. When you start looking at the other guys in this rotation, now that Arrighetti is really pitching well, the fact that Blanco has pitched well all year, and really has shown signs of getting back to that in his last start. And then the top of the rotation guys, when you look at Fromber, when you look at what Hunter Brown has been able to do, and then the resurgence of Kikuchi ever since he's been an Astro, you can look at it and realistically say, where does Justin Verlander fit, and is he better than any one of those 5 guys, especially the 4 guys that have really kind of become your horses?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go with this. First thing is like, okay, there's 30 games left, 6-man rotation. They have 5 turns through the rotation left. Let's see where we're at 5 times through the rotation. I don't think Verlander was as bad yesterday as everybody's making it seem. Like 7 hits, 5 innings ain't great. But you get a call on Trey Turner. I think the outing yesterday is much different. He could have very easily gotten out of that 4-run third inning with just the 1 run. If he gets the call. I'm not going to criticize the umpires. Like, it's 50-50 call. Was it a strike if you had the robo-zone? Yes, it was a strike. But you see those calls go against you. You see those calls go for you. 50-50, whatever, 50% of the time. So I thought Verlander was a little bit better than his line score. This is a good offense. He made a bad pitch to Castellanos. He had a breaking ball that caught way too much of the plate. Castellanos dropped the hammer on it, and see you later. So I don't think Verlander's start was as bad yesterday as it looked. I want to see where we're at in 5 turns of the rotation, but I'll do what I do to you all the time. Well, if the season ended now, what are you doing with the playoff rotation?
Yeah.
And I think it goes 2 ways. I think, 1, it's what are they going to do, and then 2, what would you do? I don't see a scenario where they don't give Justin Verlander a playoff start just because he is Justin Verlander, because of the clout, because of the cachet. I think they'll give JV a start. Now, what would I do? What gives you the best chance to win? Well, if the season ended right now, you're in a 3-game series. You're in a wild card series. You're playing a 3-game series. So it's not even a 4-man playoff rotation. It's a 3-man playoff rotation. And Framber Valdez is a no-doubter. Hunter Brown's a no-doubter. Mm-hmm. After that's where the conversation starts. Who would be your number 3 after Framber, after Hunter? Justin Verlander, Yusei Kikuchi. If you want to throw Arrighetti into the mix, if you want to throw Ronel Blanco in the mix, you could go in any of those different ways. So if you had to pick one to be your Game 3 starter, and now you're talking about Game 3, you're looking at an elimination game, who would it be?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it comes down to the fact that if you get the Arrighetti that you got the last start when he's really on his A game, then that's a guy that I think is firmly in the discussion. To me, it's Kikuchi in the mix because of the fact that he's been so effective since he's been an Astro, and he has a lot of good pitches in his arsenal versus to me, Ronel Blanco. And the fact that between Kikuchi and Blanco, you're looking – is it the experience of Kikuchi? Is it the effectiveness that Blanco has shown you all year long? I just personally have not. I need to see a lot more of Justin Verlander before I believe that you're right. The name recognition is going to matter. I think that's what's going to project him into being one of those starters, regardless of what we think. But for me personally, I'm not putting Justin Verlander in that top 3 right now. I'm not. I think it comes down to Kikuchi and Blanco to me, and Kikuchi is a more veteran pitcher with a little bit more experience. I think I would lean that way. Blanco has pitched out of the bullpen before. He could be a good bullpen arm for you. And then Verlander the same based on, where he's at, how he's feeling, and how you want to, use him if you want to do, picking up the backside for multiple innings of a start. However you want to do it. I think Kikuchi right now, the way he's pitched, I would put him there in the 3 spot.
Because you're getting nothing out of your corner outfield, Jordan's going to be my DH. I'm going to start Yusei Kikuchi in left field. I'm going to start Verlander in right. When there's a right-handed hitter up, it's going to be Verlander. When there's a left-handed hitter up, I'm going to put Kikuchi on the mound and play Verlander in left.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
No, it's a very little league. I think
Tampa did that for a while. They did not for a while. I think they did it like once or twice. I don't know where I go. I think of those four guys, I think Arrighetti's been the one pitching the best. Like outside of one start, I think Arrighetti's been the one that's pitching the best. So if I have the problem is you have a rookie in an elimination game now because it's game 3. So it's challenging. I think that all hands are on deck in that sort of game. I think you probably start Verlander. I think the Astros would start Verlander. I'm not sure. I would probably start Verlander. And then it's like, okay, left-handed pocket in the third inning, Yusei Kikuchi, come give me 2 innings. Okay, now back to the righties. Ronel Blanco, give me 2 innings. So if you're in a wild card series, I think that game 3 is all of those guys are throwing, and they probably start Verlander because he's Justin Verlander.
And you just have everybody empty the tank. Instead of just stretching it out and trying to, get extended innings, just go out there, empty the tank, like you said, for 2 innings, give me everything you got, and we'll piece it together to get to the next round and then worry about how we're going to set up the rotation. You're not wrong with Arrighetti, but I'm just very leery of putting a guy that doesn't have any playoff experience as a rookie pitcher in an elimination game. Because it's one thing to say, hey, this is your first playoff start. It's another thing to say, if we lose, we go home and we're putting the ball in your hands. That concerns me.
Well, 3 of those guys would be making their first playoff start. I mean, Verlander's the only one of those 3 guys that has started a playoff game. Ronel Blanco has not started a playoff game. Spencer Arrighetti is a rookie. And I think Yusei Kikuchi has appeared in one playoff game, but it was out of the bullpen.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't even I'm not even sure he appeared in the game. I know he was on a team that made the playoffs. He might have been left off of the playoff roster. I don't know. He appeared in the AL wildcard game 2. He appeared in the 4th and the 5th inning and went an inning and 2/3. So it'd be his first playoff start, only his second appearance. So outside of Verlander, you have 0 starts in the postseason.
Yeah.
From those the candidates, obviously Fromber has playoff starts.
Yeah, no, that's an issue no matter how you look at it and where who you play and what the series is going to be. If you can somehow avoid and get the bye, you're still dealing with guys with little experience to no experience coming through at big times for you. But that's kind of what you've signed up for with the amount of injuries you've had to endure. The good news is you've got the 2 horses at the front of your rotation that if they keep pitching the way they've been pitching should kind of set the tone for you and put you in a good spot as you get deeper into a series.
Game 3, got to go with Verlander on a short leash, 0979. Let's assume that the Astros are in a division series and you go 4-man rotation. You went with Kikuchi as your 3?
Correct.
Who would be your 4 now?
I really like Arrighetti. I just like the way his stuff plays. I like the fact that he's got the best stuff. Again, because of the way we know the Astros think, there's no doubt in my mind, whether it's 3 or 4, Verlander's getting a start with a 4-man rotation. Verlander is one of the guys, and I don't think it's questioned no matter how he's pitching. He'd have to really, really, really fall apart down the stretch. So I think it becomes then between Kikuchi and Arrighetti. I would probably lean Kikuchi again, but Arrighetti, I just don't know if he can, I don't know if he's ever thrown out of the bullpen. I would assume not. But I would go Kikuchi and Verlander to follow up after Brown and Valdez.
Yeah, it also depends to me on who you're facing. Like if you're facing a heavy left-handed hitting lineup or the best hitters are lefties, okay, more Yusei Kikuchi. If you're facing a team that's nothing but righties, then you're probably looking to go Spencer Arrighetti. I like the idea of moving Blanco to the pen, make him your long guy. Now, getting there obviously is something that it's important. But, yes, I think that the possibility of Justin Verlander not being one of the playoff starters exists. It probably exists more if we're making the decisions and the Astros making the decisions. It's going to be super hard to be like, hey, Verlander, you're not in our playoff rotation. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The guy that would potentially be delivering that message would be Dana Brown. And we're learning more and more how big of a goalpost mover Dana Brown is. We'll explain. It's the Bees broadcasting live from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm pumped up. I'm wearing my colors today. It is football season. Football season is finally here. Week 1 in college football. Obviously, they had games last week, but those weren't real games. It's week 1. Game week is here for all of us. And it's your first chance to see the Willie Fritz Houston Cougars this Saturday, 6 p.m., August 31st at TDECU Stadium. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets right now or call 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in your ticket starting as low as $15. You've been waiting for this all summer. Let's be honest. You've been waiting for this since the last football game of the year ended. Well, it's back. Come out and enjoy the excitement, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd this Saturday at TD Stadium. The Houston Cougar football team taking on UNLV in the start of a thrilling new era, the Willie Fritz era. Donovan Smith, of course, leading the charge on the offensive side as the Cougs take on the Rebs from UNLV. From the marching band to the tailgates and every heart-pounding play, this is college football at its finest. Get out to TD Stadium on Saturday. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in those tickets now. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Welcome back. Broadcasting live from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy, where they have the best food. Boudin here, boudin balls, some crackling, some pork rinds. Richard, our friend, eating some of the chicken sausage gumbo. He said he thinks the Astros are going to fall apart, Blankers. Richard did.
Oh, my.
Do you think Richard's right? Are the Astros going to fall apart?
Glass half empty over there, Richard?
I think it's the gumbo. It's the gumbo that's half
All right.
empty.
All right, half empty, yes.
Yeah, I mean, they're clinging. They're clinging. They're hanging on by a thread, and hopefully they get Kyle Tucker back soon, and it changes some things around. 1140 says Fromber, Brown, Kikuchi, JV, Blanco in Game 5, so going a 5-man rotation in the playoffs.
No way.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. 5315, how about Altuve stealing home? I don't know how he would have done that with the game starting at 6:05. I don't know how he would have done that. Dana Brown was on with the QB1 over at the I mean, he was never a QB1 in his life, but QB1 over at the cardiac arrest earlier today, and he said now he expects to get Kyle Tucker back in the first 10 days of September. Remember, this was the first week of September, and before that it was late August, and before that it was, I don't know if he needs a trip to the 10-day injured list. Dana Brown, I've learned, we know that loose lips sink ships, and he has loose lips. I like his eyes. I do like Dana Brown's eyes. The lips, not so much. He's a goalpost mover, Blankers. He continues to move the goalpost, and, it's the training staff telling him. I don't care. He's the head of the snake. He's the guy leading the organization, hopefully. But he is a goalpost mover when it comes to, really, quite frankly, all of the players on the Astros that get injured.
Yeah, the more you hear from him, the more you think that he should just take a page out of Thumper's book from Bambi, and if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, because it's a really bad look to keep changing it every single time anybody asks about an update of Kyle Tucker. And I understand that you don't know what you don't know, and whatever your medical staff is telling you, it's a very strange injury, and the fact that, it's kind of rare that he got hit in the same spot twice, and we can't figure out if it's why it's taking longer than if it had been broken. But it is what it is. And all it does is just stir up the emotions of Astros fans every time it comes up, and he does this because now doomsday. I mean, even with the Hayward signing, most people were out there going, and you saw the kind of closet general managers on Twitter saying, well, this must mean that Tucker's done for the year. And I saw multiple tweets on that. And it's like, you don't know, but Dana doesn't help you to know because of the things he's saying, because he keeps pushing that finish line down the road to where you have more chance to worry. I've dealt with Daryl Morey before. Daryl Morey is very similar. They've never found a microphone that they don't like. And when they like it, you can still talk, but he just constantly tries to give you something, and in the process, he frustrates a lot of people that follow this team.
See, I don't get the sense that Dana Brown loves the microphone, though. I don't know. I don't think he seeks out the microphone. I think that he's trying to be transparent because he knows the reputation of this organization. I don't think it comes from a bad place. And I like Dana Brown. I want to be very clear because it sounds like I'm being critical of the guy. I like Dana Brown. I think he has an eye for talent. Some of the trades, let's see where they are in 6 years. But I like Dana Brown as a general manager. I think there are times whenever he should be biting his tongue, whenever he's not. But I don't think he seeks the microphone. I don't think he likes the sound of his own voice like a Daryl Morey does. I don't think that that's the problem at all. I think that the issue is here is he's trying to be transparent from an organization that's not been transparent in the past, when, quite frankly, he should be transparent. Like, you're setting these expectations, whether it's from the fan base, but it also – I bet you the players don't like this. Like, if Kyle Tucker's hearing, well, they're going to expect him back in, late August, and then he doesn't make that, the fans are starting to turn again. Not all of them, but you start to see a small amount of people, hey, Kyle Tucker, he's milking it. Like, how often do we see that now? We would never see that about Kyle Tucker. If you gave him we hope to get him back before the playoffs, or just don't put a deadline at all, I don't think you would see the turning on Kyle Tucker. And again, it's not a majority, but there is some people, he's milking it. His agent's telling him this. He's looking for the bag, so he doesn't want to risk injury, all of that. So whenever you put these hopeful expectations out there from Dana Brown, I don't see the reward for doing that.
He doesn't have to do all the media hits. He doesn't have to do. Now, some of them are required, like with the flagship, but he doesn't have to join the TV. He doesn't have to do some of the things. And when he does do media sessions, he doesn't have to tell you. And you're right, he should leave it open-ended on the backside. If you don't know, and you're hoping, or he has to continue to progress, just say, hey, you know what, we're monitoring his progress, he's making progress, we just can't pinpoint it just yet. People would rather have that than have the false expectation of a deadline passed and then another deadline set and then another expectation that isn't met. Those are problems that frustrate a lot of people. So from that standpoint, I think that, and again, it's a learning process, because I like Dana Brown too. I wish they would, all season long, and we don't know what we don't know. I just wish everybody would let him do his job. But I think one of the things when doing his job he'll learn as he goes is the less you can say less is more in a lot of ways, because it's not going to create a lot of the sideshow if you just say you don't know, but he's progressing.
Yeah, see, I had a lot of people arguing me about this today, and they're like, well, he's just relaying the message that his training staff is giving him. Why?
Right.
Or they're saying, darned if you do, darned if you don't. If he didn't say a specific timeline, then people would be criticizing him for saying nothing. You're right. They would be. He is in a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation. But which of the two is better? Which of the two evils is better? I think it's the less information. And if you look at the history of sports and people in power, general managers, head coaches, managers, I mean, how often would Dusty Baker give you a date? Dusty Baker didn't give you a date. How often would Bill Belichick give you a date?
Never.
Belichick wouldn't give you a date. Nick Caserio, D'Amico, go through the list of coaches in any sport, general managers in any sport, and there are very, very few that are like, okay, here's the timeline. Okay, here's the timeline. Here's the timeline. And I don't think that Dana Brown's a liar. I think that Dana Brown, deep down when he said it, thought he'd be back by the end of August. I think whenever he said the first week of September, he thought that. I think he still thinks the first 10 days of September. I don't think that he's lying. I just think that the better practice is to say nothing. Don't give the information. How is Kyle Tucker's progression? Well, it's progressing, getting a little bit better each and every day. We hope to get him back.
Yeah,
That's it.
Look, I think you're right from the player perspective too. It would get increasingly frustrating as a player if you and your agent aren't the ones speaking about when your return date might be, and then your general manager is, and then you're not living up to those expectations. I think that as a player, you would be very frustrated by that. Sure. And you can oblige the media, but you don't have to be as specific as he has been in this situation. And just, you can speak to the media. You can say, hey, look, he's busting his tail. He's doing everything that the training staff is asking him every single day, working as hard as he can. But right now, because of the uniqueness of the injury that he sustained, we don't want to push him back too quick, and we can't pinpoint when he's going to be back. Then no feelings are hurt, and everybody is kind of under the same assumption. He's supposed to be back. We expect him back at some point. We just don't know when.
Don't have loose lips. They sink ships. 8089, with this type of injury, his return is fluid. We agree with that. There is no arguing that. I understand it's a very difficult injury. I understand it's very difficult for Dana. I don't think it's difficult for Dana Brown to answer the question. But we understand that, we have no idea when Kyle Tucker's going to return, which is why you don't put dates on those things. Like, if you don't have a concrete date or the injury's a fluid situation, don't put a date on it. GMs, head coaches, managers do not do that. Why are you doing it? And look, it went from we don't know if we need to place him on the 10-day IL to late August to first week of September to today now. First 10 days of September. And look, that's only an extra 3 days, but it's goalpost moving. It just went further back, further back, further back. And Kyle Tucker's not the unique case in this either. There's been other players that have also had the same treatment, different injuries, but same treatment. What did he say about Lance McCullers? Well, we think we can get him back by the summer. Well, we think we can get him back by, early July. Well, we think he'd be a great trade, a trade piece at the deadline. We're treating him as such. Oh, well, now it's going to be, mid-August.
Yep.
Oh, now his season is over. Same thing and I know that these injuries are tricky, which is why you don't put deadlines on them, even if they're hopeful timelines. Same thing with Luis Garcia. Well, we like where he's at. We're thinking early, June, mid-June. Okay, well, now we're looking at, well, we think he could be a piece that's going to be like a trade. And if you're adding that piece to the rotation, what a wonderful thing that is. Oh, now his season is done. Just don't put dates on them. There's setbacks happen. Stop putting dates on things.
Well, and the other thing, too, Jeremy, is the fact that in the NBA it's become a requirement now because every public relations department is different and communication staff is different, that it's required that you bring in an outside media trainer to work with your general manager, your coaches, and your players to kind of walk them through these kind of things because this isn't their forte. Their forte is actually doing what they do, whether it be playing or coaching or handling the front office of a professional sports team. when you are there's ways to be able to do exactly what we're speaking of and be comfortable doing it, because some people feel like they owe the honesty gene. They owe everybody to be as honest they can be. Whereas if you get the proper training, you can answer a question. You can it can suffice for whoever's trying to get the question answered for a story or whatever it is, but you don't set yourself up to be the guy that's going to take all the bullets if you give them a hard deadline and things don't happen.
And I legitimately and sincerely think that Dana Brown's doing it from a good place.
I think so, too.
I think he knows the reputation of the Astros for being kind of shady with injuries, and I think that he's trying to be transparent and upfront to try to alleviate and maybe repair that, loss of trust between organization and fan. I legitimately think that. But I don't think it's the best practice for the players that are getting hurt. It turns some of the fans against the players. Players don't appreciate that. It sets these lofty expectations that you're not meeting. Just err on the side of caution. And will people be mad at you that you're not being transparent? Yes, but that's the lesser of two evils.
And you can deal with that a lot easier than when these deadlines miss, and now you're going to catch some of the, not just the strays, you're going to catch some of the bullets where people are saying, hey, forget where if the player made the deadline or not. You're the guy that told us that he was supposed to already be back or be back on this date, and when he's not, then they're going to come headhunting for him. They're going to be looking for him. They're going to be pointing a finger at him. And you can avoid all that. It's just as simple as you can be vague, you can still be honest, and you can avoid a lot of the side shots that he's setting himself up for.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, broadcasting live from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy. Finest boudin, finest crackling, finest Cajun egg rolls you will find in the city of Houston. Quite frankly, the state of Texas. All right. C.J. Stroud, you're never going to believe who C.J. Stroud has pulled motivation from. I'll just tell you now. I think it'll be a better tease. He has pulled motivation from James Harden. C.J. Stroud pulling motivation from James Harden. What everybody wanted to hear, right? We'll tell you what it was next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at so many things. He does Botox. He does spa treatments. He can help you and your significant other in so many ways. But the big thing where he has helped me is the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure. They are game changers. Multiple people at the station have gone through the process. They've done the PRP. They've gotten the NeoGraft, and everybody raves about the results. The fact is, it's your own hair, and you get it back, and it stays with you for the rest of your life. It's fantastic. As a listener to us, if you are interested in information on how he might be able to help you, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com, and you can sign up for a free consultation. The consultation normally costs $150 for people off the street. You listen to us, you go to him, you get it for free. And you just sit down and have them explain to you the PRP, have them explain to you the NeoGraft. And there's no signing on the dotted line, no commitments to make, no money out of pocket, just a Q&A session where you can ask all the questions to your heart's content and then find out if it's something you might consider. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. And I'm telling you that all the results and everything that they put in front of me tell me that I am going to have this hair for the rest of my life. It's my hair put in a different spot. Essentially, it's like fertilizing your lawn with the PRP treatments and then resodding your lawn when you get into taking hair from places where it's never going to go away and putting it where you need it most. Absolutely fantastic, and all because of Doc Linville. Check him out today and tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
That's right. That's where we are. It's that time of year again where we want to thank our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. And while you're here, Blankers is going to give you a tour of the production side of the building from a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. A limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are available for purchase, includes food and drink. Must be 21 or older to attend. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now. C.J. Stroud. He looks for motivation anywhere and everywhere. You know, good, sharp mind, young player, has big aspirations for what he wants to do as an athlete. And the latest motivation from C.J. Stroud that we have learned about, C.J. Stroud was on the Boardroom podcast, Boardroom cover story, talking to them. And this is where C.J. Stroud pulled the motivation from James Harden.
But I knew I was always talented at sports. And I remember I seen James Harden's contract, and they broke it down by the year, the month, the day, and the second. And I was like, man, they paying this dude all this money to play a sport we grew up loving. From that moment on, my life changed. I stopped going to lunch. I stopped hanging out. I stopped going to parties. I stopped doing a lot of things. I started just grinding and working because I wanted to change my family dynamic, and my last name wanted to mean something.
There you go. C.J. Stroud pulling from the motivation of James Harden. I know you're a big Harden guy, Blankers.
Oh, you too.
So how about that? How about Stroud pulling some motivation from James Harden and basically doing the things that James Harden did do?
Let's end it right there, and I can live with it. If it goes any further, not that I ever have to worry about picking up the bad habits of James Harden if I'm C.J. Stroud, then we're just fine. Because if it means that, you know, breaking it down in terms of how much you can make per minute gives him extra motivation to kind of keep even your nose to the grindstone even more, I never have to worry, I don't think, about C.J. Stroud and his work ethic and the things he's doing off the field and making sure that he is staying, you know, clean and right and doing everything to be the best quarterback he can be. With James Harden, it was a nightly experience in terms of both on the court and off the court of just how wayward he could get and what he was going to do, whether you liked it or not. So as long as he stops right there with that quote and what he was basing it off of, that's fine. I would be concerned if he started going any further into the lifestyle of James Harden.
Yeah, I don't think that he is. Like, he flat out said, this is the reason that I don't party, I don't drink. So, I mean, just basically, it's not even really motivation from Harden. It's like, okay, Harden made this amount of money. This is how, you know, how much he was making a month, a week, a day, a second. And I was like, man, I want that kind of money. So it really wasn't even Harden that was the motivation here. It was more the money.
Right.
It was the money that motivated him. So, and we know the story of Stroud, you know, his father in prison, his mother lived in a storage, you know, it wasn't a storage unit. She lived in an area of the storage unit. It was a regular, like, you know, loft type of living situation. She wasn't living in a storage unit, but it was at the place where the storage unit was at. So, you know, he's motivated by that money. Now, do you think that you need that level of commitment to be elite at the quarterback position?
No, I think some people are just gifted enough. Look, Brett Favre was one of those guys where you might not have the best work ethic in the world. You might not have the deep knowledge of the X's and O's. You just might have an absolute cannon and the athletic ability to do things that he was able to do. The story always goes that when Ty Detmer was his backup, they were in the film room with the team several times, and they were talking about a nickel back. And he was like, can you explain to me what the nickel and the dime is? He goes, why do we keep talking about change? And Detmer's like, you're dead serious, aren't you? And he goes, yeah, I don't even know what they're talking about. And he's like, you know, when the corner comes in and he replaces a linebacker and we do this and we do that. And he's like, oh, yeah, I just throw it to the open guy. And that's when you knew, like, some guys, they're just so gifted athletically with God-given talent that you don't have to do, and they don't do the kind of things that a lot of the good quarterbacks do. I don't think you have to have it, but I do think it's a bonus when you get a guy that no matter how much the ability of C.J. Stroud, when we hear constantly about the fact that he knows the playbook inside and out. At Ohio State, the rumors are he didn't really want to have conversations with the OC because he wasn't calling the plays. He didn't have the in-depth knowledge in the plays like Day did, so he had just dealt with Day and his head coach instead of dealing with the OC because that's how dialed into the plays and the playbook he was. It's fantastic when it's like the icing on the cake. You get a guy with all this ability, and he's a footballer, and he just wants to talk ball and study ball and be about ball as much as possible. It makes life easier for everybody. The coaches don't have to worry about him. They know what he's doing and what he wants to be, and it makes everybody around him better, both in the training room and in the film room and on the field. That's just the added bonus of getting a guy like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I do think that there is a level of commitment that players have to get the most out of their talent. I think Brett Favre was more talented than Tom Brady, but Brett Favre has 1 Super Bowl ring, and Brady has 7 Super Bowl rings for
7 or
Brady,
8.
which is more than every NFL organization, which is the craziest accolade in sports, that a player has more championships than any team in the sport. He was incredibly weird. Like to get the most out of yourselves, I think you have to be a borderline psycho. And I think Tom Brady is a borderline psycho. Doesn't eat carbs, eats avocado ice cream. Like, I think Nick Saban is a borderline psycho. So I think a lot of the greats do have to go to the extremes. Like, what makes a guy great? Going to the extremes to give him the edge over the guys that are either just as talented or more talented.
Yeah, I mean, even from the standpoint of Brady, regardless of his own trainer and then the training system, and like you mentioned, the diet, the fact that they said that every offseason he was reinventing his delivery, his footwork, trying as he got older to make sure his release was quicker, doing those kind of things. And you mentioned it. It's almost like a psychotic behavior. Like, you are so obsessed with staying on top and doing everything to be the best quarterback you can be that it's a never-ending process that you are adapting every single opportunity you can to get better and stay on top.
Yeah, I don't think that it's like a prerequisite. Like, I think you can be really good without this. Now, does it take your game further? I think it does. I think that it does. I think it adds to your talent. I don't think it adds to your talent, but I think it gives you that extra edge on what is already your talent to maybe push you across some players that might be slightly better than you or more talented.
You think it's more prevalent with a position like quarterback and football?
Absolutely.
For me, I totally agree. Because you can roll out a basketball, and if you just have unbelievable basketball ability, regardless of whether you know the plays or you know how to, what the defensive switches are and what they're trying to call, you can excel, and you can excel at a very high level.
But even that, have there been players just as talented as Jordan? I think there's no doubt there's been players just as talented. But what gave Jordan the edge over guys who were just as talented or in the same ballpark of his talent? The mental side. Like the extra element that adds to that physical talent.
I just don't know if there's anybody been more talented than him, but I hear what you're saying. I think the other thing that's interesting, too, is I'm glad you said the mental side, because there was early Jordan who was one of those dialed in, completely focused on basketball guys, to the guy where we hear the stories where he could go to the casino the night before and he could do whatever he was going to do, staying up all night, but yet when it came time to play the game, he was just on a level better than everybody else. But that's why I think in football, especially as it relates to the quarterback position, it's so much more important, and I think it can be a bigger factor than it would be, say, in basketball or maybe baseball.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jordan's edge was his competitiveness. That's
no
what
doubt.
Jordan had. Brady's edge was that he wanted to be the best ever. And I think Stroud has a little bit of that. I'm not saying Stroud's going to be the best ever. Do not put those words in my mouth. But you heard it in the soundbite. Like, he eliminates all of this stuff because it feels like it takes away from what he could potentially earn as an athlete.
You and I talk about tiers a lot. The three of us talk about, who's on what tiers. It can be the difference between getting to that next tier when you do have a lot of talent, but if you also put in that extra work with your mechanics and or the X's and O's and you dial in even more, that can be the little difference that takes you to that next tier that otherwise where you might never get to.
Yeah. I think it's a good way to say it. It might climb you a tier, and if you're the opposite, it might take you
Absolutely.
Might take you out of the league. Kadarius Toney. All right, 103 NFL players voted on a variety of things from NFL quarterbacks, like the most overrated quarterback in the league, and where C.J. Stroud got some love. Might surprise you. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees broadcasting from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy. I'm eating as much as I can during the breaks because it's so good. The boudin, I think we're about through with the crackle. The cracklin's fantastic.
You were hammering the crackle.
I love this place. I mean, I legitimately love this place. I always come here, and I'm so happy that we're here today. And I'm eating like a Louisiana king. What do they call French kings? They call them kings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like a French king, just a king. They interviewed 103 players. They polled 103. It sounds like a man of the people. They polled 103 players in the NFL, voting on a variety of different things when it came to quarterback. The only time that C.J. Stroud's really mentioned here is as a trash talker. Biggest trash talking quarterback in the league. C.J. Stroud was in the other top vote getters. Now, it amounts to tied for 5th. So it's not like, the highest of the league. But Stroud, as a rookie, talked enough to be tied for 5th as the biggest trash-talking quarterback in the NFL.
I can almost guarantee that came from Colts players.
Oh, it's a good call.
Yeah, from between, was it Zaire Franklin? And I mean, we saw the video with all their players with Kay Adams a few weeks ago. They can't stand C.J. Stroud. There was apparently that conversation they had on Super Bowl Radio Row where they thought CJ was talking trash to him. That came from Colts players.
But you know where else it came from besides that? It came from all the podcasts this offseason.
True.
Because now...
Yeah, the $1 million worth of game thing where he's talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Every comment and every quote and everything that he starts talking about suddenly becomes CJ's bumping his gums, CJ and Micah Parsons. And I think the combination of the two gives everybody the perception of he's a trash talker.
Yeah, so he was tied for 5th behind guys like Josh Allen was first here, actually. That one surprised me a little bit. Yeah, that one surprised me a little bit. I didn't really think of Josh Allen as like the top trash-talking quarterback in the NFL.
To me, because he runs and he gets the power yards too, if guys are talking to him on the way down maybe, I don't think he starts it, but I could easily see him if guys are talking to him on a run or something like that, where going back to the huddle, he had plenty to say.
He never really struck me as like a Phillip Rivers type. So that one caught me off guard. They had Baker Mayfield too, which is not surprising. Baker Mayfield loves to talk.
Surprising at all.
And then Rodgers was 3rd, which also not surprising.
He loves it.
Yeah, and his like cunning little laid back way. Mahomes was 4th, and then Burrow was 5th. I've never heard Burrow talk. Mahomes was up there at number 4, which isn't surprising either. Watching the quarterback.
No, yeah. If you watch the quarterback show on Netflix, Mahomes likes to talk.
But do you think he starts it, or do you think he just responds?
Both.
Yeah,
really?
both.
Okay.
Both.
Yeah, he'll talk to you.
The Rodgers one to me is the one where you say cunning. You're right. It's one thing with they mentioned the way he talks about it in the fans with the discount double check or we own Chicago. You watch him on the field, and any defender that says anything to him, and it's like the rest of the game, he won't keep going. He's like relentless on it. He's one of those guys.
The top 5 quarterbacks, according to these football players, Pat Mahomes blew it away at number 1, easily number 1. They had Jackson at number 2, Lamar Jackson. Well, I don't have a problem with that.
2 MVPs.
And then Joe Burrow was 3rd. They had Joe Burrow at 3, Josh Allen came in at 4, and then Aaron Rodgers at 5. Aaron Rodgers gets a lot of love from NFL players as a guy who can still do it, apparently.
I think it's back in the football card, though. I think that it's the amount of guys that he's played against with the lengthy career that he's had that everybody remembers that throw or that play or when they played against him. I think it has nothing to do with the current state of the NFL in terms of the top 5 quarterbacks.
I have no problem with the top 4, but yeah, I mean with Aaron Rodgers, it's just he hasn't had it. We talked about this a few days ago. He hasn't had a great Rodgers season since 2021.
Right.
You're really, as you said, just putting it on back of the football card.
Yep.
The rookie that they thought would have the best chance to have a successful career, Caleb Williams wins it by an edge over Daniels. McCarthy was 3rd. I wonder if they pulled him before the injuries. Penix and Nix were tied for 4th. Most overrated quarterback in the NFL, Josh Allen. Anytime that I say this, I get criticized for saying that Josh Allen's the most overrated quarterback in the NFL. Yet in this poll from 103 NFL players, the most overrated quarterback in the NFL, according to them, is Josh Allen. Let's all say it together. Branham knows ball.
No.
Yes, I do.
We're not saying it.
How are we not saying it? Josh Allen's number 1.
Yeah,
Josh Allen
was supposed to.
I think that was he wanted
that was
call,
the cue.
A call and response.
103 players, Branham, 2 peas in a pod. I'm basically having an NFL mind. Some would say you have CTE.
I think that, you know what, it's becoming more rubber hits the road, put up or shut up time for Josh Allen, though, because more and more you're hearing people say, hey, look, as good as he has been and referencing the duels with Mahomes and the rushing yardage, the time is starting to slip away from him with the window closing about the fact that he's going to have to put up or shut up in terms of, where people put him in these rankings, because he hasn't been able to get over the top, and now he's lost some receivers, and now he's got to do more, and you've got to see if he can, kind of turn the ball over less and be able to dominate the football even more and get the results that people are still searching for with him.
The thing that bothers me with Allen, and we've talked about before, and Lamar Jackson a little bit with the same thing, is you have to be great at the simple. You have to be elite at the easy stuff. Pat Mahomes is elite at the easy stuff. Joe Burrow is elite at the easy stuff. I think C.J. Stroud is really good at the easy stuff. Where Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have trouble with is the easy stuff. Like, they're good at it, but they're not elite. And I think that's how you sustain success as an offensive player, especially a quarterback, is that you take singles instead of taking these home runs. Like, if you watched a highlight tape, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are easily going to be the top 2 quarterbacks in the NFL based on their highlight tape. But why does Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson not have the championships of Mahomes? Why haven't they been to a Super Bowl like Joe Burrow? They don't do the easy as well as the other guys. And if you can't do the easy, good luck winning 3 or 4 consecutive games in the postseason to reach the Super Bowl. I don't think they can. I don't think Josh Allen's ever going to get to a Super Bowl.
I think the other thing, too, Jeremy, is even just aside from just that, it's the fact that when it matters the most, make the right play. And I think that's where, when we talk about whether it be, knowing and doing your extra research and your extra film study and knowing, where the open guy is. But you think about it, in their biggest playoff moments when they failed, there were plays to be made that they either didn't look that way, you choose to make that choice, they tried something else, and then they fell short, to where you can have extraordinary ability to extend plays, to have monster arm, to have unbelievable running ability. But sometimes it's just knowing the right play to be able to live to see another day and another play instead of trying to be heroic all the time.
Yeah, probably hero ball there. There's probably, if you eliminate some of the hero ball, I don't think that you're seeing a lot of the turnovers, a lot of the mistakes. Now, I also think it's kind of the inaccuracy of both of those quarterbacks. Like, Josh Allen's not a tremendously accurate quarterback. I think Lamar Jackson's more accurate than Josh Allen, but not, he's not going to win completion percentage title. Now they might kind of, call their offensive scheme, okay, let's have some more shorter intermediate routes type of stuff, which can game a completion percentage. Like 70% if you're throwing nothing but dump offs isn't 70% when you're throwing medium to deep passes. So it's not always what the number is telling you. So yeah, I think that's where those guys have to improve if they want to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Top vote gators for the most underrated quarterback. There was a tie here between Brock Purdy and Matthew Stafford. Your quarterback's favorite quarterback.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that at this stage in Matt Stafford's career, it's almost like he's had a little bit of a resurrection, where since he started to get all this love from all these younger quarterbacks, he's getting another kind of push for just how much total ability he's had his whole career, and no matter how old he is. On the flip side, with Brock Purdy, you look at it and say, hey, look, as much talent as they've had, you still have to be able to be the guy that we talk about, makes the right decisions, pushes the right buttons, can make the throws when needed to. And when you look at what they had when they went out and made the big move to get a guy like Trey Lance, he was supposed to be that guy, their franchise quarterback. They just really lucked out by taking him with the last pick in the draft when everything fell apart with Lance and they realized he wasn't capable of being the guy and doing kind of the things you were just talking about in terms of make the simple plays happen, know the right reads, do the right things. You ended up kind of walking right into the savior in a guy that you didn't spend any draft capital on except for the last pick in the draft, and he ended up being exactly what you needed when the guy that you did put all the capital into failed.
It feels like Brock Purdy is a guy that's going to, just forever live on a list like this, right? Because not only is he the Mr. Irrelevant pick in the draft, but he's a guy who, it's not Brock Purdy, it's Kyle Shanahan's system. Oh, it's not Brock Purdy, it's, he's got Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. It feels like Purdy, I don't know if we'll ever really have the answer, at least not in the next few years, about is it Purdy, is it the system, is it the weapons? But because of all those things, Purdy feels like a guy who's going to live on lists like this forever.
I think it's really unfair to say that they lucked into Brock Purdy, though. Like, they made the selection. Like, they identified a guy that they like.
No, I said they lucked into the fact that he turned out to be meaning he turned out to be. When you take a guy with the last pick in the draft, I don't think there's anticipation and expectation. He's going to end up being the starting quarterback for your team within a minimum amount of time and have the success that he's been able to have. When you're taking a quarterback down that low, you see some things to where he could be on your roster. He might be a backup quarterback for you for a long time. Maybe he does some spot starts. But to have a guy that when they did commit so much to get Lance and it didn't work out, to have a guy already in the building and then have him step up to the level he stepped up, I don't think that as much as you saw in him, you expected that.
They identified the guy and selected him. You have to give him credit for that.
No, I give him credit for selecting him, fine. But I don't think they selected him thinking he was going to be a guy that was going to be your number one.
No, I don't think that you're ever taking a seventh rounder thinking that. But you can't be like they lucked into a guy when they literally scouted the guy, fell in love with the guy, drafted the guy.
But
that's not
what
lucking into a guy.
What I said is they lucked into him turning out being the guy that could be a one.
We'll check. Throw the challenge flag on that one. 713-780-3776. See, I think Purdy's a guy who's great at the simple. I think he's great. Like, is he ever going to have? Like, he'll have a few highlight plays here and there. But are you ever going to watch his highlight reel and compare it to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson? No. Even with Stafford will make some throws that dazzle you, but obviously doesn't have the running ability as those other two. But what do those two guys do? They make the simple easy. Sometimes we overcomplicate this stuff.
He's not going to do the big running plays and avoid tacklers and juke you this way and that way. He's not going to be the guy that off script is able to run left, throw right, and put it on a dime 50 yards down the field. But he can put it in tight windows, and he can make the right reads, and he can lead you on winning drives when you need him most. And there's something to be said about that.
Yeah. Text line 713-780-3776. 9920 says that Josh Allen's is just another Phillip Rivers.
Man, I don't like that comparison at all.
Yeah, I mean, Rivers obviously didn't have the running ability. I think he's talking about great regular season success,
I think
making
the lack
the
of
playoffs,
Super Bowls,
but then not making the deep run into the postseason.
I mean, Phillip Rivers was a guy who played a playoff game on a torn ACL. Like, I'm not saying Josh Allen is soft, but, man, I couldn't put Josh Allen in the same conversation on the level of being a competitor that Phillip Rivers
I think it's apples and oranges with the exception of the lack of playoff success and getting to the ultimate game and then winning it. But I think because otherwise I think Josh Allen is a guy that can pound the football, that is big and strong and tough and can get you yards on the ground and give you yards after you've been first contact and still play the quarterback as well. Whereas Phillip Rivers was a guy that didn't want to get hit but could put a football anywhere you needed it to be put and throw the ball all over the yard.
What do you mean he didn't want to get hit?
Phillip Rivers didn't like getting hit. I mean, he's like
a tough dude.
I thought he stood in there and took
hits. He took hits, but he was constantly trying to like duck and avoid. He wasn't.
That's just being smart, though, isn't
But I'm
it?
saying apples to oranges. Josh Allen's a guy that'll put his nose down and he'll try and get the extra yards and he'll take all the contact. Phillip Rivers was a guy that wanted to avoid it at all costs. Now, did he take some big hits? Did he play on a torn ACL? Absolutely,
he did. Playoff game.
I don't want my quarterbacks taking huge hits, though. I think it's. I don't think it's sustainable. Like, I don't want Stroud to take big hits. 0979, Josh's trash can emoji. Don't compare him to Lamar. 2-time MVP. Stop sign emoji. The cap emoji. Grinning teeth emoji. I agree with that. Be
the same. The emoji king has to be the same in number every
Obviously,
day.
Yeah. I mean, I like that guy though. We agree here. I agree. I don't think Josh Allen's in the same category as Lamar. I posted that on Twitter the other day, and some Bills Mafia fans got into my comments. Oh, this stat stuff. Okay, Lamar's better, man. 9695, Corey Purdy will always be on this list because he is not flashy. There's truth to that,
yes,
and I mean, Purdy has a lot of help. Purdy's offense is insane, so there is that. 5315, my boy Big Ben doesn't get enough recognition. This conversation's off the rails. 0979, Purdy can't juke nobody. Neither can Josh. They're not athletic enough. Come on, Josh Allen's super athletic. 5627, Josh Allen's last two playoff losses to Kansas City were on the defense. 13 seconds away 2 years ago. Last year, the kicker missed a shot to tie it up, and D couldn't stop Mahomes in the second half. That is true, but he's still overrated. He's still an overrated quarterback.
Well, until the turnovers get resolved a little bit and he can fix that, no one's going to stop talking about him being overrated because that's directly associated with his teams going home and playoff failures.
9358 says that Allen was voted the fourth best quarterback, and he is the one most overrated. That is a good point. But people would have him in the top three. That's why he's overrated.
Yeah, no, look, and again, it comes down to, it's one thing to say Mahomes is on a level by himself, but the reason why Burrow gets so much love is because Burrow's beaten him. Burrow has beaten him in Kansas City, and Burrow he's slayed the dragon, so to speak, when Josh Allen is still, trying to. Yes, he's had valiant efforts, but at the end of the day, the results are what they are. You still fell short.
Is that little fair to Josh Allen, though? Because he did, look, all credit to Joe Burrow. You guys know I love Joe Burrow. I'd have him as the second best quarterback in the league. But Josh Allen, as the texter pointed out, he was in a playoff game in Arrowhead. They went to overtime, and he never got to touch the ball. And now since then, those overtime rules have changed. Obviously, you can't rewrite history, but it feels sometimes a little bit unfair to Josh Allen, like he's getting in these playoff games against Patrick Mahomes and just folding.
Well,
that's not really the case.
I think he's incredibly mistake-prone.
I mean, no argument there. Yeah, he throws lots of turnovers, but I mean, again, he had them in Arrowhead in overtime, never got to touch the ball.
No, I hear you on that, and you're right. That's exactly why they changed the rule, and he did nothing that to be faulted for that loss. Let alone, like you said, miss the kick. But at the same time, when the window starts closing, when the opportunity has been there year after year after year, people aren't going to remember that. They're just going to remember that overall the body of work says the one thing you couldn't do is you couldn't beat Pat Mahomes, you couldn't beat Kansas City.
713-780-ESPN 2787 until Lamar Jackson actually wins the Super Bowl. Then I'll give him some love. Right now he's just a long fly ball caught on the warning track. Got to say the same thing about Allen, though.
You do.
If Josh Allen was on the Chiefs, would he still be overrated? It depends if they won the Super Bowl. If they won the Super Bowl, no. 3-4-5-1. When is a top 5 quarterback overrated? Stop the Allen hate. Well, whenever he's in the top 3. If he's outside the top 3, that would be the definition of overrated. 0979, Allen will never win the MVP. Laughing face emoji.
If he plays well this year, they're going to give it to him.
And then Tyler and Conroe. Brett Favre could not make it in today's NFL, Blankers.
I don't know about that. I mean, he had, again, when we start talking about just that kind of uniquely, that unique skill set and ability that not many people ever even think about having, he took it to another level. Now, if you want to say that it's a more technical NFL with a lot of the different reads and coverages and play strategics, fine. But Brett Favre playing football the way Brett Favre plays, even if it's playground football, I still think he'd be successful. I mean, maybe you're comparing him to Josh Allen in a lot of ways, but with a more accurate arm and still could run and do the other things that Josh Allen does.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live for the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy. Fantastic food. Stop on by and get out of the rain and enjoy some fantastic boudin, crackling, full, expansive menu. Come out, hang out with us. CeeDee Lamb's had this to say. CeeDee Lamb, there's only one of them. CeeDee Lamb had this to say about Jerry Jones and who the Cowboys are signing. Great signing if this were 2019. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP is great people up and down their roster. Mike Holly, Chris Fisher, all of their reps that you will be in contact with. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. And HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Whatever you need, they're going to help you. You need help in area A, they got you. Area B, they got you. You don't need as much help in the third area. Well, they won't bother you with that. Get help with where you need it and spend your time and resources back in the areas you want to. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for you. Their customer service, second to none, as you know. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you. They know your company inside and out. I can speak to that customer service. Anytime I have a question, always a quick response, super easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate these HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. 713-780-ESPN. B's broadcasting live from the best stop in Katy. Food is fantastic. Texter from the Bronx, listening all the way from the Bronx. Of course the 49ers lucked into Purdy. He was selected as Mr. Irrelevant. What would have been clearly taken higher if they thought he was starting quarterback potential. I guess it depends on the parameters that you're putting on it. If you're saying starting quarterback, then you probably draft him ahead of the seventh round. But it's not like they were drawing names out of the hat. Like, they took a player that they liked. They didn't luck into the selection of Purdy. Did they get lucky with how good he was? I don't know. Like, you draft players that you like. You draft players that you think are going to come in and help you. Like the whole, okay, well, I'm drafting this guy to be a starter. I don't know if general managers do that. I don't know if they're looking in the fifth round and like, okay, player A, we love him. Okay, we think he's a starter in 2 years. No, I think they're just drafting players they think that they like and they can develop. And Purdy's undersized. Like, he doesn't have the biggest arm. So that's the type of quarterback that falls in the draft.
Wouldn't you say, though, if they viewed or saw that he had these sort of traits, that they wouldn't have waited to the 7th? Maybe they take him in the 6th?
I think the traits, though, that why he slid is because he doesn't have an NFL body. He's short. He doesn't have a huge arm.
I'm just trying to.
He's not overly athletic.
I'm just trying to put myself in the mind of John Lynch and the 49ers. Like, if I do the scouting work and I think Purdy has a level of production way beyond the draft status that he has, I'm not waiting to the 7th and risking it. Even if I think he's going the 7th, but if I think he has these sort of talents, these sort of traits, this ability, just take him in the 6th. Don't worry about it. Don't risk it. Why wait to the very last pick of the draft?
Some of that has to depend on what the situation your entire roster is in, too, and where your football team's at, where you can have the luxury of taking him sooner. If you think, hey, he's got some traits I really like, we've got to work with him and hope he can pick up this and this and this. If you're a really good football team, you could probably take them a little higher because your roster's pretty set and pretty solid. But if you're like a team that's kind of on the rebuild or just, on the downside of things trying to get back up, can you afford to do that?
But it's a 6th. Because I agree with you. I'm not reaching for, maybe the 3rd round prospect early in the 2nd. Like, I agree. You don't want to lose that sort of value. But once you're in the 6th, I mean, you're taking guys. I mean, hell, the Texans' 6th round pick this year didn't make the roster.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't.
Yeah, so it's a part of the draft where I'm not worried about value or reaching or anything like that. If to me, if they thought Purdy was this type of guy, clearly they didn't. Why would you wait to the last pick of the draft? Just take him around earlier.
I think teams are really good at knowing where guys are going to be drafted, though. So I don't think that they just want to commit to losing value in a guy that they think will be there in later rounds.
Worried about losing 7-6 value seems short-sighted to me.
Yeah,
if you think the quarterback has this sort of talent.
I think it's a good point. Their quarterback room was pretty full when they did this.
True.
I mean, they still had Jimmy G. They still had Trey Lance, who they traded up for. So it's not like they were super desperate for quarterback.
See, and that's where I think that you can also take the time to make the effort to say we can develop them over years. We're good. We're not going to – because on the flip side, what I think about is when you see a team like when Tennessee took Malik Willis. Well, they saw a lot of ability, and so they took him really, really high. And then they found out the other things that they thought maybe they could develop and things that he was going to be able to pick up and feel comfortable with. He didn't, and now you've burnt a third round pick?
It was a third.
You burnt a third-round pick on a guy that you had aspirations and saw something in to say there's a good chance he could be something for us. And then it doesn't pan out. And you're like, well, I burned a third, and my team probably could have used that third in a different way.
I don't think you're looking for starters, though, like after the 3rd round. Like,
no, you're right. I agree with that.
There's players that you like, and you're like, okay, well, we really like this player. We see something in this player. I think we can make him a player. And then you get in, and they might surprise you. They might disappoint you. But there's something that drew you to him. You're not drawing names out of a hat. Now, were they lucky that he turned into that type of player? Yes. Like the Patriots were lucky that Brady turned into the type of player he was. But you can't call them lucky for identifying a player that they liked that turned out to be really good.
No, that's what I'm saying. You lucked out that he turned out to be what I don't think anybody walking away from that draft that night thought there's a guy that's going to end up being a starting quarterback in this league, period, let alone having the success that he's had.
C.D. Lamb on Jerry Jones with their relationship. He said, it's behind us. Jerry Jones, is entitled to whatever he's got to say as long as we get a deal done. So translation, I don't care what that old senile man has to say, as long as he gives me my money.
As long as the check cashes, we're cool.
It's just Jerry Maguire. It's just show me the money and then nothing else. But good on CD, too, because we've known through the years there are guys that, remember things said during negotiations and whatever, can't let them go, have issues with it. At the end of the day, it's a business. You don't have to be best friends with the owner and general manager. But if he does what he needed to do and you get what you wanted to get, then let's move on.
Yeah, the Cowboys going all in by signing Dalvin Cook.
Did you see him recently?
No.
I saw him in that playoff game against the Texans. Where he ripped off a huge run.
But they showed video the other day. He looks like a linebacker. Like he went in.
Oh, is he blown up?
Yeah, but in like a muscular way. Like he went in and he must have been on some like massive weightlifting program, and then he's all shredded and he's all big, and everybody's like, is he playing linebacker or is he playing running back?
Maybe he took Jeremy's advice. He knows this last year in the league, so he's just going to roid up.
Maybe so. Maybe so. It wouldn't be the worst idea. It'd be good for the Cowboys, too. Yeah, they say they're going to start on the practice squad, see where it goes from there. It's not a good running back room. Like Ezekiel Elliott's back. People think he's cooked. You bring in Dalvin Cook. You have
Rico Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle, I think, is their best back. But a lot of people don't think he's good.
Week 3, Dalvin Cook's your starting running back.
I don't think he's ever going to start.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever going to start.
I think he's going to start this year.
He didn't start for the Jets last year when they needed all sorts of help.
Like I said,
he didn't even play.
You mentioned it. They don't have a lot of options, and he looks like he's like this.
The Jets didn't have a whole lot of options last year.
Well, Breece Hall was their starter.
I mean,
Breece Hall was great.
To spell Breece Hall, though, look at all the guys that got carries. Dalvin Cook had 67 carries last year for the Jets. 67 carries.
But he was never going to start in front of Breece.
No, you think he'd get more run.
Yeah, no, that part is fair. But
Didn't they release him late in the year, too?
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah, because he ended up in Baltimore. He played in the playoff game against the Texans.
That's who he never got on the field for. Never got on the field for Baltimore.
He played against the Texans in the playoffs.
Yeah,
he had like 2 carries.
One was a really good one.
One was a really good carry. He had 0 regular season carries for the Baltimore Ravens last year.
They were saving him.
What did he do against the Texans? I'm curious now.
It couldn't have been much.
He had 8 carries?
But he had one run in the fourth quarter that was like 25, 30 yards.
No chance. He had 23 yards in the game.
Yeah, he could still have a 20-plus yard run.
He had a 25-yard run and then went 7 carries for -2 the rest of the way.
He's starting a game for
Which
the
is
Cowboys
long.
this year. I don't think their running back room is very good.
19 was long.
19, okay, I guess it seemed longer.
So he had
at the time.
7 carries for 4 yards despite that.
Yeah, it wasn't good. He's not starting a game for the Cowboys.
I don't think so.
They'll start Zeke's corpse until the end. They don't care.
I think they'll start Deuce Vaughn before they start him.
And man, Deuce Vaughn's tiny.
He's so small.
He's so
more
tiny.
productive. More productive.
Yeah, I don't think they care. They're just going to start Zeke.
He's more gimmicky too. I like Rico. I've been drafting a little bit of Rico. Kyron Williams going to return punts, and people are freaking out thinking that the Rams don't think much of Kyron Williams because he's returning punts.
I think they just value the punt return.
I was just going to say, the way that everything is set up in the NFL these days, they think they can get yardage out of a running back that has good wiggle, that they're going to treat it more like a set-up running play. Once he gets the football, he'll get some yards for him. I think they're overthinking everything.
Some people are saying Blake Corum season.
I think that might be part of why they're doing it, though, because maybe unlike last year where I'm forgetting the guy's name, Darrell Henderson. I don't really know if they believed in Darrell Henderson by the end, but they obviously drafted Blake Corum with like a third-round pick. This might be a sign that they trust Blake Corum to be a little bit of a running back by committee. So if Kyron has to take a few plays off because he's resting after the punt return, they don't mind putting Corum in the game.
Yeah. Apparently, Kyron Williams also returned punts early last year, too. So it's not like it's foreign territory for Kyron Williams. Let's get to our Will of Bits. Will of Bits, what are we going to get today?
We're going to get Know Your Cajun. It's a new Will of Bits.
Okay. Are there stakes on the line?
Yeah, we actually need a couple of callers. Austin, be ready. We're giving away U of H football tickets, go Cougs, for this weekend's game against UNLV, right, Jeremy? And so we'll need a couple of callers. Joel and Jeremy will compete against each other in Know Your Cajun. And the caller attached to the winning side will get a pair of tickets to the game.
All right, 713-780-3776. Call. Hope you're on my team. That way you can go to the game.
Probably right.
Will of Bits, Know Your Cajun next. The Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Know your Cajun. Thank you. Sounded from the British accent to know your Cajun. I don't know why I get that reputation, trolling reputation. Killer Bees broadcasting live. Best stop, Cajun Market, Katy. Fantastic food, stuffed bell pepper, stuffed meat of your choice, boudin.
You just had some fried alligator.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Don't threaten me with a good time. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Fantastic. I love this place. I've been counting down the days to come here since we found out we were coming here. It's one of my favorite places. It's the best stop for a reason because it's the best stop. All right, know your Cajun. What are we doing here?
All right, so I'm going to give you guys a name, and you'll alternate turns. I've got 7, but I've got multiple tiebreakers, so we can go up to 11. But I'm going to read you a name, and you're going to tell me, is this a former LSU Tigers player, a Louisiana State congressman, or a Zydeco band member? Know your Cajun.
No chance, Joel.
Know your Cajun.
How many do we have of these?
We'll do best of 7, but I can go up to 11 if we need to, in case there's still a tie. All right, number 1, Joel, you're going first. Godfrey Zonbrecker. Is that a Zydeco band member, a former LSU Tiger, or a Louisiana State congressman? Do you know your Cajun?
I'm going to say that that's a Zydeco band member.
Jeremy?
I'll go with congressman that overlooked one of the parishes.
That's an LSU player
man.
from 1967 to 1969, a 2-time All-SEC center.
I
What
knew
a
I saw
pull.
him play.
In black and white?
Yes.
What a pull.
In person.
All right, next up, Jeremy going first, Joe Damonjo.
Can you spell it?
Yeah, trust me, with the Cajun names that we're going to have to. Joe, I think you know how it's spelled. Damonjo is Domingeaux.
I'll go with the congressman for
I will
old Joe.
too.
Crooked Joe is a congressman.
He is a former tight end for the LSU Tigers back in the 90s. Yeah, back in the 90s. Both 0-2. All right. Joel, you're going first here. Dixon Wallace McMakin. Dixon Wallace McMakin.
The hyphen leads me to politics. I will say congressman.
Yeah, I'll go defense here, too. I feel like I need to live the bit here and go with a politician until I get a politician right.
That is correct.
Yes.
He is a Republican in District 68 in the great state of Louisiana. All right, you're tied 1-1. Number 4.
You're right. You really was right.
I see what you did there. All right, Jeremy going next here. This name, I'm going to take a guess at the last name. Forgive me if I butcher it, but Clifton Chenier, and that is spelled Chenier. I'm going to guess Chenier. Clifton Chenier, Zydeco, congressman or former LSU Tiger.
I'll go with a former LSU Tiger.
I'm going to go with, it could be Chenier, by the way.
Could be.
Because there was an NBA guy named Phil Chenier. I'm going to go Zydeco band member.
Joel is up 2-1.
Man.
He is known as the king of Zydeco, and he won a Grammy in 1983.
How did I not know that?
I don't know. You don't know
Before
your
I was born.
You don't know your Cajun. All right, so let's see. We're up to number 5, and let's see. This will be Joel going first. Yes, Zoli Toth. Zoli is Zollie. Toth Toth. LSU Tiger, congressman, or Zydeco band member.
Going Zydeco band member.
How'd you spell it? Toph?
Uh,
Toth.
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 I'll go with an LSU Tiger.
Jeremy has tied it up.
Yeah.
He's a running back on the LSU Tigers from the 1940s, going a little ways back. Yeah.
My goodness.
The greatest generation, right? All right, number 6. We are tied at 2 apiece. This will be Jeremy going first. Gerald Bowie. Bowie is spelled Beaulliue.
You said his first name was what?
Gerald. Gerald Bowe, I guess being his nickname, Bowie.
I'll go with a politician.
I will as well.
Still tied. That's correct. He is a Republican in the District 48.
Are there Democrats in this state?
I don't think very many. I don't know. Or at least they didn't have funny names for me to pick. I'm not sure which one it is. All right, number 7. You're tied up at 3. This will be Joel going first. Tommy Casanova.
LSU football player.
Jeremy?
I'm going to go with a Zydeco band member.
Joel Blake knows his Cajuns.
Did he win the Heisman?
I don't know if he won the Heisman, but he was a defensive back in the 1970s.
Okay.
So
I know.
Joel
Casanova? I don't think he won the Heisman.
Casanova. I don't think he won the Heisman, but he is a former LSU Tiger. He played defensive back in the 1970s.
He was very good though, because I think that
he got drafted. I know that.
And
what did I say?
You said, I think you said Congressman.
Say Congressman.
Yeah, I think you said Congressman. You definitely didn't say LSU.
I think we have controversy here.
Well, we can also.
Was he after he played? Was he a congressman?
Tommy Casanova, American football
did he do
player,
both?
6 seasons for the Bengals, All-Pro, played college football for the LSU Tigers, 2-time All-American. He is a Republican, former member of the Louisiana State Senate.
All right. Okay, we'll go.
Nobody served a single term from 96 to 2000.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm with it. That's fine. He's right.
We'll keep going.
I'm glad that you looked. I'm glad they said the Heisman thing because I would have never looked this up.
We'll keep going.
Both.
We're still tied. We're still tied. Apparently, he did both. My bad. All right. Number 8, Hokie Gajan. Gajan I have spelled as Gajan.
I'll go with a Zydeco band member.
I'm glad you had to go first. Hokie Gajan was actually a running back for the New Orleans Saints after he played for the LSU Tigers.
Joel wins. That is correct. He was a running back in the 1980s.
How do you spell his last name?
You're looking it up.
I'm going to see.
Congressman.
No, I'm going to see if he plays the Zydeco band on the weekends.
Oh, that's right. Gajan. Gajan.
Dude, he was a fan favorite, and I used to work. Their training camp was at my school.
That's funny.
In college. And
wait, where'd you go to school?
University of Wisconsin lacrosse, and the Saints had training
Saints
camp there. They called it the Cheese League. It was all the Chiefs, Bears, Packers, Saints.
That's a far travel.
They all went to the Wisconsin universities for training camp, and Hokie Gajan was like a fan favorite.
He was he did color commentary on their broadcast.
Yep.
That's well done. I thought you went to Wisconsin baseball.
Okay.
Not Wisconsin lacrosse.
Grade the joke there. That was, yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Cricket sound effect.
HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. The Cron on Twitter asked a question that is triggering Houstonians. They asked, what is the abbreviation of Houston? Is it HOU or is it HTX? What do y'all say?
I say HOU.
I think it's no doubt HOU. I think
100% HOU. I didn't know HTX was a thing.
So this is triggering Houstonians on Twitter. What other things about Houston trigger you as a Houstonian? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees broadcasting from the Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, it's Branham, sports bettors. You got to know about your favorite sportsbook. I don't know that you already do. Your favorite sportsbook and casino, that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits, not just your first one, not just your second one, all 3. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not offer. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they all have the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odd boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions all on major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today, BetUS.com, or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS, 1-800-MY-BETUS, BetUS, where the game begins. Fantastic spot. You got to, if you're in the area, you got to get in here. Best stop in Katy. Fantastic food: the boudin, the gumbo, the cracklin, the gator. They have some these Cajun egg rolls, Cajun balls. This place is great. Cracklin. I'm going to get some to go, I think. Get a little cracklin to go. That never hurt anybody. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cron tweeted, what's the abbreviation of Houston, HOU or HTX? Everybody was mad. It's not HTX, it's HOU. We all know that. 9012, any sports game, when they have the score, it's HOU, not HTX. Great call. That's a great point. All right, so what are things as a Houstonian that trigger you, that make you upset?
Easiest one, because we've heard it over and over again. Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, that's the go.
Every
that's the number
single
one.
time, no matter what the sport, no matter what the situation, if something goes against a Houston team, it's, Houston, we have a problem. You are so creative. We've heard it before.
Yeah, that's mine too.
That's the one-on-one.
And it's everybody says it. Like you go to Houston games on the road, everybody's got a little sign, Houston, you have a problem. You go to game day at a rival school, Houston, you got mostly basketball, Houston, you got a problem. And you see it at Astro games, at World Series, it's so lame. So lame. Houston, you have a problem, so lame. What triggers you as a Houstonian that's about Houston? 713-780-3776. 3772. It bothers me that NASA is not actually in Houston, but rather somewhere in Webster. I never thought of that, really.
It's a good call.
I figured, I count that as Houston, though.
Space City, even the Space City uniforms and everything like that.
It's a suburb.
Yeah, it's part of the greater Houston area.
I'll tell you one that bothers me all the time is the Rockets wouldn't have won a championship if Jordan never retired. You can't outlive that. It's always redundantly brought up.
Is that Houston? Is that like Houston theme though?
No, that's.
But I'm saying, is that a Houston conversation? Is that something that people were saying about Houston that triggers you? That's kind of. I guess it's about the Houston Rockets, but.
Yeah, and I think it really chaps a lot of Houstonians' rear ends because it constantly comes up. And it's like, you forget he did play one of the years.
Yeah, they got eliminated. His Bulls got eliminated by
Orlando,
Magic. Yeah, by the Magic, who the Rockets obviously swept.
I guess I just don't consider that as part of this conversation. Like, Houston, you have a problem, or your abbreviation's HTX. I don't know, maybe it's maybe semantics on my part. 1047, it triggers me that people who never been here think we ride horses everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say
and
that.
Wear cowboy hats.
And the country music, they just assume you think, you listen to country music.
Yep.
The assumptions. Every city's going to deal with that to some degree. It's just different what they stereotype you on, but that is annoying.
Yeah. See, that's a good one too. It's a Houston stereotype that isn't really true that people think. Or a joke about this Houston, we have a problem because you saw it on Apollo 13. 0315 says Route 610. There's always traffic.
Route 610.
Route 610. It's a loop. It's a loop. That was an 845 area code. What's the 845 area code?
Never heard of it.
Another one from New York. We got a lot of New York listeners. 845 area code. Everybody's moving down to the south, I guess. 2920, even Mexican commentator said it for the Gold Cup, except they added Houston. We have a bad word problem.
Huh.
I didn't know that. I didn't hear the Mexican commentator say that.
Were you listening to him?
No.
Yeah.
But I figured I would have seen it on Twitter. It seems like it was something that would go viral.
Maybe. You don't want to put it in sports terms, but the other thing that you can't outlive is the cheating scandal is always, no matter how far we are from and distance from 17, you are not going to outlive that every time they mention the Astros, somebody is going to mention that they cheat.
Here's maybe a random one, but I often get annoyed when people seem to have this assumption that when they talk about best food cities in America, they the outsiders are all, it's New York, it's L.A., and then let's throw Houston into the conversation. What do you guys have? Just barbecue? No.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah,
you clearly haven't been here if you think we only have barbecue.
That is the assumption, though, that it is a barbecue city.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It is the best here,
we have great barbecue.
Well, it's way better than Kansas City or some of the Memphis and the ones that get the credit for it. But yeah, it is the assumption that they are. It's a barbecue city.
So what triggers you about the city? 713-780-ESPN 9229. What triggers me is that you're always belittling blank. You're pretty bad word. That is a Houston thing. There is a Houston theme to that, so that's a pretty good call.
It sounds like that should have been saved for Friday.
Oh, it's already there.
Oh, it's already there.
It will be there on Friday. 6517, the Astrodome still existing.
I was thinking.
I like the Astrodome.
I was thinking about something to
Currently?
do. I think people nationwide still think that the Astrodome is like this this prevailing building.
And you see energy next to
it.
Like,
yeah, it's a dump.
I want them to redo it. Like, I mean, I don't like that it's not doing anything. I want them to rebuild it. Like, I would love for them to make it. It'll never happen, but I would like for them to make it a casino, like restaurants and shops.
I love the casino idea. I just don't ever believe it's going to happen here because the lobbies from Oklahoma and Louisiana are going to.
Look, there's been lots of good ideas. When you think about the fact that they were going to make it a sporting event for like big high school football games that people could go to with the glass windows, so that even if you didn't want to go inside, you couldn't get in, you could watch from the outside. The hotel with the mall. There's been lots of different things where at least you utilize the structure and you can save what it used to be, the remembering of what the dome was, but then a more modern use for it on the inside. But do something with it instead of just letting it rot every single day.
Yeah, that one idea where they were talking about like gutting it pretty much, like and take down like almost all of the surroundings, but leave like the pillars and then leave the dome and have it like this open air. I guess it wouldn't be open air, but it'd be like open walled, like just structure that people could tailgate under or like hang out before games or hang out before the rodeo. That would be awesome. Like that's fine. Like that, you're not even. There's no overhead there. Like yes, you have the construction cost, but then once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, I think the big hang-up, too, is because I think they're still paying on it to some degree. Everybody thinks it has to be a revenue-generating thing. No, I think that it's a landmark. When you used to think about the eighth wonder of the world and think about how everybody talked about when it was the first of its kind, that if you just want to hang on to history, you can do that. You can save the outer structure and probably enhance it and upgrade it to make sure that it's more durable, but just do something else with the inside.
I love all the ideas. I will say one thing. Andre the Giant was the eighth wonder of the world. But honestly, I just don't think they're ever going to do anything with it. We've had these conversations for how long now? We have interns at the station who are as many years old as we've been having these conversations.
I think eventually they have to tear it down.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, I used to be, let's do the casino, let's do the hotel, let's do the parking structure, let's do all these things. But when you hear about all the cost to retrofit a place that's still filled with rats and asbestos, just tear the damn thing down.
Yeah, that's the problem, too, and because it's prime real estate.
Yeah,
it's right next to your football stadium, which you could do so many things with if it wasn't there. If you're constantly going to get pushback by another side, no matter what the suggested idea or ideas are, then you realize that's prime real estate for everything from parking to anything because it's so close to one of your dominating sports stadiums.
713-780-ESPN. Couple more on the text line. It may not be specific to Houston, but more to Texas. Whenever the Yahoos tried throwing out the Texan accent there, like in the movies or announcers reversed or just whatever that is true. They try to get like the little Texas draw, like in the movies.
Basically, they all try to do Matthew McConaughey impressions.
Yeah,
that's basically what that's what they do.
Yeah, they try to have that accent. 5038, people referring to Houston as the armpit of America. They've clearly never been to Jackson, Mississippi. What's this? The old Johnny Cash song.
Wasn't and Cleveland was always known as the mistake by the lake, and then they fought it. But yeah, I do think that a lot of people always think Houston is just cement.
And humidity.
Yeah.
NRG fits inside a dome. Most of the dome is subgrade level. Yeah, that is true. When you walk into the dome, you have to go down multiple levels to get to ground level. Played a high school baseball game. Well, I watched one for the dugout. 0836, my biggest Houston ick is the amount of New Yorkers moving down here. I like the New Yorkers.
There's a lot of California people moving here, too. They were documenting that, during the Dodgers series a year ago or so?
You have a big problem with those Californians moving here, Joel?
No.
What are the chances that Derek Stingley is cornerback number 1 in the NFL at the end of the year? 713-780-3776. The boys will take you the rest of the way. I'm going to dip out a little bit early. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the best stop, Cajun Market Katy on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, they're the best in the business. I've been telling you about them for a long time. Allstate Siding and Windows take care of you as Houstonians. They've been in business for almost 50 years, and what they do is exactly what's in their title. They do siding, they do windows, they do front doors, and they do them better than anybody else. And the fact is, they're going to do you a solid, too, by coming out to you to tell you exactly what they can do and how they can help you when it comes down to and for most of us, our biggest investment, our house. I personally had my windows replaced, and the beauty of the fact that with Allstate Siding and Windows, you get the experts, you get them to tell you what are the ideal products, what are the ones that are going to be best fit and suited for your house, and they're going to take care of all of the details. The fantastic thing for me was, one, the new windows upgraded the curb appeal in my house instantly. But more importantly, my energy bills went way down. These windows, they're fantastic. They give you the protection. They keep the elements out, but they look so good. But the best thing is that your energy bills are going to go down, and you're going to notice it almost instantaneously. The siding, the same thing. It's that hard outer shell. Forget about all the different things you got to do with painting and staining. You buy the siding, you're all set, and it's going to be a long-term outer protection for your biggest investment in your house. They got a lot of deals going on right now. 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Free estimates. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Tell them where you live. Tell them what you're interested in. They'll come out and give you all the different products that they offer, and they'll tell you exactly what will be the best fit for you and your house. You can also check out all the different products they have at allstatesidingandwindows.com. But I'm telling you right now, Mary and her whole family, they've run it from the get-go, and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by allstatesidingandwindows.com. Hey, back for the final hour of the show. 2 in the books, 1 to go. It's BMAC and myself taking you all the way till 6 o'clock as Jeremy had to cut out a little bit early. But we have plenty to talk about here as we get into the final 60 minutes of the program, BMAC. And the fact is Jeremy teased it, but we were talking about this. When you look at a guy like Stingley, it's one thing to say, hey, look, Nick was enamored with him. Nick, was convinced when he kept making the multiple trips to LSU that this was the guy he had to have. And early on with the way that Sauce performed and when we looked at the draft and we made the comparisons and we said, hey, if you've got apples to apples comparing two guys, they're pretty much even with Sauce Gardner and Stingley, and you look at it and the one guy has health issues with his foot, you probably would lean to take the other guy. And then early on in their career, Stingley was dinged up. He didn't play a lot. The team wasn't very good. Sauce had some success. But now we're seeing kind of a turn in how everything has been going in the fact that Stingley's getting better and better. Sauce's numbers have not been – still gets the recognition, but his numbers haven't been as great. And now people are starting to say, hey, NFL.com comes out and says by the end of the year, could Stingley be cornerback one, not just obviously on his team, but could he be the best cornerback in all of football?
Man, that is I think it's within the range of outcomes, but it's such a massive leap.
It is.
Because obviously, when you first read something like that, you start going through the mental gymnastics of thinking about, like, okay, what I have him ahead of this corner, what I have ahead of this corner. I mean, your guy, Jair Alexander, is obviously someone that's going to be in the conversation. I'm blanking on
Denver.
Is it Surtain? Yeah, Surtain Jr.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lattimore with the Saints has been good, especially when he faces Mike Evans. So there's a lot of corners in the league that would be in the conversation. But, yeah, I think the Texans took Stingley, because obviously a lot of people wanted Sauce, but they took Stingley because of the freshman year. The freshman year, I think, was arguably better than anything Sauce did. But there was questions and concerns because he hadn't been healthy. He had basically played in 2 seasons. And we saw it took basically a year and a half for Stingley to get to this level to be in this conversation. But I think he absolutely has the talent. Like what we saw for him as a freshman at LSU, we saw in the second half of last year once he came back from the hamstring injury. I mean, he missed like 6 games and he still ended up with 5 interceptions on the season. I mean, who knows what he gets to if he plays the full season, but we're talking about a guy that could have led the league in interceptions. So if I had to place the bet, I wouldn't place it on him being regarded as the best corner in the league, but I certainly think it's within the range of outcomes.
See, there's a couple of things to break down here because to that point you just made too, even if he's just considered one of the 5 best corners in the league, then I think that Nick's done his job, and you got exactly what you wanted, right? Because I think we talk about this with trades a lot, like we talked about it with the Kikuchi trade. Who won the trade? You know, you can sit there and say early on, the early results said Sauce was better than Stingley because it was availability more than anything else, and then he had success.
He was really good, too.
And he was good.
Yeah.
So early on, you'd say Stingley had the advantage. But when you look at the body of work, as you see things now where Stingley's really kind of coming into his own, where Stingley is kind of establishing himself as one of the best corners in the league, now you got to look and say, hey, before you can say were they right or they wrong with the pick that they made, you kind of got to see the rest of their careers play out because now the playing field's been leveled and Stingley has become the kind of player that Nick always thought he could be. From the other angle, the last angle, too, that you have to bring into consideration is, look, from a talent evaluation standpoint, we can say, well, Caserio got C.J. Stroud. He didn't evaluate the talent. Well, you look at what he's done with Lassiter so far. If Lassiter in the regular season turns out to be what they have seen so far and what we've seen in terms of a guy that can, from day one, start at the other cornerback position, then Nick knows what he's doing when he's evaluating talent with the corners. And if he thought that Stingley was better than and the guy that he wanted more than Sauce, it looks like you can trust him in the fact that, hey, he might be right. Overall, as the big picture unfolds, Stingley may be the player that he always thought he would be.
Yeah, I mean, if Kamari Lassiter hits, then I think you're looking at a Nick Caserio as basically having one miss from his rookie drafts. I mean, obviously, not all the 6th and 7th rounders have made huge impacts, but you never expect that. So it'd be unfair to call them misses. But right now, Kenyon Green is really the only guy you would look at from a pick that mattered, they'd be like, okay, you kind of missed on that. I mean, John Mechie obviously hasn't done anything yet, but there's obviously circumstances there. I think what impresses me so much about Stingley is you see some corners who are great, just in shadow coverage, the guys that stick with their man, probably the more valuable trait of the 2 that I'm about to mention, but don't make a lot of plays as far as forcing turnovers. Or you got guys like Stephon Diggs' brother in Dallas, Travion Diggs. I think that's his first name. I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But he was a guy who had a ton of interceptions in a year, but he was also getting beat on a lot of plays. Stingley seems to be the combination of both the guy who can make the plays, the 5 interceptions, despite missing 6 games last year. But when you watch him in one-on-one coverage, and there's stats to bear this out, especially in the playoff game against the Browns, like his one, I have the stat right in front of me, his one-on-one coverage of Amari Cooper. He was up against Amari Cooper in 35 of the 42 routes that Cooper ran in that game, and Cooper just had 1 reception for -6 yards on 3 targets.
And that's coming off of what he did in the regular season when he blew the roof off the place.
So that Amari Cooper, I think, is a very underrated wide receiver. He's obviously not a top 10 wide receiver in the league, but he's a very good wide receiver. And Derek Stingley completely shut him down in the playoff game. So you have a guy who can not only, quote-unquote, take away one side of the field, but when you do dare to throw at him, he's a guy also capable of making plays, forcing turnovers. And that combination of the two, not just being a turnover guy, not just being a shadow guy, to me is what makes or could put Stingley in the conversation as best corner in the league.
And the other thing, BMAC, that you got to take into consideration in this is it's not as simple as a quarterback, a running back, or a wide receiver where you say, well, how many yards did they get? What did they do touchdown-wise? This is where if you're really, really, truly at the top of your craft as a corner, you may not have a lot of interceptions because no one's throwing your way because they know that you're doing what you just said with what he getting their best receiver, and so they're looking another way. So it's harder to judge. It's more the eye test. It's more of, like you said, how many passes defended, how many times did they throw to him, what was the success rate of the receivers that he was going up against, because you can't just say, well, how many picks did he have? How many tackles for loss, things like that. It's deeper when you talk about a corner, but when you look at it, he's getting so much respect across the league now because the biggest thing was the knock on him was always his health. It wasn't the fact that he didn't have the turn and the hips and the ability.
No, he was elite his freshman year.
He can play zone, he can play man, and he can blanket anybody that he goes up against.
And I do think it's fair to expect, or at least a per-game basis, because he's going to hopefully play, not miss 6 games this year. So maybe he does still end up with 5 interceptions because he's played 6 more games. But I do think it's fair to expect his interception rate to go down. And going back to what you mentioned earlier in the conversation about Sauce not getting as many interceptions last year, I think that's kind of what happened because it seems to always be with these corners like a year behind. Like the league sees, okay, this guy is legit, and then a year later he gets the respect of we're not throwing at him. There's kind of a delay in that. I think you can apply the same thing to elite hitters in baseball. There's a little bit of delay before they start getting the treatment of getting pitched around. And I think that's what you're possibly going to see with Derek Stingley this year, especially since the Texans are, by all reports, going to start a rookie in Kamari Lassiter. We like Kamari Lassiter, but if you saw what Stingley did last year, and you also see, there's a rookie on the other side of the field, you're going to throw.
There's no doubt about it. That's
Lassiter's going to get tested. I don't think Stingley's going to get the same interception numbers because they're going to throw at the rookie.
It's the same thing when they said to Brady all the time. Brady will speak to the media, but when he said he would speak to the media, he'd be singing the praises of Lassiter, going, "Here's a guy we already think can be a lockdown corner. We look at him all these things," and then in the film room and in the game study for the week, they're going, "We're not throwing at Stingley. We're not going that direction. We're going to make this kid earn it and see what he really does have because we're going to expose him if we can." And that's what you're going to see. I don't think that because of the fact that you're right, it's a combination. Stingley has finally proven by being healthy that he can live up to expectations in terms of on the field being one of the better corners in the league. But because you've got a rookie on the other side, they're probably not going to throw at Stingley. They're going to lean towards making Lassiter prove it. The other key, though, that's good for both guys is the fact that because you have such a substantial pass rush this year, you're going to have less time to throw the football, which means advantage both guys on the outside.
And not only is it less time to throw, but you can also hopefully see the opposing quarterbacks forced into more bad decisions, forced into rush decisions. We saw what happened when Daniel Jones was pressured. He panicked and threw it to the flat, and Jalen Petrie picked it off and took it to the house. That might be what helps Stingley still get to the interception numbers he had last year, is simply because if Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are wreaking the sort of havoc, especially you get Danico Autry back, you add him to the mix. If they're wreaking the sort of havoc you expect them to have, forcing quarterbacks into early decisions, forcing them into mistakes, then maybe he still gets those interceptions. But adding on to the idea of, they're not going to throw on to Stingley because Lassiter's there, we also have to factor in Jalen Petrie, who we didn't really like his coverage last year, is now in a nickel corner role. And I'm willing to see how that plays out. But if you're the opposing offensive coordinator quarterback, are we going to throw at Derek Stingley? Are we going to throw at the rookie and the guy that we didn't think could cover last year.
Now,
Playing the nickel corner spot.
At least, hopefully, with Petrie, that's a position that he felt it was his natural position at Baylor. You feel like that's a position early on where you think that this is something where he has shown he looks like he can play. You don't know what you don't know about Lassiter, so you're going to find out. You're going to go and try and knock on that door several more times. But to your point, you're not going to throw at Stingley because now there are two other options that are better off for you as an offense than testing a guy that has proven really, especially even what you saw even in the preseason, no matter who they put him on and what they asked him to do, the way he was able to cover, turn, and his ball skills, not only just defending it, but able to catch it, that's going to be key to where I think a lot of offenses are going to stay away from him. So you're going to have to use that respect and the deeper numbers of how many times that he was thrown to or what he limited one of the better receivers
Completion percentage against them.
Yeah, we're not going to look at the things like the picks and the other things that we would look at.
Yeah, if Derek Stingley gets to 5 interceptions or beyond, it's either because opposing NFL offense coordinators are idiots or because he is legitimately in the top corner conversation.
All right, so let us know what you think. 713-780-3776. Call and let us know what you think. Where's Stingley going to be at the end of the year? Where do you put him now? Is he in the conversation with Sauce? Because that's what the comparisons were when he came out. We're going to continue to roll on. The Astros game is almost over. We're going to get some recap on that eventually. We're also going to do some over-unders on offensive production in terms of the NFL this season with the season right around the corner. Something you want to get off your mind, get off your chest, get involved in, give us a call, give us a text, hit us up on social media. More of the Killer Bees coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
MyBookie.
Right now, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at MyBookie. Look, if you want to bet on the fact that the Texans are going to win more than their projected number is going to be or less than their projected number is going to be, God forbid, then you can go to MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is where they have all the prop bets, all the regular bets, all the in-game betting, all the games, all the time. That's why I always tell you to go there, because they're going to take care of you with all of that and take care of you in so many other ways. They're going to take care of you with bonuses all the time. They've got another bonus deal going on right now. If you've never been to MyBookie.ag, but you're hearing me talk, you're thinking about betting all the college games this weekend, the NFL games around the corner, maybe some golf as we get down to getting close to the Tour Championship. You can do all those things, soccer and UFC and so much more, by going to MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is the place to be when you're talking about sports and sports betting. And by the way, even when there's not sports to bet on or you feel like getting some casino games on, you don't have to fly to Vegas. You don't have to drive to Louisiana. You just have to get on your laptop or your phone or your tablet, and you can get on MyBookie.ag, and you can have live dealers standing by with poker, live dealers standing by with blackjack, and all the casino games as well. And right now, because you're listening to me, if you use our promo code BET975, you can get extra money in your account when you go to MyBookie.ag that other people don't get. You go to MyBookie.ag, you put in the promo code BET975, put money in your account at up to $1,000. You're going to see more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. That's why MyBookie.ag is the choice that I always tell you to go to when you want to bet on sports or you want to play any kind of casino games. Check them out today. Remember our promo code. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Hey, Jeremy had to skip out a little bit early today, but Brian McDonald and myself will take you all the way home till 6 p.m. talking about some Texans as we were talking about Stingley. Let's talk about the Texans as a whole, because we're seeing, just like the over-under numbers on the Texans and the fact that people have been looking to place some wagers and chiming in on what they think, individual stat lines and expectations for some of the key offensive weapons for your Houston Texans this year. And just kind of see, BMAC, what you think, and maybe if you guys want to chime in, what you guys think in terms of the numbers that they're putting out there. The projections from Pro Football Focus have C.J. Stroud throwing for 4,556 yards. Your thoughts?
I think that's a really good number. If I'm being honest, when I'm looking at most of these numbers, like most of them, I had immediate reaction of either over or under. The yardage for C.J. Stroud, I think, is pretty close to dead on. Last year, he obviously he didn't lead the league in passing because he missed 2 games and part of another when he got knocked out of the Jets game. But he did lead the league in passing yards per game. And I believe where he was at, which is just over 4,100 yards plus his pace per game, he would have surpassed this 45-56 last year. So if I had to take a guess as to where he'd be this year, where my lean is, I'd say over. I think this is a really good line. But I could see CJ going up to maybe 4,700 yards and beating this by a little bit. So I would say a slight lean to the over.
Some of the factors that might come into play in terms of, well, you got a tougher schedule. We keep talking about it. So you're going to be in the game.
Yeah, but that tougher schedule is mostly talking about the quarterbacks you're facing. So that wouldn't affect his numbers.
No, but I'm saying because like a year ago, you could inflate your numbers by the fact that, early on you're going to play lesser than teams, or you're going to play lesser than teams. Maybe you can take advantage of that. Or on the flip side, if you got a big lead, it could hurt him because you're going to run the football a lot because you have a big lead. But in the case of this season, because of the tougher schedule, I think there's going to be a lot more competitive football games where he's probably going to throw the football a little bit more.
Or he could be trailing, which means, if you're a believer, not you individually, even though I know you are, but if you're a believer in the tougher schedule being a problem for the Texans because you're going up against Joe Burrow, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Goff. Aaron Rodgers. Hey, top 5 MVP, Jared Goff. I'll stick with that from yesterday.
And Rodgers, yeah.
But if you're a believer in the Texans are going to have problems because, oh, my God, all these quarterbacks from the schedule's so much tougher, and you think they're going to lose these games, well, that means CJ's going to be throwing a lot in the second half because they're going to be behind. So if you're a believer in that, then I definitely would take the over. I'm less a believer in that, so I think the number's going to be a little bit closer. I'd probably put him just over 46. Maybe up to close to 47, but I would say slight lean over on the 45-56 for C.J. Stroud for his passing yards, but I do say over.
I think that you're right. It's a really good number. Obviously, Vegas does these things really well, but if I had to lean one way or the other, I also would lean over. I think that because you have so many weapons, we didn't even talk about the fact that you added an extra weapon in Stephon Diggs. So regardless of the individual numbers for them, and we'll get to some of those, the bigger thing is going to be with more weapons that he can trust, that he can go to, and more options, the options for him to sling it around the yard even more and get even more production, I think, are there. I would lean over by a little bit on this as well. Next one is interesting because it's a very hot topic amongst the three of us. Joe Mixon, 1,298 yards.
This one, I mean, you could give the answer for me. I know you know what I'm going to say.
You're going under.
I'm going way under. 1,298 for Joe Mixon. I mean, maybe if this is Joe Mixon still, like under the age of 25 or something. I mean, not only is he there's so many ways to go at this. I mean, one, when you look at if you look at his career record, you won't know how many times he's passed that number?
3.
0.
Ooh.
He has never had that many rushing yards in his entire career.
Wow.
His previous high in rushing yards, and again, the PFF prediction was 1,298. His previous high in rushing yards was 1,205 yards, 1,205 yards in 2021. He has 2 other seasons over 1,100 yards, which was in 2018, 2019. So this is an easy under.
As much as I like him and I think that he's going to have a good year, he ain't having a great year. He ain't having that kind of year. This is an easy one for me to go under on. I think that we just talked about with all the extra weapons, CJ's still going to be slinging it around the yard. You know that if you trust him as a quarterback and he's got 3 receivers and a tight end that are that prolific, and even Mixon out of the backfield is a good option for him. I just don't see 1,300 yards out of any
No.
running back in this system.
Because they don't need it. That's the other thing.
That's what I mean.
Beyond, to your point, not only do I think Mixon – now, to be fair, in some of his earlier seasons, if he'd had the 17th game, he might have gotten there. So, to be fair to him. But, the fact that he's never gotten there, he's obviously now older at age 28, and Texans don't need him. I mean, they got three elite wide receivers. They have a good tight end. They have a great quarterback. I think Joe Mixon could have a good fantasy season because he's going to score touchdowns because the Texans offense is going to get in the red zone so much. I think he could have a good fantasy season because he's using the passing game.
Yep.
But if he has a great season, he's still not getting to 1298.
Yeah, no, I don't see it either. I think as much as I think it's a tight lean going over on CJ, it's an easy under on Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to those three receivers before we get out of this segment. Nico Collins. This is kind of like in your wheelhouse from when you went to New Orleans. I mean, when you went to Louisiana,
LaBerge,
and you got some odds on Nico. 1,100 yards for Nico Collins.
Yeah, the number I bet on, it was even lower than this. When I got the odds at LaBerge a couple months ago, it was just at 1,000.5. Like it was basically 1,000 on the dot, and that was obviously an easy bet that I bet the over. I'm still feeling the over. It's not quite as strong. But last year, hell, he was at 1,200 last year. And he missed a couple games. CJ missed a couple games. And now, obviously, the defenses can pay or are going to have to spread out their concentration a little bit even further. They can't – because a lot of those games down the stretch, obviously, Tank was out.
Right.
Like, Nico was the only guy for the defenses to focus on now. Now, Tank's back. You add Diggs to this. They can't roll their defense and only concentrating on stopping Nico Collins, and they didn't stop Nico Collins even when they did do that. Hello, Colts in Week 18. So, yeah, I think Nico Collins beats this, gets close to – what he got last year, gets over 1,200
Here's the catch-22,
yards.
though. You're right, he's going to get less double teams because there's too many weapons on the field for the defenses to have to pay attention to, but also the fact that because there's too many weapons on the field, he probably isn't going to get the ball as much because there's other guys CJ trusts that he can go to that he knows are a step above what he had a year ago. So it's kind of like, which one do you believe in more?
Yeah, it's a fair point. I guess I kind of fall back on – and I think the conversation overall about who's the wide receiver one is overblown.
Yeah, I don't think who cares?
I mean, Paul Gallant will love to hear me say that. He hates the wide receiver one conversation. But I do think when you see the way Nico's used, I mean, hell, remember who C.J. Stroud compared Nico Collins to a few months ago? Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
And I don't think Nico Collins has the talent of Andre Johnson, but I do think he'll have Andre Johnson's role in this offense as the X, as the first read.
See, I think Nico Collins gets to 1,200 yards. I think regardless of who you think wide receiver one is, I think the big thing with him is going to be the yards after catch because he does get down the field, and he also does get you an extra 5, 10, 15 yards after the catch because after contact, he's so big, strong, and physical, and he high points the football so well. I would lean over on this. Maybe 1,200 or so, but 1,100 yards is the number. I'll go over.
Yeah, it's an easy over for me. One more stat on Nico. We've seen that the league plays like 70% zone now. It's mostly a zone league until you get to the red zone that switches to man. Nico last year was the second best wide receiver in the league, only behind Tyreek Hill in yards per route run against zone. He's a zone killer in the league as a zone league.
All right, real quick, Tank Dell, 1,070 yards, over under.
This is tight. It's really tough to see. I think his pace was just barely over 1,000 yards last year. So it's right on the borderline.
What's the number he set for himself before the camp started? Like 1,300.
I think 1,300. Yeah, I would definitely take the under on 1,300.
Yeah.
I think he hits like right about this number. This is a really tough one, just as tough as C.J. Stroud. You know what? I'm going to be a homer, go Cougs. I'm going to say over. I think he barely beats it, like maybe 1090, right at 11. It's going to be really close.
It would be nice if all three of these guys got 1,000 yards, but I would lean Tank goes less than 1,070. But I think that he's going to have more touchdowns. I think
he could lead the team.
I think he's going to lead the team in touchdowns as well. So that's where I'll go there. I think that as much as it's no slap in the face to Tank Dell, it's more to the fact that you have three receivers with the talent level of all three guys. I'll go under on the 1070. I'll go up on his touchdowns. And then the final one is Stephon Diggs, 957.
That's another close one. I think Stephon Diggs is going to work out of the slot. We'll see what happens when they start games next, not this Sunday, but next. But that would tend to believe that would get him fewer targets, especially if he's sharing the same part of the field as Dalton Schultz. How does that distribution go? I would say he still hits the over. That was one of my cash or trash months ago, that all three would hit 1,000 yards. So I'm going to stick with it. I don't see any reason to back off. I don't think he beats it by a lot at 957, but I think he squeaks over 1,000 yards.
I think ideally, I think it means something to him because of the fact that whether you see league-wide if he's still a wide receiver one or not, going into free agency, for as much as we talk about is he going to be on his best behavior, I still think that getting a 1,000-yard season for him is going to mean something. They're going to find a way that he will get 1,000 yards in the season. I'd go over on this number. I think there's a legit chance that all three guys get over 1,000 yards.
I do too. It's happened a few times. The Colts did it. I think most recently, or there was another team actually in between that. I'm blanking on the other team, but the Colts did it back in the mid-2000s with Reggie, Marvin Harrison, and Braden Stokely. But it has been done before. There's another team that's done it in the last 15 years. It might have been. It was the Cardinals. It was Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitzgerald, and Steve Breston.
There you go.
Yeah. So
Steve Breston, the odd man out in that group.
Yeah, Michigan alum. But yeah, so I mean, it's been done. It's only been done twice in like the last 15 years. But I see this squad, and I can't think of another team this year that would have a better chance at it than the Houston Texans.
All right, let's talk a little bit of Astros baseball before we get out of here. The game's almost over in Philadelphia, and boy, oh boy, if you're an Italian food connoisseur, whether you go pasta or no pasta, there was plenty of spaghetti arraghetti to go around and no meatballs to be found, and it was a darn good thing. We'll be back with the final half hour of the show. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Two-thirds. This ball skied into left field. That'll send Austin Hayes back. He's near the wall. He looks up. It's gone. The big man does it again on the road. Yordan Alvarez, home run number 26 on the year. And the Astros with a 5-run fourth lead it 6-0. That ball scalded to center field. Yordan crushes one to straightaway center. That's in the back of the Phillies bullpen. Second straight home run for Yordan Alvarez, 27 on the year, and it's a 7-0 Astros lead. Chazzy Fizz followed up by Yordan with a smash to center. 3 in a row! The big man is on fire. 3 straight home runs, a laser beam over the wall in center.
Well, you heard it. Very few times are we not going to say Yordan did all of that. And he might be the second best story coming out of this game.
He's the B topic.
4 for 4, 3 bombs. Jordan definitely feels a whole hell of a lot better than he did when he was missing games in the middle of this road trip. And I guess B block in terms of newsbreaker, because the newsbreaker here is the conversation that we had earlier in the show might need to be revisited. Who are you going to, and when you're setting up your playoff rotation, is Spencer Arrighetti in it? Spencer Arrighetti with no meatballs today, 2 hits, had a no-no going into the 8th, 7 2/3 through 103 pitches, 11 Ks, and oh, by the way, this lineup, no matter if it was a getaway day or not, only short JT Realmuto, but it had all the usual suspects in the lineup, the Bryce Harpers, the Trey Turners, the Nick Castellanoses, all those guys in the lineup, and he had them literally eating out of the palm of his hand. Spencer Arrighetti back to get back, big-time starts in what turns out to be a massive get-right game for this team, both offensively and from a pitching perspective.
Here's where the conversation gets difficult. I think you and I would agree that Arrighetti amongst the Astros starting pitchers is top 2 just in terms of stuff. I mean, I think you could. I would say him and Fromber would to me, the best pure stuff. I'm
going to go top 3. I think Hunter Brown has got.
You would okay. Man,
Hunter Brown, because the fastball is so good. Both fastballs are so good.
Yeah.
And when the slider is right or any kind of off-speed pitch, Hunter Brown's stuff is elite.
But going back to the previous conversation, even if that's your stance, let's say okay, Arrighetti's top 3. I say he's top 2. Either way, that still puts him ahead of Verlander. So now the conversation is a difficult one to have. Are you taking the young guy who you presume would have more gas at this point than a guy who's in his mid-40s, not mid-40s, or early 40s, and a guy who's his velocity's dropped, his recent results haven't been all that promising. Do you take the playoff experience? Do you take the veteran, the guy that's won 3 Cy Youngs? Or do you take the guy with better stuff who's younger and he's got more juice going right now?
I think the other interesting conversation, all this, all this.
I know what the Astros are going to do, but I don't.
Right,
I mean,
we all do because they just. I think part of the unwritten rules of Verlander are that when the playoffs come around, Verlander's going to be in the rotation,
and he'll be the 2 starter.
But I think the other thing that's really interesting in all this is the guy that has been the savior for at least half the season for you from a pitching perspective might end up being the odd man out in Blanco. Blanco was the guy that when everything was bad, he was good. When you needed a guy to go to with all the injuries to the pitching staff, he was the dude. You went to him over and over again, but now as they've kind of tried to give him extra rest and they're trying to nurse him back, he's looked better. He looks like he can get back there, but with as dominant as Arrighetti has been, it's hard to argue that he is better right now and he could be more effective when you need him most.
I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that if the playoffs started tomorrow, Blanco's not in the rotation. Because you're taking.
The other thing is he's also pitched out of the pen before, so that helps.
Yeah, that helps. But you're taking 4 starters into the playoffs. There's no way he's going ahead of Fromber. There's no way he's going ahead of Hunter Brown. Look, we can have the conversation about what Verlander is right now, but there's no way he's going ahead of Verlander. The Astros would not do that. And so then the conversation comes down to 1 guy or 3 guys for 1 spot. With Arrighetti, Yusei Kikuchi, and Ronel Blanco, and I would say of the 3, Ronel Blanco's in the worst form right now, like current form. He was great in the first half of the season, but current form, he's behind Arrighetti and Yusei Kikuchi.
That's the other thing that I don't think, as much as we had become hopeful once the trade was made, Kikuchi could be serviceable. He was better than Bloss. He was a guy that at least as a veteran could give you better starts. Instead, 5-0 in the starts. The team is 5-0 in the starts that he's had since he's become an Astro. Though he doesn't get into the 6th inning, he gives you 5+.
He's Mr. 5-2.
He gives you 5+ of exactly what you need. And so he's in the conversation, what I don't think anybody thought he would be. So you're right. It's crazy that we're sitting here having this conversation of not only how good he's been, but no matter how good Blanco has been, Blanco looks like he would end up being the odd man out.
No doubt.
Because of the emergence of Arrighetti as not just kind of what we were expecting out of Kikuchi, but in the 5th spot. But now, because he's been so dominant, he's all moved all the way up to where he has a legit case to be in the 3rd spot.
To extend the conversation outward, look, Arrighetti's been great. I think on pure stuff, he should be in your top 4, but he's not going to be in the top 4 because it's Fromber, it's Hunter Brown, it's Verlander, and I think they're going to put Yusei Kikuchi as the 4th starter. But I would say not only does Ronel Blanco have the experience out of the bullpen, but I think Arrighetti does seem to profile with how electric his stuff is, how great his fastball is. I wouldn't mind seeing him if push came to shove and the Astros, because they're going to have, show deference to the veteran with Verlander. I wouldn't mind seeing Arrighetti come out of the pen as a guy coming in throwing gas for an inning or 2 in those situations to bridge the gap, let's say you throw Kikuchi, he's only going to go 5 1/3, 5 2/3. Maybe Arrighetti is the guy that finishes the sixth inning, gets you 2, and then pitches the sixth inning as well.
See, the only problem I have with that, Brian, is
the
fact that we've been through this. The extreme was when we had oh God, what's his name? The starting pitcher that said he's never pitched out of the bullpen before. That became such a big problem all the time.
Oh, Odorizzi.
Yeah, Odorizzi. When you had Jake Odorizzi, and he became such an issue, just the time to warm up and all these other things. That was the extreme. But for a guy like Arrighetti, if he's not been experienced in the bullpen, is he going to be the same kind of pitcher as he kind of works through, how do I get ready? How do I prepare myself differently than when I'm a starter? That factors in too. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. In my case, I'm thinking of the fact that, like you said, his stuff is dominant. And his sweeper and the way he keeps the hitters off balance with a plus fastball, it's a great combination. Because I look at JV. Yes, he got screwed on the call from Trey Turner. Did it turn into a run? Absolutely it did. But he still hung a breaking pitch that Castellanos turned around and hammered. And in the playoffs, when you're playing better teams, presumably, and really the best teams in the league, they're going to capitalize on those misses. You don't see Arrighetti missing like that. Plus, his fastball is at a point right now where he can use the 2 pitches to his advantage, to where I trust Spencer and Arrighetti more. And that sounds weird.
Yeah, I do too, because while both could make mistakes, and obviously you would expect Verlander to make fewer mistakes because he's Justin freaking Verlander. Verlander is now at a point where, his fastball is now, hitting 93. Maybe he gets up to 95, but it's certainly way less than what we saw when he was a Detroit Tiger early in his Astros career, where he's hit 97, 98. So Verlander at this age, sure, he's obviously a smart pitcher. He knows how to work the count even when he doesn't have his best stuff. But he's just not going to get away with as much as he would before. It's a whole different situation of what you can get away with when you're throwing 97, 98 as compared to throwing 93, 94. So I think that is a point in Arrighetti's favor. But going back to the who are you in? So I think we are in agreement that the top 3, either because they're veterans or because of performance, are Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Verlander in some order.
Yes.
So you only got 1 spot left. I think we both agree Blanco's out. It sounds like you might go Arrighetti with the 4. Where would you go? What do you expect him to do? Because I think it comes down to Arrighetti or Kikuchi for this 4th spot.
I said Kikuchi when we were having this conversation because I wanted to see the Arrighetti today. I wasn't expecting this from Arrighetti, especially against that lineup.
I mean, how could you expect
right.
a near no-hitter?
And we keep talking about opponents because that was the knock on him, too. When he had a good start, it was against Colorado.
Or the Rays.
Or the Rays, right.
Yeah.
So you're looking at it going, okay, now you're judging it against a team that's a World Series favorite that was one of the better teams in the National League all season. And you're saying, okay, now he does this, takes it to yet another level against a good lineup. No matter how good Kikuchi has been, the other thing is he went into the 8th inning with a no-hitter. He got deep. He wasn't expending a lot of energy with a lot of extra pitches. You can trust him that he's going to eat up innings, though in the playoffs I know you make changes quicker. I'm leaning more now to Arrighetti than to Kikuchi, because the other thing with Kikuchi is he can come out of the bullpen. His stuff translates. He can go out and empty the tank, and he's got good enough stuff that he can be an inning. He can give you 2 innings where if you just want to piece together a game, maybe the Verlander start, you got to piece together 2 other guys that pick up 2 innings that can be dominant. You could do that with a Blanco and a Kikuchi, a righty and a lefty coming off of Verlander.
Yeah, that might be the answer. Might be kind of what you're hitting on there. Is almost more like we saw in 2017 where Lance and Charlie Morton's basically split outings and piggyback. That could be the scenario where you have, depending on the lineup you're going against, you're starting either Arrighetti or Kikuchi and piggybacking with the other, or if you expect Verlander at this state of his, or this part of his career to only be able to give you 5, maybe 5 and a little bit of change, maybe they're piggybacking with him as well, or maybe that's Blanco's job to piggyback on the other side of Verlander. But that's probably how you're going to end up using them. I think. If it was just me not actually predicting what the Astros will do, because I think the Astros are going to start Kikuchi. He's going to be your 4th starter. I think they're going to give more. They're going to give more credence to the veteran than the guy who's only been doing it for a few months now. But if it's me just looking at stuff, I want stuff in the playoff. I want the guy who I know who can throw it by a guy. I want a guy who can go out there and strike out a lineup like this, who going into today, the Phillies had an 8-game lead on you in the division. Kikuchi's got good stuff. Obviously, his changeup has been great since they made the tweaks for him. But I think Arrigetti's got the better stuff. And if it was me, I would play Arrigetti over Kikuchi, but I think they're probably going to go to the veteran.
Here's the other thing, too. It's a great problem to have right now, BMAC, is the fact that the 18 hits come spread out across the board, led by Alvarez with 4.
18-3
18 hits. But, yeah, Jordan had 4, and you'd pencil those in. Altuve had 2. But the key ones here, Gamble has 3. So Gamble, since he's become an Astro, is literally ripping the cover off of it. It's ridiculous that he's hitting 326 as an Astro. He had 3 hits today. Myers comes through. He gives you 2 hits. Dubon, we were talking about Dubon. He gives you 2 hits. The fact that McCormick got a hit.
Jazzy hit a home run.
He has a hit, a home run, 2 RBIs, because he knows the writing's on the wall when Hayward gets up. But everybody seemed to have a get-right game today that needed to, other than the fact that –
Other than Pena. Yeah, Pena went 0 for 5.
Pena got 0-fer'd. But other than that, when you look at it, Whitcomb only had 1 at bat.
2 hits.
DeCenzo got a hit. Everybody got right today, and this is exactly what this team needs coming into a big series against the Royals.
The thing that struck me the most looking at the offense production, other than something we haven't even talked about yet, Jose Altuve still home today.
Yep.
Which if you haven't seen that play, it's a great play. There's a first and third. Altuve's obviously on third, and they try to pick off their runner on first.
Yeah.
And it seemed like Bryce Harper just got a little bit lazy, or just maybe took for granted that Altuve wouldn't run, but he turns his back on the tag and is kind of slow getting up, and Altuve was quick on it, saw that Bryce Harper wasn't paying attention, took off and stole home. So that was an amazing play that we haven't even mentioned yet. But the interesting thing that I took off of this box score, looking at it from the offensive side, is the home road splits for Yordan Alvarez. I mean, we talked about it before. I mean, his OPS is like over 1,100 on the road. Obviously, quite a bit lower at home, even though he's not a bad player at home. But he's definitely not 1,100 OPS guy at home. So that'll be interesting to see if that continues to play out in the postseason, especially depending on what their seeding is. If they're not getting the bye, then they're starting off on the road. Or I guess they wouldn't start off on the road in the wild card.
They'd have all 3 games. They should have all 3 games at their.
But that was something we dealt with last year. It's like, oh my God, they're at home. They can't hit at home. We can't hit at home. Well, Yordan, that hasn't changed for Yordan this year. He's still not hitting at home. So that'll be something to follow as they get to the postseason.
Here's the positive silver lining on that, though. This lineup got you 18 hits, and Yiner didn't play today. And Yiner's been your most consistent guy with runners in scoring position.
True.
So there's even more positives. So as you spin this into the Kansas City series, know how big a series it is. You talk about Yordan with his inability to hit at home. The Royals on the road are a different team than they are at home.
You're getting him at
so,
home.
So, they're coming here. You're getting your lineup right. You're getting all these guys at the top of the lineup, but now you're getting production from guys that have been hitting at the bottom of the lineup, and you're presumably going to add Jason Hayward tomorrow and see how that helps you even more. This is the perfect time for this kind of game all the way around, just what the doctor ordered.
You know what I'm really excited about for this Royals series? Because we all know what happened when the Astros went to Kansas City. I mean, they just got bludgeoned to death.
To them, yeah.
What was the worst part of that 3-game series? I know you remember it.
Well, it was a Hunter Brown start.
Guess starting tomorrow night, first game of the series at home. Hunter Brown. Yeah, I cannot wait to see. Hunter Brown was the guy that gave up, 11 hits and 9 runs in the first inning. In the first inning. I cannot wait to see, considering how – like you look at the splits, basically ever since that game against Kansas City, Hunter Brown's been damn near an ace.
It's in Major League history as the worst start.
I think it was most hits given up in one inning.
Yeah, most hits and or runs in a start.
If it wasn't the most, it obviously got to be damn close to it. But I'm really excited to see, because ever since that game against the Royals, Hunter Brown's been damn near an ace. So I'm really excited to see how he responds getting to face them in Houston tomorrow night.
No doubt about it. All right, so there's all the positives of the recap of what just happened in Philadelphia. The Astros closed the road trip, splitting it at 500, getting a massive win, 18 hits. Arrigetti carries a no-hitter into the 8th, and now they come home for a big series against the Kansas City Royals. We're going to have a quick break. We're going to come back with our car wreck of the day as we wrap things up right here on the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, you heard it. You know how we do it. It's the last segment of the day. We talk about car wrecks. We talk about things that just have your ire about the fact that this was pretty ugly. I'll start. The umpiring crew last night in the game with the Cubs decide to take the pitcher that gets caught with sticky stuff on his hands and decides to say, hey, you know what? You can go and you can wash your hands, Justin Steele, and you can come back out, much to the pleasure of Craig Counsell, the manager, who loves the fact that he's not going to lose his pitcher. Oh, by the way, the exact same umpiring crew that would face with the same situation earlier this year with Edwin Diaz of the Mets, with no opportunity to wash his hands, he was ejected. He got a 10-game suspension. You must do better, Major League umpires, if you're going to try and start enforcing this rule consistently, because you can't do for one what you won't do for another. It's the same reason why when we look at Ronel Blanco this year.
He didn't get the opportunity to wash his hands.
Exactly. His shortest outing of the year was not because he didn't pitch well. He was pitching really well, but because they found some sticky stuff. He said it was rosin. He didn't get an opportunity to wash his hands. He immediately was ejected and suspended for 10 games. You've got to do better, umpires. You have to.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing here, regardless of what you think the rule should be, is it just needs to be consistent.
Yep.
If the rule to you is they can wash their hands, fine. If the rule is you see anything, they're out, fine. It just needs to be the same across the board. You and I were talking about this in the break. Like, I would like to see how they enforce this rule to be. They catch something at first, you wash your hands, you see it again in the same game, you're out. And then,
no doubt.
And then after that, you're obviously up for suspension. But regardless of what they decide to do and how they enforce it, just make it consistent. And then no one can complain. If everyone knows what the deal is, either, hey, you're going to get a chance to wash your hands, if it comes back, you're out, or first time you're out, regardless of what you do, make it consistent, and then people can adjust to it. But when it's changing game to game, no one knows what the rule is.
And even when they had Pedro Martinez on MLB Network and he was talking about this from a pitcher's perspective, he said, well, now suddenly you can't put it on your glove hand. But that's because they don't want it to go from your glove hand into the glove, which is the sticky stuff that a lot of guys are getting dinged for in their glove as well. But then then they start shaking their head that they don't think it's rosin. You don't know. And until they send the glove off someplace across the country and do all these elaborate tests, that's the only way you can tell if it's on the glove. How can you tell what it is on his hands? You see guys putting it on their neck. They're putting it all over their uniform. And then you're getting a different feel, but we know the sweat and the rosin make it sticky. How, as an umpire, do you say, well, that's a different kind of sticky than rosin and sweat sticky? You just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the answer should be, if you're going to allow the guy to stay in the game, wash their hands, change their glove.
Change their uniform, too, if you have to,
sure.
Because they have all those uniforms in the clubhouse.
Sure. I mean, yeah, basically, wash your hands, change out the equipment, and if we see it come back, then you're out.
Then you're gone.
Yeah, we know you're doing something illegal.
No question.
But, yeah, regardless of what it is, just make it consistent. That's the main thing.
That's the big thing. What do you got?
My car wreck of the day, I'm gonna go ahead and ride the high of this Astros game a little bit longer and give my car wreck of the day nominee to Philly starter today, Taijuan Walker, who gave up 13 of the 18 hits the Astros got today. They let him go 6 innings. Clearly, they didn't want to burn the bullpen in the day where they were getting their heads beat in. But, yeah, Taijuan Walker, not been a great season for him. He's got a 6.50 ERA right now, a whip of 1.6, which is just dreadful. But, yeah, 6 innings, 6 earned runs, but 13 hits in 6 innings. They let him take a beating today.
Yeah, he has not been what they had hoped for when they got him from the Mets. They got him in free agency. They thought they had something that adds to, which is an otherwise pretty good pitching staff with the Phillies, but he has been a less than for a team that's very good. So you caught him at the right time when you needed a win. You got the big hit game with 18. Arrighetti throwing a no-no into the 8th inning, just what the doctor ordered as they get ready. The only bad news of the day, the Mariners ended up beating the Rays 6-2 today, so you don't gain any ground, but a push is a win at this point in the season. When you're under 30 games to play, you got a 3.5-game lead. Every time you guys push, you're 1 game closer to the finish line where you didn't lose ground, and I think that's a win in itself.
Yeah, every win gets you closer to the magic number, right? So, obviously, I mean, the lead was, 5 games like a week ago, so being at 3.5 is a little bit disappointing, but like you said, a push at this point extends out further how long the Mariners, or like shortens the amount of time the Mariners have to make up that ground. So I'll take that as a win today.
No doubt. You know what a win today? The best stop, Cajun Market in Katy. You got to be here if you've never been. If you love Cajun food, they've got it all for you here. We appreciate them having us out. You guys should be here next. Coming up next, Soccer Matters with my man Glenn Davis. He's going to have all the soccer news for you. Stay tuned right here on your home for everything sports every day, all day long. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on the heels of the Killer Bees. A big thanks to Joel and Jeremy for the promotion. They're out on the road here today doing a remote show. Lot of things to get into tonight. We got big games this weekend. We've got a great visit tonight with Arnaldo Lozano of La U Times. We're going to talk some Tigres and Liga MX, talk some Mexican national team, U.S. men's national team. By the way, there's not been an official announcement of Mauricio Pochettino, so don't. I'm not throwing the party yet until we get something official. It sounds like people are coming to terms, but he also has to get out of his Chelsea gig the way he wants, getting the money that he wants. Here's a really good one to start the show off here tonight. By the way, we stream at ESPN975.com. Call-in number 713-780-3776. I got Houston Dash tickets tonight. I have Dynamo Real Salt Lake tickets. Here's how we started tonight. And by the way, that's at 713-780-3776 is the number to call in tonight. 713-780-3776. Let me give you a platform. Whatever's on your soccer mind tonight, give it to me. I would love to know what you are thinking, because sometimes it's going to be a lot different than what I'm thinking. So here's the first good one. Inter Miami head coach Gerardo Tata Martino says he's using the words clear obligation for them to win the MLS Cup because of Leo Messi, Luis Suarez, Jordi Alba, and Sergio Busquets. Messi is back training, by the way. Here's what Martino said. He said, quote, "The fact that we have these players in the team obviously creates a clear obligation for us to win," he said in an interview with ESPN. Now listen carefully to what he says next. "I have never seen teams," listen to this, "I have never seen teams in the MLS in the time that I've been here that have any kind of pressure to win. I have rarely seen teams that are forced to win. I had never seen it, but I do with Inter Miami." So there you go. Pretty much says it all. And see, this is why it's good to have guys like Martino in the league. Because right there, anybody else who comes out and tells us there's pressure in the first months of MLS is kidding themselves. 62% of the teams make the playoffs. You don't make the playoffs, honestly, it's an absolute failure. Parity or no parity. There's people finding ways out to separate themselves. No doubt about it. So I like this. I think this is moving forward. But Messi's back training now. I do know that, and we all know that now. So that's a big part of it. Clear obligation to win it all. Not just get in the playoffs. That's the company line. Oh, we just got to get in the playoffs. You know, sure. I mean, I get it. It's a playoff league. There you go. So tonight, look, I've got a number of things. I'm going to go a little bit deeper on Ezekiel Ponce because I think we have to give him a chance. Number one, he's only a couple games into it. Number two, Ezekiel Ponce. In this system, it's hard to judge him right now because his priority is to do more things than score goals. So a little later on in the show, I'm going to go over Ezekiel Ponce again because I think he's taken a few body blows, a little bit of criticism that I'm not sure about. Is he Cucho Hernandez? No, I don't think he is, but I don't think there's many Cucho Hernandezes in MLS. That's for sure. But he looks like a very good footballer. And he was scoring a goal every 2 games at Ike in Athens. And I think to come here and not get a lot of chances, it's tough. It's tough. He's not getting a lot of chances. He's not getting a lot of great looks at goal. All right, Guillermo, you and I were talking ahead of time about the fact that Mexico's kind of put out a preliminary roster for their upcoming friendlies. By the way, the U.S. will have friendlies with Canada, New Zealand, Panama, and Mexico. I think Mexico's playing Canada and New Zealand. I don't know who their other team is, but in October, the U.S. and Mexico will play. So Bosco Aguirre and Rafa Marquez, are there any surprises in this roster that you see?
Yeah, so just to talk about a few. I'm not going to go over the whole list. You guys can check that out for yourself. But a good surprising one was 20-year-old goalkeeper Alex Padilla, plays for Atletico Bilbao, played against Barcelona over the weekend, and he got called up. He is the third keeper in option, but it's good to see a 20-year-old goalkeeper playing in Europe being called up for La Selección Mexicana. Another one that people are excited about is Alan Mozo, 27-year-old fullback, comes back to Mexico national team after the fullback position is a position we can't seem to find starters in, so I think it's good. It's been a while since he's been back in the national team. Fans have wanted him. He's got the experience, so it's good. And then, obviously, Santiago Jimenez, there was a lot of conversations of him not even being called up because they were going to consider Berterame or Raul Jimenez. and they ended up not. And the striker positions go to Santi Jimenez and Henry Martin.
So Martin comes back into the team after not getting the Copa America run. I like the story about the goalkeeper. Get us into that a little bit deeper and why he got the opportunity at Barcelona. And again, this goes to show you that one game or one moment can be enough to convince somebody to get selected for a national team.
Yeah, so Alex Padilla, he's played in Mexico national team, but in the under 23s. And he was able to get an opportunity this past week against Barcelona because the main goalkeeper for Atletico Bilbao was injured, and they told the rest of the goalkeepers, whoever shows the most effort in training will be selected for the starting position, and that's why Alex Padilla was able to get that position. So hopefully he flourishes for the Mexico national team.
Interesting, and good for him. Good for him. All right, so La U Times Arnaldo Lozano will join us in the next segment. But, one of the things we're going to talk about, and I know Tigres fans are all over this, is Uriel Antuna. I think some people might have been caught off guard with this one. He goes from Cruz Azul to Tigres. He's a winger. Everybody knows that. He helped Cruz Azul get to a final. Pace, dribbler, big figure at Cruz Azul, no doubt about it. He had links to other teams in Europe, including AEK Athens, which is the place that Ezequiel Ponce of the Houston Dynamo was acquired from by Pat Onstad and company. If you remember, Antuna played it with the LA Galaxy in Major League Soccer, also was purchased very early in his career by Manchester City. He was then loaned out. He never played for City, but he was loaned out in Holland to Groningen. 64 caps, 13 goals for Mexico. Interesting. You wonder, you got Marcelo Flores, I think is a big talent there. Cordoba. So I don't know what this means for Diego Lainez. Kind of unrealized potential, I think, at this point. But we'll have some good Tigres conversation. We'll have some good Mexican League conversation as well. As you know, I followed the story of Leganés in Spain, simply because Jeff Lunau and Blue Crow Sports Group is here, and they bought these clubs, and they have been promoted to La Liga. Now, they're having struggles scoring goals, but they got a 1-1 draw with Osasuna. Las Palmas, they ended up beating 2-1. Juan Cruz and Eric Franquesa getting the goals in that one. And I think today they get a 0-0 draw at, where were they today, Guillermo? I think... but anyway, 3 games they're unbeaten. Atletico Madrid and Espanyol, a 0-0 draw today, as Spain had kind of a bevy of games going on. So there you have it. Some interesting stuff going on. We're going to talk about now. We're going to move on to the Open Cup last night, Sporting Kansas City. For those of you who still love the Open Cup, and why wouldn't you? Sporting Kansas City got a 2-0 victory over Indy 11. Indy 11 out of the USL. Here's the first opening goal. Here comes in the 14th minute, Johnny Russell for Sporting.
As Eric Tommy finding Davis. Little feint to cut inside. And now Russell. Now he fences it from a distance that he loves. Johnny Russell, the heartbeat of this club, draws first blood in this semifinal, and it's 1-0.
Daniel Rosero makes it 2-0 in the 35th.
Remy Voltaire gets it right back. Rosero, 2-0. Lovely ball for the Frenchman, and it's Danny Rosero, the hero in the quarterfinal, registering another goal here in the semi.
So Rosero's a center back, Colombian. In the Open Cup, I don't think anybody's really talking about it, are they? Do you hear anybody talking about it, Guillermo? I think the Leagues Cup, is slowly going to be the tournament that everybody's eyeballs are on because it's League MX, it's MLS, and they had a great final. Let's face it. They had a wow factor final with Columbus and LAFC.
Yeah, but I still think the the Open Cup has its own merit to it. I feel like the intensity of the Open Cup is there, when the League's Cup intensity is slowly building up.
Yeah, and the Open Cup, look, I mean, I'm all for, I don't even care if MLS is in the Open Cup. That doesn't tarnish it for me. It was brought here ethnically by groups from Europe, and frankly, I think it's okay for it to be for amateurs and semi-pros. I mean, there's just a lot of history there. Now, nobody ever wanted to really invest in it before. All right, Carabao Cup today, Newcastle Geordie Land versus Nottingham Forest, two historic clubs. Let's go to 1 minute in. How about that? 1 minute in. Joe Willock makes it 1-0. Magpies.
And off we go. The second round of the Carabao Cup is underway. Dan Burn winning an early header for Newcastle. There is Tonali with an early positive touch, and it's poked on dangerously. And this is a really early opportunity, and it must be a goal. Willock scores for Newcastle after 20 seconds.
Wow. Jota Silva, though, would equalize on his debut for Nottingham Forest.
Decent distance from Moreno, and a chance, and a goal! Jota Silva equalises for Nottingham Forest.
Sean Longstaff, though, it would go to penalties, wins it for Newcastle. They go on to the third round of the competition.
It's Sean Longstaff for Newcastle. If this goes in, they are into the third round draw. And it does. And they are. Newcastle United win the penalty shootout at the City Ground. Sean Longstaff sealing it.
Spent the summer in Newcastle, England, on the North Sea. And, man, I will tell you, this is a football town. Manchester United, Liverpool this weekend. New manager, Arne Slot for Liverpool. Have had a 2-0 win at home over Brentford, a 2-0 win over Ipswich. Manchester United have beaten Brighton 2-1, Fulham 1-0. It's going to be a big crowd at Hugh O'Connor's pub this weekend. Liverpool has not won in their last three at Old Trafford. That's where this game will be. Out, Rasmus Højlund, Luke Shaw, Lenny Yoro for Manchester United. Liverpool remains the great threat on the counter and transition. They just did a deal with Enrico Chiesa. And, of course, Manchester United just signing Manuel Ugarte from PSG for about $42 million. He's going to pair with Kobe Mino in midfield. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult now for Casemiro. And United already is expected to move Scott McTominay, $30 million transfer to Napoli. Ugarte is a ball winner. You saw him with Uruguay in the Copa America. Good player, clean passer. But I think you see what's kind of going on there. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Got a great visit coming here with a great guest on this show. Arnaldo Lozano of La U Times will join us. We'll talk some Tigres. We'll talk some Liga MX. Take your phone calls at 713-780-3776. And a reminder of Lamont Brands put out a nice little post today about getting the T-shirts and hats. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. Our great friend Jan Christensen, DanishInspirations.com for the best, and I mean the best, in modern contemporary furniture. And tonight we're munching on little Patagonia empanadas, and we'll get Guillermo's take on them when we come back. Little Patagonia empanadas and cafe right here in Houston at Q2 Stadium in Austin. We'll take a break.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Llevar un poco más el partido. Angulo. Acaba de André Pierre.
Welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Since we're doing a segment on Liga MX and Tigres, let's give you a reminder. October 13th, Club America and Chivas are here in Houston. That's El Clasico. It'll be at Energy Stadium. Get your tickets at lsse.net, lsse.net. It's going to be a big celebration out there. Had a huge celebration when Tigres is in town for 46,000 plus for their match against Inter Miami. So a lot going on. Cruz Azul right now, top of the Liga MX standings, followed by that other team in Monterrey, who my producer supports, Guillermo Rayados. Toluca in third and Tigres in fourth. Perfect opportunity now to segue into our next guest from La U Times. We've had him on the show before. Excellent guy, great soccer knowledge, and especially around Tigres. He is Arnaldo Lozano. Arnaldo, welcome in.
Hey, Glenn. How are you? How you doing today?
I am doing great. I'm glad to have you on the show. I mean, I want to get right to a couple of things here, but first off, just recap Tigres' Leagues Cup for us in the United States.
Well, it didn't turn out the way that we wanted to. I know that, our fan base had mixed emotions about it, and probably because of the loss and the way that we were eliminated against New York City FC. But ultimately, I saw it as a missed opportunity. I thought that, we had a chance to collect some hardware under our new head coach, Paunovic, and ultimately it didn't work out. So it was a little bit disappointing. I think that his decision-making in that game and some of the selections that he made for the starting lineup affected the way, and he couldn't catch up after the decisions he had made early on, when the game started. So ultimately, a missed opportunity for, now Tigres, but as well as the Liga MX. I think we had a terrible showing, in terms of, demonstrating where we're at in terms of level with the MLS. I know the CONCACAF usually is the cup that we win, but there's no excuse. And even though it was in the United States, there's no excuse not to collect some hardware. And so I think a poor performance overall for Liga MX.
Is that taken personally, you think, in Mexico, or are they just kind of going, it's just another tournament?
I don't think it's taken personally quite yet. I think that people in Mexico still don't see it as a potential sporting advantage or for the Liga MX teams to participate in. They believe it's all a business and money-making tournament, which to some extent they may be correct, but I think that ultimately, that's where we're at in terms of our level of play. We're not going to the Copa Libertadores anymore. And CONCACAF Champions League and now the Leagues Cup is where we have to demonstrate that we are a competitive league to continue to attract players. Because if not, if the MLS continues to, win the Leagues Cup, then ultimately they're going to continue to attract and beat us to signings in the future.
Arnaldo Lozano joining us from La U Times. Well, you just said that beating people to signing players. I'm going to tell you something here that Jurgen Klinsmann said today. You may or may not be aware of it. He said today, and this is very similar to what he said about the American player when the American player was too comfortable staying in MLS, not taking risks. If you remember, Klinsmann then started pushing more American players to take an opportunity and test themselves in Europe under different conditions and heavier pressure. MLS really pushed back on them. But in the end, Klinsmann was very much right on this, and this may have been the biggest contribution he made to American soccer. Well, now Klinsmann has come out recently and said that Mexican players are too comfortable in their domestic Liga MX league. They should seek opportunities in Europe to improve themselves, and then that would then benefit El Tri, obviously. He says, quote, perhaps they feel too comfortable in Mexico. They make a lot of money. They play in full stadiums, exciting stadiums. If you look at Guadalajara, Monterrey, all the stadiums around Mexico City, they're wonderful places and great places. Maybe that's why they don't have enough motivation to try for Europe. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. And I think it's demonstrated through the market that has been recently, put on display in our league. Ultimately, I came on to talk about a specific signing that we recently got, and he is a perfect example. And along with him, there's been numerous examples that from players that came to Tigres, or even recently with Pachuca's Eric Sanchez, who a talented player, an exciting player that a box to box, and had potential to go to Europe and decided to go to Club America, which obviously you can't fault him for wanting to play in the biggest club in Mexico. But ultimately, for the national team, it doesn't benefit us when players are comfortable and are not good with getting out of their comfort zone to seek other possibilities out in Europe.
He's Arnaldo Lozano, La U Times. I would think Rafa Marquez is pushing guys to go to Europe. Here's what Klinsmann says also. He says, if you have an opportunity to go to Europe, then give it a try. If it doesn't work, no problem. Now, obviously, years after that, you look at the U.S. national team, and pretty much everybody plays in Europe. And he's right. And, yeah, he's patting himself on the back a little bit. He's a master at that. But no question, this was one of the great gifts Jurgen Klinsmann gave to the U.S. All right, let's go to the big signing for Tigres. Uriel Antuna, he's a guy that we know from the L.A. Galaxy and Major League Soccer, part of Cruz Azul. You said this one caught you by surprise, Arnaldo.
It did, because we know the positions of need that Tigres currently has, and one of them being specifically, and it's been talked about now with Rafael Carioca ending his contract in December, and that's the center defensive mid position. And so we knew that was a position of need, but with him having such a short time till his contract's over, and the amount of wingers that we have on the current squad with Osiel Herrera, Diego Lainez, Marcelo Flores, and now Paunovic, throughout Leagues Cup and some Liga MX games, he used Cordova playing out wide at the right winger position, and also Luis Quiñones, the foreigner who just also left Tigres. Yep. So a winger was not in my play. Obviously, Luis Quiñones asked for to find a new place or a new home, and so he ultimately did. He's now moving on to Puebla. But Uriel Antuna was not something that we expected, because he is a marketable player in Liga MX. He's proven he's a national team quality player, and it was not in our deck of cards to go out and seek another winger, to come in, especially a Mexican winger, to come play at Tigres.
Yeah, it's interesting. Uriel Antuna was with Cruz Azul. Cruz Azul, by the way, is at the top of the Liga MX standings, followed by Rayados, Toluca, and then Tigres in fourth, and Atlas in fifth currently. Yeah, it's very interesting. So what do you think? What do you think the thinking is behind this from Veljko Paunovic and Tigres?
I think he's not comfortable quite yet, and I think that the wingers, and I've talked about it with people on my podcast and with several amongst the fan base, and I just don't think that our wingers that we have, all those guys that I mentioned, those youngsters, are quite where Paunovic wants them to be, and I think they still have some development to go. And obviously they're young, and I don't fault them for it. But I think that he gets with Antuna somebody that he knows he can trust, and to start at that position to do that back and forth. And we know that maybe he's not the best defensive specialist, but we know that he can track back, and he has speed, he has acceleration down that wing. And so ultimately, I think he's looking for different qualities that he may not have at Tigres. And I think that the team saw an opportunity, meaning the board, with his departure to Greece not happening. And ultimately, we knew that the player was not happy because of that, did not go through. So ultimately, Tigres saw an opportunity, and Paunovic as well, with the winger, that he may like his qualities. And now he comes in and most likely will start at that right winger position.
Pace, dribbler. He was linked with AEK Athens, which we were mentioning earlier in the show. Arnaldo, that is the place where Ezequiel Ponce has come from. Veljko Paunovic did a nice interview with him while Tigres was here with the Leagues Cup. How do you think he is dealing with things right now, and how much pressure does he get from the Tigres fan base?
I think he's on a learning curve at the moment. I think that the fan base hasn't been as hard with him, and I don't think it's needed at the time. I think there's still some, challenges and turning the team to the style that he wants to implement. And, you and I talked about it, and you talked about it with him during your interview about the high pressure. It's something that Tigres wasn't used to, and now he's expecting the team, and we've had positive results. Obviously, the last elimination game in Leagues Cup didn't play out, and this past home game against Chivas at home, we had a terrible half in the first half, but in the second half we came out and played better. So I think that the learning curve is still there, and I think that the players are slowly adapting, and I think he's still looking for a starting 11. I think that he still has mixed emotions, like I talked to you about the wingers, and ultimately Juan Bruneta now. Juan Bruneta is not a solidified starter at that center attacking position. He's come out with double nines. He's come out with Cordova playing there in that attacking role. So I think he's still looking for something out of his players, more work rate to implement his full style that he wants to have at Tigres.
And the right combinations. And we remember Brunetta scored that great goal at Energy Stadium. Arnaldo Lozano joining us, La U Times. What's the situation with Andre Pierre Gignac? Because the last time you were on the show, you and I talked about, he may have to sell him on a differing role and an altered role. How's he being managed? And yes, he had their goal in the 1-1 draw with Chivas.
Yeah, it was in that last Leagues Cup game. He did not start, and he came on for the last 15 to 20 minutes. So probably, made a lot of fans upset with the decision of leaving him, maybe not necessarily on the bench, but just leaving him so long on the bench. And in this past game against Chivas, he used him in a double nine. Andre Pierre, in, rare fashion, he missed a penalty kick. And then, second half scores a beautiful goal off the crossbar, left-footed. So it's something that he still has.
Of course he did. That's APG, right? Of course he did. Misses a penalty, and he's going to come back and score an even better goal, right?
He's clinical. He still has, to adapt, right? Paunovic is looking to do the right things, and, we've talked about the players looking for the right combinations of selecting them. And so ultimately, I think we have to be more strategic. And in this case, Pauno has to be more strategic in how to use his double nines, because he has two talented nines, and I think he has to figure out a way, and strategize against opponents with which nine is going to be more beneficial to play a certain way, with meaning maybe a little bit more direct, with more high pressure with Nico Ibanez, or more build-up with Andre Pierre.
Well, who do you want out of the two? Who do you want higher, Gignac, or do you wouldn't you think Gignac higher is the way to go up the field?
Oh, absolutely, I think I'm not. I understand that his age is coming to and having a role in how he plays and just overall with asking him to be our superhero after everything he's accomplished. But ultimately, I think Tigres still can produce a lot with him being the lone striker. But I think, like I said, strategize and look at Nico Ibanez and looking to play a different way. Maybe after you start Gignac and you don't have, the build-up, you don't have the chances after 50, 55 minutes, you start looking at making that sub, because you do have someone on the bench that is a proven forward in the league, who's a scoring champ, and has done quite well under Paunovic with some goals and some assists. So again, it's just a matter of establishing, the roles for each and looking and strategize against opponents. And I think Paunovic has a tough task, because I think, you and I talked about it. It's tough to bench a guy like APG, who still has the flair to score beautiful goals and has the work rate to be a true professional and be the leader of that squad.
Yeah, but I'm gonna kind of side a little bit with Paunovic here. He can't play 90 minutes. You know that, Arnaldo. Come on.
Correct.
He can't go 90 minutes. So it's really going to be about utilizing him in a way where you don't burn him out. You put him in situations to utilize all the great skill set that he has. And he's efficient, because you're right. He's the kind of guy that can pull off these remarkable plays. All right, so overall in Liga MX, give me some of the big storylines outside of Tigres for you.
Well, we have Monterrey, our rivals, just recently got another youngster. You talked about Jürgen Klinsmann, Fidel Ambriz, who is a León captain, a young 21-year-old player who is a center mid, who has a lot of qualities to attack and defend. He's a box-to-box midfielder. He recently signed last night with Rayados, so he brings obviously a national team quality player as well. We have the call-up today. It's if it hasn't been announced yet, it's soon to be announced. The Mexican national team under Javier Aguirre and Rafa Marquez, players are going to get a second chance and a second look at from under different coaches. So I think ultimately everybody's got to be on their best game to prove themselves that they're worthy of the new coaches and the national team. But ultimately, it's a pretty even league. We got Toluca doing so well. Toluca's got some great strikers that they brought in from Portugal. They're doing really well. Offensively. So I think we got a pretty even match league right now in Liga MX.
And to your point, Henry Martin has 4 goals. He's tied with Jose Zuniga of Tijuana and Lucas Cavallini, the Canadian international, with 4 goals. So he was on that list to be called back in. And by the way, some people may say, well, Leagues Cup, it's not that big a deal. It was to Rayados. They fired their coach, and now they have Martin Di Michelis, the former Argentine defender, in.
And I think he's going to do well. I think he's going to, that was the one thing that, that I saw, being the city rival, is that Monterrey has had great squads over the last 5 to 8 years, but the coaching hasn't been quite the best. And Tano Ortiz wasn't a very good strategic coach. And now you bring in a guy who, has proven experience by being, overseas, playing in Europe and also coaching Europe and able to play the team that is the powerhouse in South America. So I think he brings a different mentality to the club, and I think that they're going to do well. And I hate to say that, but I think there'll be a contender amongst us and Cruz Azul and America as the season goes on.
But it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, and it's a beautiful thing Rayados pushing Tigres. Okay, that's going to do it for this segment. We got to go. Listen, Arnaldo, thank you very much. Great work from you. That's Arnaldo Lozano, La U Times. Great stuff, Arnaldo. Thank you for coming on, as always, tonight. We appreciate your time.
It's a pleasure, Glenn. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody listening. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, that's Arnaldo Lozano. So the rest of the show is going to include some real good talks here. We're going to get into some transfers. Mikel Merino, Tanner Tessman, a U.S. transfer. Joao Cancelo. We'll talk transfers when we come back. We're going to do a little bit of a dive again and a reminder on Ezequiel Ponce. We'll take a break right now. It's Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5. We're munching on Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe, plus our great friends at Cactus Music.